Hey everyone, my guest for today's podcast is Tim Java. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that right, but I think it's Java. Who knows? Maybe he's one of them creative types and he says Yave. But Tim Java is an amazing musician. Weird story. I'll explain it on the podcast how we got him on the podcast. But weird story. I want to just take time and just give a huge shout out to all the listeners and the viewers of the podcast. We've launched on the audio side of things. So wherever you listen to your podcast, you can find us there now. And people are doing that. I want to give a huge shout out to our new fans that have been popping up across the country and across the world. We got fans in Virginia now. We've blown up in Virginia, obviously Minnesota, South Dakota, Illinois. But we've also got friends out in New Mexico, New York, Ohio, Wisconsin, California, and Oklahoma. So we're spreading across the country faster than coronavirus, and I couldn't be more proud about that. Internationally, we have fans now in Ontario, Canada. Shout out to the Canadians. We got some fans in India. We got some fans in the Philippines, and we got one fan in Germany. I think it's just one fan. I don't really know, but I'm super excited about this, you guys. The podcast is growing, and I just wanted to say thank you and give a huge shout out to those guys. Today's episode of the podcast is sponsored by my Patreon. Listen, if you guys aren't a part of the Patreon, that's cool. Don't worry about it. But make sure that you're either subscribing, following, or hitting the download button wherever on whatever platform we're talking about here. So if it's on YouTube, hit subscribe. If it's on or whatever, hit subscribe or follow. Or you can join the Patreon. Help support us directly financially so we can continue to maintain and grow. So on and so forth. You guys know the drill. Go to patreon.com/JaredSingerLive. This episode of the podcast is also sponsored by Shooter Lube. Go to shooterlube.com and use checkout code SINGER for 10% off. I can't believe I actually dropped the ball on this. Give me 1 second here. I'm supposed to have my little thing ready, but I don't. So join the revolution by going to shooterlube.com and using checkout code SINGER to save 10%. They are also still offering free shipping on all orders over $40. Shooter Lube's pretty legit, though, you guys. The new technology has you cleaning your gun better than ever. The solvent is designed to penetrate deep into the metal, cleaning carbon buildup in less time than other leading solvents. Feel good knowing you're cleaning your firearms with a product that passed military testing. We set new standards. Your firearm maintenance should not be banished to the garage or outside because of the harsh chemicals and smells that other solvents use. Shooter Lube military weapons grade solvent is simply the best. Simply the best. It's odorless, no water, fully evaporates, leaves no residue, no hazardous ingredients per the EPA, high flash point, non-corrosive, does not freeze, non-flammable, and the extreme weapons oil. Well, it's pretty different, you guys. With the cutting-edge technology, they're creating a new level of lubricant and protection. Unlike many gun oils out there that just sit on the surface, this weapons oil penetrates deep into the pores of the metal. It forms a bond on and in the metal that does not wipe off, wear off, melt, or evaporate with heavy use. Feel confident using your weapon to its fullest potential, knowing that it is fully protected from wear and corrosion. Biodegradable, non-flammable, non-toxic, 100% synthetic. I'm Mike Tyson. Low order staining, non-staining, rust and corrosion protection, reduces wear and friction. Again, my guest today for the podcast is Tim Java, phenomenal musician. Let's welcome to the show my guest for today, Tim Java. Yeah, and then if my bass player has a good rig, I can feel it.
Right.
I'll feel it through the stage.
Right.
So I don't really need that coming through the monitor necessarily.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's my only tip.
Yeah.
When
I was out with Darkest Hour, we actually did it was a full world tour with Machine Head. And so we were playing huge arenas and things like this. It was the first time I had really played bigger venues like that. And I had to play with triggers on my kick drum, which was also a first. So it was a little terrifying, like, first show in God, where the hell was it? I don't even remember now. First show in a huge arena, and I'm having to adapt to triggers instantly. But
I don't think I've ever played with triggers. What's
Really?
that like at first? Is the delay issue as big of a problem as many people describe it to be?
I think it is. Now, we had a fucking amazing sound guy that basically took care of all that for me.
Okay.
He was literally just like, you need the Alesis DM5. That's the jam. And then he's like, I'm going to give you the Morbid Angel kick drum. And so he just goes to the reggae setting and he just detuned the kick drum like 300 decibels or something like that.
No
It
shit.
was amazing. And
That's hilarious.
yeah, that was the sound. And then you blend a mic, so you get both.
Okay.
And he had one in the kick and one out in front.
Okay.
If I remember correctly. And then what I ended up doing was I only put the trigger in my wedge. I didn't actually put the kick drum mics in there.
For any non-music listeners, explain real quick what a trigger is.
So, primarily in metal, it's usually on just your kick drum. And so I guess the technical term for it is it's like a piezo trigger, and you clip it onto the hoop of your bass drum, and there's a little pad with a sensor inside it that rests on the kick drum head itself. So when you strike the head, it vibrates the head, which also in turn vibrates the piezo, and then that sends an electrical signal out to a brain, I guess you'd call it. And that brain basically has tons of simulated different sounds to it.
Think of it like a drum machine at that point.
Exactly. Yep.
So a trigger is like a button.
Yep.
And every time you hit your real kick drum, you're pressing a button, and then the sound comes out of essentially a drum machine.
Exactly.
And you can make it sound like whatever you want.
Yep. And the whole point of doing that, to kind of answer your question, how that syncs up and how does that feel, it really depends on the quality of equipment you have, how well it's set up, and the venue or the PA you're playing it through.
And most of all, the sound guy.
Most of all, the sound guy. Absolutely.
Most of all, the sound guy.
Yep. Because there's so many things that can go wrong. I mean, the settings can be misfiring, when you don't want it to, and that's just like, that's it. You're done.
Yeah, because it's too sensitive. So when you hit the kick drum and there's that natural little bit of bounce.
Yep. Right
now in real life, you only hear the dunk. You don't hear the dunk.
Exactly.
But if it's set too sensitive,
yeah,
because a lot of those triggers, the reason a lot of guys use them is they equal the volume of both of your strikes in a double kick scenario. So when you go doon 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 doon, that's what it sounds like. But a lot of guys go doon ta doon ta doon. So even though their timing is perfect, the levels don't sound right because they're not hitting as hard. The trigger will make both hits sound the same volume. But if you're too sensitive, there's always a natural amount of bounce, right?
Exactly. Yep.
And in a normal scenario, the human ear doesn't hear that second tap.
Exactly.
But if that trigger's too sensitive,
yep,
you're getting da-da every time you want to just
done.
4 on the floor turns into da-da 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 da-da.
And those triggers are there to cut through the entire mix.
Oh, cheers, by the way.
Oh, yeah, cheers, man. Absolutely. Thanks for having me. This is great. Thanks for the baptizing.
Speaking of, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I reached for this beer 2 or 3 times, and I was like, I can't take a sip. We got to cheers. We got to cheers.
Right.
What kind of a host does that?
All good. Yeah, man.
So for people that don't know, because you mentioned Darkest Hour,
Yep.
you were also in Nehemiah. You were in With Dead Hands Rising. You are in, say it again one more time, the new one?
Yeah, so it's
Elihu?
called Elihu and Hefe.
Elihu?
Yeah.
Elihu?
It's my buddies. Their names are Yale and Jeff. So I think that's
Elihu
like
and Hefe.
Yale and Jeff, right?
Which Hefe is not Spanish for Jeff.
Right.
Hefe is Spanish for boss.
Yeah. So I'm not entirely sure where they got the name.
I hope somehow Elihu is like who's in some other language.
Boss?
Like, yeah, like who's the boss?
Right?
Like that's like who in the boss? That's basically what it translates.
great.
I hope.
Right?
Clearly it probably isn't, but
yeah, man.
you've had quite the fucking journey, dude.
Yeah.
And I am extremely honored to have you in the podcast studio tonight because you were a huge band when you were in Dead to Fall. In the way I'm phrasing this is you were a huge band being Dead to Fall,
Mhm.
when my band was actually doing pretty well and kind of on the come up.
Okay.
I was in a band called Solace and Ashes at the time. We were young, we were brand new, but we were doing really well.
Cool.
It wasn't my first band necessarily.
Uh-huh.
And I want to tell this story because I think this story, and I kind of briefly told you about this before, before when we were hanging out before the podcast. But I had known about you guys for a long time and become a huge legitimate fan. Pat Ruland, my former drummer, he's been on the podcast. He's been on the podcast when it was audio only. Nobody's actually heard that episode.
Oh, interesting.
But we were in Solace and Ashes together, and he showed me your band, and the first thing I seen was Major Rager.
Perfect.
And I fucking love that. I love it so much.
Yeah.
Okay.
Song did some things for us.
And I actually saved a link for it. And if you don't mind, I'd like to play that video here in a few minutes.
Absolutely. That was a blast to film. We destroyed that fucking house, dude.
It is one of the coolest music videos I've ever seen from a major record label signed band. It's just an awesome video.
Yeah.
And then that became such a staple, that word, just a major rager, because we threw some pretty hellacious parties in the Minneapolis music scene. But you guys weren't just Minneapolis based. You guys were, we claimed you, but you weren't really Minneapolis based. Right. You're from Minneapolis. And I think one other guy who was in the band with you at the time was from Minneapolis, correct?
We literally took that band over, and John Hunt ended up being the only guy that wasn't from Minneapolis.
But so it was originally a Chicago band, not a Minneapolis band.
Exactly.
Yeah, and we claimed you early often. Like, that's a local band. It's like, no, it's fucking not.
Right. Yeah.
Regional at best.
Right. Yeah. No, we tortured John.
It was great. It was great. It was
John.
fucking.
I love you, man.
Dude, Major Rager was awesome, and that shit went around the scene forever.
Yeah.
And then you guys had another song called Chum Fiesta. Mm-hmm. And for the longest time, I couldn't remember the name of that song properly. I think I called it Shark Fiesta or some shit like that.
Yep.
And I'm sitting at a metal shop a few years ago, talking to this old codger, my old coworker Todd. Shout out to Todd if you're watching this, you old fuck, you old commie. He was partying and shit, and I was partying, and I was talking about a major rager. I'm going to fucking throw a major rager this weekend. He kind of asked me, he's like, why do you keep saying that? So I explained to him the history of your song and your band and everything, and he thought it was pretty cool. A few weeks later, comes back to work, tells me, he's like, man, I had a major rager last night.
It's addicting, isn't it?
This guy who was servicing the shear in the shop stands up and just kind of like gives me a weird look. And I just kind of like smile, and I go to talking, and then Todd asked me where I got that from. I explained to him everything, and then I tried to explain, because I couldn't remember the name of your band, and I couldn't remember the name of that other song. But I explained to him the road diaries, so to speak, where every episode had a new intro, and your singer couldn't light his bowl or his bong, and he would get mad and throw his lighter.
Right.
And then Chump Fiesta. And I was saying all this shit wrong, like with the names and the titles of everything. And all of a sudden, this same dude stands up and he goes, "Are you talking about Dead to Fall?" And I was like, "Yes, you must be a huge local fan." And he's like, "Well, I mean, not really." Like, he's like, I know those guys personally." And I'm like, "Get the fuck out." So him and I exchanged information on Instagram. And that's when I reached out to you, like, "Hey, I ran into your buddy, ... And then fucking 2 years later, I start the podcast, and that's how I ended up reaching out to you. That's the only reason you were even in my bubble, is because I ran into a buddy of yours.
Yeah.
And like, not to get all cliche and salesy, but it's like, this is the power of networking. Because like, we've never actually met, and our circles have run real close to each other, so much so that I believe you may have been in with Dead Hands Rising either when or right after my band, my first band, 7 Months of Nothing, moved out of a rehearsal space at St. Paul. I don't know if you remember him, but Joe Engel's band was in this spot. You guys were in the corner spot, and then we were down the hall here, and all three of us had to go up this ridiculous staircase, just a single staircase. You open the door, and it was one shot right
It
up,
was
and
over
then
by that. What was that? Porky's.
yeah,
That Porky's restaurant.
that's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, little shithole.
Yep, that was one of the worst rehearsal spaces ever.
Face Cage was in there too.
Do you
I think.
remember how the entire top side always had vacancies, but the bottom never did? Because once guys got into that bottom level, they were like, I'm never dealing with those stairs again.
Oh,
you remember that?
It was the worst. And I had that big ass drum kit with the rack and all the toms and the cymbal. I mean, I was young and stupid. I was more than happy to get some exercise, I guess. But today, nah, somebody's going to carry that for me.
I'm going to double check. We got the live chat going. We got some people watching, and I just want to make sure that it is open, because sometimes no matter how many, okay, it is good. Cool. Sometimes no matter how many times I check that, it'll still untick itself when we actually start the stream.
Yeah, there was some weird, like you're saying, there were some weird hiccups.
It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Well, like we were talking, I try not to complain about it because I'm still blown away that they even get this thing working at all. Yeah, so
no, it's
shout out to YouTube.
I'm impressed, man.
Shout out to YouTube and shout out to your old sound guy.
Right? No shit, dude. You know
Working the
what's
magic.
funny? Yeah, so that I'm pretty sure that was Jeff Carlson, because now that you're saying it, I remember him telling me the other side to that story.
Yeah.
Like, there was this random guy I was working with, and he was bringing up Dead to Fall stuff, and that's crazy. I'll be damned. Yeah, no, that was Jeff Carlson.
It had to be.
Shout out to Jeff, man.
Shout out to Jeff Carlson, because that name sounds right.
Yeah,
like it sounds right. And then he's got some obscure name on Facebook or on Instagram.
Hallelujah or something.
Some shit. Yeah.
I think is what it is. Yeah.
And like him. If you look at his Instagram, you would never know that he's like.
Yeah.
Because didn't he go on the road with you guys once or twice?
I think
as your photographer or something, or maybe your merch guy or a lighting guy or something.
I think we brought him out for a few shows to do merch. You know, it was always the buddy wants to come and hang, and all right, stick him behind the table. You know?
Hey, we can't pay you, but we'll feed you.
Exactly, we'll keep you alive. How about that? We'll try anyway.
And guess what? I always, whenever we brought those type of guys, I always built them into the rider, so they also got 2 drink tickets and a meal. That was one of my big things as a local band. When I would book out of town shows, not only did I get the drink tickets like a normal show, I would make sure to get at least a $200 guarantee, which doesn't sound like shit in the real world.
Well, not bad, especially back then. You know?
It's really hard to do when you're a brand new band and you're legitimately willing to play for free, and you do that for a while. It is so hard to ask for $200 the first time. Like you go, well, shouldn't we ask for like $50? It's like, no, minimum $200, because that's just gas. If you really break it down, for 20 years now, since September 11th, that's just gas. $200 to get to Iowa and back. That's all it is.
Definitely.
And then I want a place to stay. So whether we crash at somebody's house or you get us a hotel room, I don't care. But we're not sleeping in the fucking van in 90-degree weather or 20-degree weather.
It's just miserable.
I want a meal after we play,
not a little
not
Caesar's
before we
pizza.
Right. Well, and I even told him, I'm like, you can get us pizzas, you can get us hot dogs, we can grill. We don't care. We'll make our own food, but you got to like feed us.
Right.
And so at a minimum, and this isn't bragging, I'm just saying as a very young local band, it was a big ask, and we got that shit done. And so when our roadies came, or merch people, or a lighting guy, or a sound guy, I got that worked into them too. And they were like, fuck, dude, I'll do that shit.
That's awesome.
Because like half these guys, they were lucky to get that anyways, you know, and like they were doing sound and getting less than that at the Rock, you know, before Brian took over. At least once Brian took over, it's pretty legit. But you know what I'm saying? Like, fuck, dude. And remember, Metallica even told stories, bologna on hand sandwiches. This is real. And I was like, okay, let's make sure that doesn't happen. I don't want to go hungry, and I don't want anybody going broke.
Well, and even you know, on a lot of those tours, and Dead to Fall kind of learned this the hard way. I don't know if, you know, John was always really good about doing that stuff, the forwarding, advancing shows, you know, hitting up the promoters ahead of time, making sure, you know, what's loading, just doing all the tour management stuff. But you'd really have to be adamant about that catering budget, because those motherfuckers, you know, like Dead to Fall, I think we had, and I think it was around $100 ish catering,
and they'd spend it all on celery.
Well, they'd go and they'd spend like $20 on pizzas, and then they'd pocket the rest. If you weren't very adamant about, you'd have to tell them you want a buyout. We just want the money. Don't feed us. Just give us the money. We'll feed ourselves. Otherwise, they're they're gonna take what they're gonna skimp where they can,
Mhm.
and I guess I don't entirely blame them. Promoter, I wouldn't want to be a promoter, man.
The only reason we didn't do the buyout is because we were so broke and we were in such a spot where it was like, dude, we can get a hot meal.
Yeah.
Like
True.
these guys are like, I can get a fucking chicken sandwich, like a crispy chicken sandwich with jalapenos. And it was like, that was the best meal some of us got all week because we were that poor. We were that broke, like being a struggling musician and shit, right?
Mhm.
Whereas, yeah, if you just gave us the money, cool, we can go to the grocery store and buy some slightly healthier food, but we don't really have the ability to cook this. Like, what are we going to do? Bring it back to the fucking hotel room and microwave it?
Exactly. Yeah.
So
unless
it was
you have
like
a network of people you can stay with and use their kitchen, you're kind of screwed,
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you quickly found yourself in this fucked up scenario, and like I remember working with bigger bands on riders and shit, and that's why they would ask for like literally nothing but like meat plates, cheese plates, veggie plates, water, antioxidants, and multivitamins.
Mhm.
And that shit was never there when they left. It was all gone because they wanted clean, simple food that they didn't have to cook.
Yep.
They didn't.
Yeah, that was an interesting comparison to touring in the States and touring in Europe too. Just the hospitality and how you were treated. It was a lot of the times the promoters were bringing home cooked meals to you to the show. I mean, we're talking
in Europe.
Yeah,
in Europe.
Yeah,
Europe.
Whereas in the States, they're just like, fuck you. There's a fucking fast food joint down the road, But in Europe, they're just, oh yeah, I got this pot of chili my wife made, and they're just so
awesome.
friendly and so and they're kind of helping you experience their culture by doing that too. They're not just kicking you out and thanks for the show and good luck. They're really kind of trying to indoctrinate you a little bit into their culture over there.
There's something really cool about being a local/regional band on tour as well, where it's sort of like that, because I remember touring the Midwest. I never toured the West Coast in a real band. I've been to the West Coast, but not because of that.
Sure.
And same thing, I've never actually toured the East Coast because of a real band. This is hilarious.
Yeah.
But I did my first music tour was at 14 years old in a choir.
No kidding.
In a church choir, we toured the country.
How cool is that?
And it wasn't cool at all. It was terrible. It was one of the worst experiences of my life.
Really?
We ran away from the Christian school in New Jersey and survived on the beach of the boardwalk. In fact, the exact spot we were in, and I always fuck this up now because it was so long ago. It was fucking literally almost 30 years ago. It was over 20 years ago. But it's like Ocean City or something like that, and like Neptune, something like that, or Jupiter or something like that. I don't know. It's right on the border. There's a scene from The Sopranos, where Tony Soprano or somebody's meeting with somebody, and they're on this exact boardwalk, and off to the side you can see the old like carnival that isn't active anymore, and that's still there. It's part of their historic district or whatever. There's a ton of bed and breakfasts out there now. They're probably Airbnbs, but back then they were bed and breakfasts. I think it's Ocean City in Neptune, New Jersey, and we fucking ran away from school. I was 14 years old. Fuck that school. That place was a piece of shit. But
it was a Christian Catholic school.
Essentially, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a boarding school. Like it was horrible. It was one of the worst.
Yeah, my wife went to a Catholic kind of school like that, and she was labeled a heathen.
I mean, if you want to create, if you want a place to literally manufacture Satan worshipers, start a Catholic or a Christian boarding school and use physical punishment for troubled teens, and you'll create more atheists and Satan worshipers than you will Christians real fucking fast.
I believe it. Yeah, I bet you saw some shit.
Oh, it was hilarious. But in the Midwest, at least, when I toured in a real band, we were never huge, but I worked a lot of shows as well. And I noticed this was also true for other bands, as long as they weren't massively large, which is we would hang out and like literally grill. We'd hang out and have just enough time to like go to somebody's house party for a real after party.
and you'd build friendships and like networks within these towns and communities. And it's like, then next time we're in that community, in that town, they come see us in, like they come meet us when we enter town, and we don't even go directly to the venue.
Right.
We go to their place and hang out for a few hours and settle in, and then load in and then play our show and go directly back to their place. And like, yeah, like you said, the food, they bring you chili, like we start cooking together, we start hanging out together. Like,
yeah, man. Yeah, that was I mean, quite possibly one of the best things about touring was it's kind of hard to explain to people back home, but kind of likened it to, at home you've got your friend group, your clique, your people you probably tend to hang out with pretty often. But when you're on tour, often, when you're doing it constantly, you have a different one of those in every city.
Exactly.
So you see that friend group of that clique like once every 2 to 3 months, but you have a different one every night. So it's so bizarre because I likened it to, I used to call tour time travel all the time, because it was, you'd leave for tour and you'd see these people once every 2 to 3 months, and it's like they haven't changed, like time stopped in their world or something. But when you're out there traveling and every day is a different thing and a different experience, it's like things are going faster and you're learning and experiencing and seeing things more. And then it's such a
or they've changed
concept.
Drastically.
Right.
Like, dude, I just saw you 3 to 6 months ago, dude. And like, you've lost 100 pounds.
Yeah.
Cut your hair.
Oh, yeah.
And you no longer smell like piss. What happened? And they're like, oh, I quit doing heroin.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
I started doing heroin.
Yeah, no doubt, man.
I don't know any super overweight people that do heroin. That analogy was like dead on until I mentioned heroin. I was like, wait a minute.
Right? Yeah. Well, that would be the way to do it, I imagine.
Nobody suddenly puts their life together because they
right? Yeah.
Like, dude, if you were on heroin and you quit, you'd gain weight, not lose weight. I don't know what I was thinking. But yeah, because I've talked about that in the past. Explain to people or me even like the necessity and just kind of how it organically happens, where like you and I are still technically musicians. You're way more active than I am, even during the pandemic. But with the podcast, still kind of the same thing, where you and I are going to hang out here for 1 to 3 hours tonight. Mm-hmm. And because we're musicians, we're probably going to end up being friends by the end of this discussion, because as a musician, to sit down with somebody for 2 to 3 hours is almost an impossible ask.
True.
And when we do hang out, it's at shows and we're yelling at each other and we've got people pulling us in a million directions, especially if it's a big show. You got shit to sign. People want your attention, so on and so forth, right? You got a job to do. Mm-hmm. So we're forced to build these relationships in like 20 minutes.
Exactly. Yep.
Explain to people like why that's so important for us to do and why we're able to do it. Because I've explained it to death.
Sure.
It'd just be interesting to hear it from someone else's perspective.
In terms of getting together and having these longer conversations like this?
Well, even just the ability to like have deep friendships.
Yeah.
Even though we don't see each other daily. Mm-hmm. Whereas the normal human being needs regular interaction in order for you to stay in their bubble of friends.
Right.
But as a musician, we don't need that because we know we can't have it.
Right.
So I won't talk to Alex Kelly for 6 months. And then the next time we talk, it doesn't matter.
Right.
Sometimes we don't even care what the other person's been up to. Like that whole, like, what have you been up to? The pleasantries? Get rid of that shit. We don't have time for that.
Yeah.
Because we know we only got an hour to hang out or talk, and then we're not going to see each other for 6 months. What are you doing right now? What are you into right now? Like, let's pretend we've been hanging. That's what I'm talking about.
Sure. So I guess kind of twofold. I mean, on a personal level, there's so much going on upstairs. I think that those shorter conversations as peers, you don't really work a lot of that stuff out, right? When you're having those quick conversations, and a lot of, you end up thinking a day or two later, like, oh shit, I should have asked him if he wanted to play a guitar solo on this song I'm writing. You know, you never really get to the collaboration part of the relationship with each other as musicians when it's just shows.
Right.
So I think it's good personally to have this stuff because it fleshes it out. And it also because there's so much up there, I forget about a lot of it. You know, there's so many times where I'll be talking to Logan or Chad or old tour mates or people, and all of a sudden I'll remember one of the coolest stories or nights on tour that literally just didn't exist until for some reason we're here kicking it long enough for that memory to be triggered or something, you know? So I think it's important from that perspective for a personal growth and development.
Right.
Also just as a network and like helping each other. You know, the old saying is it's all about who you know, but I'm more inclined to believe it's more about who knows you.
Ooh, interesting.
Right? Because you can know all sorts of people, but do they give a shit that you know them? Right? Versus like, do you as a dude in the scene have a positive reputation and that reputation sort of precedes you amongst your peers? Right? So I think having these longer form conversations with our peers also helps solidify that for each other and ultimately the scene as a whole, right?
For sure.
And I imagine the Twin Cities can probably get away with that a little bit more than a lot of bigger cities, because it's a little bit smaller.
But don't you think all these scenes are super incestual? Like even LA.
Oh, yeah.
Like, okay, in the podcast or the comedy scene out there, or even the music scene, they all kind of know each other out there.
Yep.
Like in Minneapolis, we all kind of know each other.
Right.
Like it's rare that this is the only reason this happens is because neither one of us are super, like, I'm outgoing when I'm in public, but I don't go out every weekend. So even when shit was popping before the lockdown, I didn't go to everyone's shows. Maybe I should. Maybe I should show more love and show more support.
Right.
But dude, no offense, when there's 3 friends all playing on the same Friday night and all your shows are $10 a piece, I got a choice. I can either piss off 2 of my friends and go spend $10, or I spend $30. But then I also got 3 more doing it Saturday night and every week. And all of a sudden my budget just to show up is $60 a week.
Yeah.
And when you're a fledgling musician back then, you can't afford that. So I was only able to come out if you threw me on your guest list, and then I would come, no problem, especially if it was at a bar I was known at, because a lot of the times I'd get free beer. So I didn't even have to worry about how much money I was spending when I was there, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, that doesn't even include, booze money.
Right, exactly, right?
So
it gets tricky. It gets tricky. It gets real fucking tricky.
It does.
And I always try to get out there and do those things, but like when I was in Dying Euphoria, we did that a lot more, and Jeremy was a lot like that. So we kind of met everybody, right? Well, you're a pretty normal, humble, chill human being. You have a real job. You're married. You not even only have a real job, but you own your own business.
Yeah.
So you're not this notorious partier. You don't have this, like, what would you call it? Like a celebrity persona. Where you're out on the town, like, being you, and, like, you see what I'm saying?
Exactly. I'm not really throwing it in people's faces. I'm more so trying to do that through the art itself.
And you've probably been at shows. You've probably been at my shows and watched me be a complete buffoon and douchebag, like.
It's a pretty common thing at shows for people to be,
especially for me,
extreme.
Especially if it's me we're talking about here, man.
Right.
Let's just be honest.
Yeah. No. Again, like that whole thing is really what is the launching pad for a lot of musicians, is that scene. I mean, that's literally how I started. It literally was just immersing myself in these shows and getting to know people. And unless you're kind of making a name for yourself and people know who you are, and, oh yeah, Tim's great drummer, he's a nice guy, you can trust him, unless that kind of precedes itself. And I even have a great example I was even thinking about before I came, and it was when you had Greg on the show.
Chilton?
Yeah. Him and who was it? They ran the Medis.
Oh yeah.
Him and was it Bill? Was it Bill?
I don't fucking remember.
Like
I thought it was. Am I wrong? Throw in the chat if I'm wrong, but I thought it was Nathan Sword Lord.
Man, I can't remember. The dude kind of disappeared off Facebook. That was the only really way I knew him. But to that point, like I had no idea who those guys were, and I had just moved back from my 5 years in Brooklyn, and I was like, okay, I kind of have to sort of start over in the Twin Cities here. Like I have my network of people I can kind of launch off of, but there's way more out there. And just completely out of nowhere, I think it wasn't Greg that hit me up, but it was the other guy he was running it with. I swear his name was Bill.
Bill Lindsay by chance?
No, he was involved in the Medis, so I think they played actually. His band played.
Impaler, I think.
Yep,
I think
exactly. Impaler, yep. But he messaged me and he's like, "Hey, sorry, I had gone to the Medis a year before. I had just through a Facebook. It was like a Twin Cities metal Facebook group, and the Medis are announcing it. And I'm like, oh, that's a really cool. I need to go to that because that seems like, the most mass for meeting a lot of people in the Twin Cities scene. I'm going to go to that. Like I used to go to shows and meet people. And then the following year, I got a message from the guy, and he's like, hey, Susie Henningsgaard, shout out to Susie, recommended
Is she on the up?
I don't know. I haven't really talked to her much lately. I know she had a kid.
That's a bad joke, man. Little Susie's on the up.
Oh, yeah. I went to high school.
Little Susie's on the
up. But she recommended me for a judge for the Medis.
Wow.
That like the third degree connection. I imagine Bill or Greg were asking some of their friends, like, hey, we need some more diverse judges or something. Right. And Susie knew of
Let's
me
find a straight white guy.
Yeah, right.
We need more diversity on this judging panel. Right, exactly. Find me another straight white guy.
Another straight
the
white
reason
guy.
That's funny for the viewers or listeners is because that's pretty much 95% of the Minneapolis metal scene is straight white dudes. We have a bunch of gay dudes in the scene. We have a bunch of women in the scene, but it's not a very big scene. So when you do the math, it's like 95% of us are straight white guys.
Yeah, it's very, it's like the White House cabinet.
I know what you mean, though, because like when you're putting together a panel like that, you don't necessarily want 6 guys who have all been in the same bands together,
right.
And that's probably what he was talking about. Is like, okay, this is a Minneapolis Metal Award. Let's get a more diverse people that aren't necessarily
right
in the bands that are being nominated either.
Exactly.
At the same time.
Yep.
It was funny because well, never mind. I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to go there. We'll just leave that little part.
Yeah,
right
but
there.
No, it's kind of to the testament to again, like I think it's more so who knows you, because again, had Susie not known me, she wouldn't have recommended me to him when he was asking for recommendations. Right.
So it's not who you know, it's who knows you.
Right.
And who's willing to bring up your name when a job needs to be filled.
I think I feel like that's a more, of course you got to start somewhere, right? You do have to know some people to get the line out into the water. But
have you ever been surprised when you've gotten a call? Like
for like gigs and stuff?
Well, yeah, but specifically because it happened to me once where I was like, "How did you get my number?" And they were like, "Oh, from so and so. He said you were a fucking awesome drummer." And I was like, "Really?
Oh, crazy! Yeah."
That guy? Okay.
I've never really had a super random gig come up like that. It's always sort of, again, who knows me already, Right. It's always kind of been...
So you're not... So, like, if I were to call you someday, like, hey, man, you want to fucking track this record, dude? You wouldn't be surprised, because we already know each other.
Exactly. It's always kind of been like that. And, dude, every band I've played in, I've been... the guy that replaces somebody too. So
you never started a project from the ground up?
No, not. I mean, there was one that was kind of a guinea pig band for the web company.
Sure.
That was, and even that they kind of started that before they started hiring people, right? There's that documentary on Netflix. I think it's called Hired Gun.
Yeah, I think I've heard about this.
It's completely about side guys. They're just waiting by the phone while this, alcoholic dude might lose it in a month. We got to finish the tour. There's always things on deck.
Yeah, dude.
Know?
Okay. So a lot of those guys are called jobbers. I did that work.
That's my sweet spot, man. That's always been my thing.
Dude,
yeah,
you can make a lot of fucking money being a jobber if you can stomach dealing with the drama that comes with stepping into someone else's shit show.
Oh yeah,
mid-circus.
Oh yeah, and if you can put up with the fact that all the fans think you're the old guy,
right? And you're either better or worse. That's my favorite. Is they're like, man, you got way better, and I was like, you know me? Yeah. And they were like, yeah, dude, I've been a fan of this band for like 4 years. And I'm like, I'm not the old drummer. And they're like, oh,
yeah,
well, yeah, you're way better. Or they're like, man, you feeling all right? This is my favorite one. You feeling all right? I'm like, excuse me? Really? And they're like, you seem like you had an off night. Oh, and I was like, yeah, I did. Because I'm not like bruised yet. And they were like, I've just seen you play like so much better before. And I'm like, you know me? And they're like, of course I know you, dude. I've been watching this band for 4 years.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, dude, I'm not that drummer. And they're like, ooh, sorry. Yeah. You were great. I'm like, yeah, stop trying to back out of this one.
It's very common. Well, especially when everybody is long-haired and tattooed and
sometimes it's like, dude, I had 2 days to learn this set.
Yeah.
2 days to learn the entire set.
It's the other thing, dude. It's always, that's the other challenge of it is the time. Because it's always an emergency when you're needed, That's how the Darkest Hour thing was. It was literally...
Is that how they got their name too?
What's that?
Is that how they got their name too? We're in the darkest hour. Like we need like, dude, the gig's 3 hours from now. This is the darkest hour. Right. That should be the name.
Right. Yeah, no, that's kind of always how it's been. So it's people that know me, they know I'm reliable. And I've.
But you're not just a fill-in guy. You're a band member. You've never been a founding band member.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's intriguing.
Kind of the deal. And
do you like it that way?
I kind of do. Like with Dead to Fall, for example, like I didn't have to sign anything with Victory Records, right? So I wasn't necessarily on the hook for anything. The original guys signed, and they still owe them a 5th record, right? Then all of a sudden, Victory sells, and that's a whole nother conversation. But the 2 out of the 4 records Dead to Fall have put out, Logan and I wrote, recorded, produced that, had a big budget to do it. That was like a free ride through college if you looked at it from like a contractual obligation.
Fuck yeah.
Right? So it's great in those terms. You're not pigeonholed contractually to things.
But at the same time, you don't own any IP.
Right.
So if it blows,
right,
you're basically a salaried employee.
Exactly. Yep. That's the thing.
There's always a give and take.
Yep.
Do you notice that in the music business is like people are like, no, you got to do it this way. No, you got to do it that way. This is the best way. And it's like, dude, there's a fucking plus and minus to every single thing I've ever heard suggested, except having pro gear. There's no minus to it.
Right.
Except the cost. If you want to like really break it down to the nuts and bolts, sure, it's expensive, but that's not what we're getting at. Like, there's no drawback to having pro gear.
Right.
Like, there's just not. But there's a drawback to every other business decision you can make.
Yeah.
As equal as the plus that you're thinking there is.
Yeah.
And so it kind of goes back to that old thing of like indecision loses more wars than bad decisions. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. It's a lot of leaps of faith. It is a very impossible way of life, to quote fucking what's his name? Band. Last Waltz. You love that? You seen that movie?
The Band. Like
Robbie Robinson.
Some people don't know what the Band. The Band is they're from the 60s and 70s, and they were the band, the backup band for everyone who mattered.
Yeah,
Janis
Dylan,
Joplin, Joplin, Dylan, Van Morrison. There's a great documentary. I think that's the one you're talking about.
Scorsese.
Is it their final show where they had all those guys that are still alive come back and do one song or two?
It's quite literally probably one of my favorite like music.
It's
movies.
Pretty dope.
Yeah,
it's pretty dope.
It's a history lesson, dude. Like
you watch the skill of these guys, and you quickly realize. And God, I'm so glad you brought this up because this is such a great segue.
Yeah,
you watch the subtle skill of a truly accomplished musician, and it's like, are you a sports guy? Are you into football?
Yeah, I watch the Vikings. Yeah.
So everybody's like eating Dan Bailey alive.
Yeah.
Because it seems like it should be easy. We see every other kicker do this.
Right.
But there are so many subtleties and nuances that when you see them kick it through the upright and it looks easy, that's literally what it means to be a pro. Is you take something extremely nuanced where a fucking millisecond of that snap being early or late can fuck up a chain reaction of things to screw up the timing just enough to send that ball left or right of the uprights.
Under that pressure too, you know.
That's being a musician live. And when you make it look easy,
100%.
That's a true pro.
Yeah.
So if you go watch that documentary, you can see a true pro.
Yep.
That's why I say it's a great great segue, because I want to get into how you got into music.
Yeah.
But before we do any of that, I want to play one of these music videos so I can kind of show people what we've kind of been talking about. I'm going to start with Major Rager.
Yeah, and the Deadfall music videos have kind of a funny story to them too, because Deadfall never really got a budget for a music video until Major Rager, and we had fought for it on Phoenix Drone, that for Chum Fiesta, and they didn't give it to us, so we had $50, and we went to the dollar store and bought a bunch of sand pails and dumb beach shit, and just made the best of it. And John had a buddy down there. It was in Tallahassee, I think.
Tallahassee?
Yeah, I think it was somewhere down there, if I remember correctly. And he was like, "Yeah, I'll film it for free," and we just screwed around on the beach.
So after you filmed Major Rager is when you got the budget for Chum Fiesta, or in reverse?
Reverse. So, So we
gotcha.
fought for a budget, couldn't get one for Chum Fiesta, so we said, "Fuck it, we're just gonna film this and make it stupid and cheap."
So we should start there then, instead of doing.
Sure, yeah.
We should do Chum Fiesta.
If we want to start on a. It's so cheesy, dude. But it was kind of crazy too, because at the time MySpace was
one of these
thing.
Is one of these higher quality? Do you know? Like, is one of these 1080 versus?
I'm gonna go with the Vivo,
because this one's 480.
Oh Jesus Christ! You know
so maybe
what,
this one is.
Honestly, dude, like, I mean, it's that
you
old.
might have just done it at 480.
I wouldn't be surprised if the source file is just that old.
Well, this one's not bad to look at, so let's do this one then.
Okay, perfect.
Even if it isn't 480.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. I'm going to share the TV and mute the mics.
Nice.
So I gotta turn it down, and we gotta get off of it because YouTube already flagged us during the live stream.
We're tempting the gods here.
We are. We're really pressing the envelope.
Oh man!
But this shit was so fucking good and so fucking funny.
Yeah.
It was beyond the realm of what anybody was doing at the time, locally or on the underground per se, or on a non-major label.
Yep.
And we'll wait a little bit before we go into Major Rager, just because I don't want to get.
Yeah.
I think if I play them, I think if I play them back to back, I'm gonna get fucked.
Yeah.
Because I was testing this earlier, and they've implemented new shit. So here's what happens: is if they detect too much copywritten material or copyrighted material while we're live, they'll shut the live stream down now.
Oh, damn.
It did it while I was beta testing shit earlier today.
That was probably part of the reason Rogan dipped over to Spotify, aside from the monies. But
I've never noticed it until extremely recently.
Really?
But maybe you're right. Maybe he's seen that or knew about that coming down the pipeline.
Because you're not gonna tempt fate with your whole business like that,
It gets sketched real quick.
Yeah,
for sure.
No, yeah. So, man, yeah, Chum Fiesta, man, we were young, and that was the first phase of Dead to Fall where we had kind of it was all Minneapolis guys and then John. So we had totally just like hijacked his band,
That's awesome.
And they couldn't get a budget for the video. They gave us a healthy budget to record the album. Which was awesome.
And just for the YouTube censors, do I have your permission to play that video we just played?
Of course, man, yeah.
And all the following ones?
Absolutely,
all right,
all of them.
All right, you fucks.
Give us a break here, huh?
Give us a break, huh? We're just trying to play some tunes, have some good times.
Right.
And you're busting our balls about fucking the content when we already own it?
Exactly. Yeah, so we didn't...
How do you sleep at night?
So you know what's the crazy thing about that video is MySpace was kind of at around its peak for bands at that time, and I think it was Logan. He had met somebody that worked, I think he was even like kind of running or directing MySpace music. He came out to one of our shows at the Whiskey A Go Go in LA. And the MySpace headquarters was kind of like right down the street, actually. And he actually gave us a tour of the place.
Really?
And I'll never fucking forget
This is before they sold. And
yeah, it was still hugely active. And
the true height, you said.
Yeah, it was massive. And and I'll kind of get to it, but that was why that video did so well, was because of that relationship with that guy.
Wow.
So he gave us a tour. And the main thing I remember that blew me away was the moderation floor. And it was a sea of cubicles. And it was all people, employees, just scrolling through like a 4 or 5 column feed of every picture being uploaded to MySpace. And if there was something outside of the terms and conditions or something, they'd have to click it and remove it.
What?
It was literally like a man-powered... This was before they were automating all this stuff, with bots and whatnot. It was literally a sea of cubicles of people doing just scrolling. Click, click, up, nudity, click, up, something like that. So anyway, that was mind-blowing itself. But then we kind of hit it off with the guy, and he put that video on the front page of MySpace Music for like a day or two, and we like knocked Fall Out Boy off of the video charts.
Fuck you, Fall Out Boy. Suck it, nerds. You fucking emo little pricks.
Right?
I'm just kidding.
No, yeah,
they write catchy songs.
Yeah, no,
and I heard they're super cool guys.
They are, and they're actually kind of close. They're related. The last Dead to Fall guitar player before Aaron, who was in that video, Matt Matera, he's actually from their town, kind of homies with them.
Cool.
And we used to go and stay. I stayed at the drummer's house a couple times on tour. Great dudes, man. But yeah, that was probably the biggest thing Dead to Fall ever got in terms of exposure.
That's amazing.
That MySpace cover thing, and it was just because the dude became a homie. He just came out and kicked it at the show. He just happened to be,
That's so cool.
So I think,
so again, who knows you? It's not who you know, it's who knows you.
It's gonna come up multiple times, dude. How much this stuff is random and not really in your control as much as you want it to be. You just really got to put the vibe out there at the bar, and Dumb and Dumber style, dude. It just comes your way.
That's so cool.
So yeah, to segue from that into Major Rager, I think because that video did so well, they were finally like, okay, guys, we'll give you your video budget. So I think it was like 10 grand or something they gave us for a music video. And so our dumb asses go out, and I have this really close buddy of mine from my hometown in Wisconsin, which is a story thing too, but he had bought an old 35 millimeter camera from somebody in Australia or something, and somehow he convinced me it would be a good idea to film the music video with this fucking tank, old school gel.
It looks
film.
cool as fuck.
It does. It has that old school, it's not digital. It's legit like film. So it's one of those things where today you could kind of repurpose it, and you could do it in 4K. You could do it in 8, because it's gel. It's old school, it's, big stuff. But it was the film was so expensive to purchase.
It's film.
It's fucking film, dude. It's
real film.
Keep it in a freezer, and then editing that compared to how you would edit digitally now. Just
so you basically, if I know where you're going with this, from my understanding, because you went to you said you did. We were talking before the podcast, and I was, for the listeners, just to give. I was explaining lighting.
Yeah.
And then he's like, yeah, and I was explaining lighting, and I was like, I'm probably over explaining all of this. Mm-hmm. Like, no one cares this much. And you're like, actually, no, I went to like film school or whatever, so it's hilarious.
My wife did, but I experientially, my entire touring career, video production was a part of the.
And lighting is arguably as important as sound. Like, sound is number 1, lighting's number 2, camera quality is number 3. Yep. People don't really believe that, but it's true.
Very true. Lighting's very important.
I dabbled as well, and film, I've understood from my film buddies, is insane. So you basically probably spent this entire $10,000 budget on just the actual camera and film, and you probably had about, I'm going to guess, somewhere between $500 and $1,500 left for the rest of the budget. Is that reasonably accurate?
I guarantee it. And I wouldn't even be surprised, because he's such a close friend. I wouldn't even be surprised if he ate some of the cost, because he's a homie, you know. And then you're literally just like, all right, I'm going to edit it, and then he presents it, and he's like, here it is, it's done. You don't get any edits. You don't get any. It's just up to this guy to make a masterpiece.
I mean, it is quite perfect the way it is.
It is. Yeah, I think it
should we play
out.
it? Yeah. Should we play it real quick?
Sure. I'm gonna grab a beer.
Hopefully we don't get flagged again. Well, we definitely are going to get flagged again, but hopefully we're not pushing it too much, and hopefully we don't get shut down. If we do, you guys, stick with us, because hopefully the stream just comes back. I promise. Like, we're not going to stop. And if I have to, I'll edit the bad chunks out.
Sure.
But I believe I will win all of these appeals like I do every time. It's what's bothering me, and the listeners, you guys will have actually more power than I do. They need to add in. I don't even, literally, this is what I mean by this. As somebody who owns their own channel, I literally can't email YouTube until I have 1,000 subs. So you can help me 2 ways. First of all, subscribe right now, and then number 2, you can email for me. And the problem is I want to be able to preemptively say that I already have authorization from the artist to use content in this video.
Right.
That's what bugs me, is I don't really have the ability to do that. I have to wait until the claim happens, and then I can dispute it. And they're cool. They're awesome. I win every time. But if they're going to start shutting down the live stream, because that's the thing, is usually they just flag you, and then you can't monetize the podcast until you win your dispute. That's fair.
That's fair.
But if you're going to temporarily shut down my live stream, like, that seems a little fucked up.
Yeah.
Because I have to be able to then preemptively dispute what I don't know I may or may not play.
Right. Exactly.
Gets a little muddy. So let's play this real quick. Let's get this shit out of the way.
Pray to the internet gods, y'all.
I think we're gonna be okay.
That's just
but
fall. They don't really care.
Well, it's Victory Records is who it really is. True. And it's not even their fault. They're not even being I don't know if I should subscribe to this since it's Vivo. Dead Default Vivo. Fuck it, I'll subscribe to it. It matters. It helps.
Yeah.
But it's not like they're even being greedy because they just have an algorithm that just finds it.
Well, and isn't that crazy how they did it at MySpace back in the day, and now look what it's become.
Right.
I mean, you can't get away with shit anymore.
It's totally automated.
You know,
it's impressive. It really is, because if I had copyrighted material out there and somebody was making more money off it than I was, I'd be a little upset about it.
Pissed, yeah.
Yeah, and then that's the thing is people are like, you guys are so greedy. Right. You guys, it's like, no. There's people that have figured out how to make more money off of our own content than we have. Right. That's the ethical line.
Right.
It's not that you're putting shit out there and we're just being dicks. It's if you're making more money than we are. That's when it gets a little sketch. Here it is. Watch later. Okay, so here we go with Major Rager. This is I love this fucking music video. This is a hilarious music video. Okay, hold on. Let's make sure we got the audio shared. Let's switch. Go full screen. And we won't be able to play this the whole time, you guys. I hope you understand. But let's start here. I fucking love this video.
Dude. It was so...
how fucking hard it is to get a singer to stand directly in front of the camera and windmill headbang the way he did right there in that last scene and not look like a fucking asshole.
Right.
He
was great at that.
The whole vibe of that band.
Yeah.
It's just you guys are such sweet dudes, man. Like, it's such a fucking, like, how do I explain this? It was like you guys had a rock star vibe, right, without seeming like a bunch of skeezy wannabe Motley Crue dudes. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. It was,
we lost viewers because of that.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Well,
that's fine. Some people aren't into sweet ass jams.
Yeah.
Sweet deep jams from the jowls of straight white men in Midwestern America.
Sometimes the house party's too much for folks these days.
That was probably my boy Anwar, who called right before we started the podcast.
Yeah.
That's probably him that jumped out. Right? He's like, all right. He's like, listen, I love these white boys, but this shit's getting wild.
Yeah, the whole thing was really we were making fun of ourselves. We were.
It's so great, dude.
It was at the time when it was getting cheesy to be in a band like that.
Thank you. And that makes all the difference, because back then, and this is part of my vibe, because people used to make fun of me and say, like, I heard side comments when people didn't realize I was listening. They'd be like, dude, your fucking band would be so awesome if your singer didn't run around like a fag on stage.
You'd get all that.
Because I was extremely flamboyant, almost like a Freddie Mercury. Like, I'd like literally like walk with my chest out and my arms out, like, because I didn't give a fuck about anything.
Thing,
and for me, it was more about having fun and being absurdly entertaining, even if it meant being effeminate or making fun of myself. I would booty dance while my drummer was blast beating like a black girl.
I bet he was stoked.
Like, he thought it was hilarious.
Yeah.
The band didn't mind, but certain people in the metal community, like, and it started to get to my band members. They were like, they started to actually think like, man, Jared's holding us back because of his stage antics, right?
Yeah.
But for me, it was like, you guys don't understand. Everyone else is going up on stage acting serious and trying to take themselves seriously. Right. We got to do the opposite. We're arguably the best band as far as Nick's ability on guitar, or Pat's ability on drums, or Jeremy's ability on Jeremy. Dying for You, they didn't really give a fuck what I did on stage, but other bands did.
Sure.
And I'm just picking a couple random band members, but like, especially because those guys were that good. Like, Nick was one of the best guitar players in the scene. Pat was one of the best drummers in the scene. Yep. And then you had me running around like an asshole on stage.
Just diminishing all their time they put in.
Not really.
But from their perspective,
I think they started to feel that way.
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, what you guys got to understand is we already have that under wraps. We don't need to also bring the serious personality to stage. The music speaks for itself.
Yeah.
Let's be fucking goofballs like Revelance. And
it's an easy thing to do to set yourself apart at that time.
Yeah, and the point is like, let's not take ourselves seriously.
Right.
Like, because everybody's doing that, and it's really, really cliche.
Right.
And you kind of got to be the most badass dude in the room to pull that off on stage.
Right.
Like, either charisma, look, vibe, stage, something's got to like set you apart if you're going to be that serious. Like, listen, motherfucker, we're not all Kerry King.
It's generally having a lot of cash. Let's be honest.
And we're not all Kerry King either. So like that dude can just stand there with that beard and that shaved head, and you go, okay.
Right. Yeah.
I buy it.
Yeah.
James Hetfield is 6'9" or whatever the fuck he is.
Right.
And whether he's got short hair or long hair, James Hetfield can stand in one spot with that power stance and his 17-foot wingspan and command that much bubble. Cool.
Yeah. It's James Hetfield, man. It's all he needs.
Right.
Yeah, that was the whole and the other thing
about
it, too,
about your band so much.
What's
dude.
that?
The goofiness. Just the fact that you didn't... I'm just trying to wrap up my stupid rant. The fact that you guys thought like me and you didn't take yourselves seriously because your band was already serious. That music is brutal as fuck.
Yeah.
You guys are all at the top of your game musically on all of your instruments.
Yeah.
So why take it a step further and try to be Cradle of Filth?
Right. Exactly.
Look how evil we are.
It's so stupid.
And I think we could have, the first two Dead to Fall records were very serious. They were very, John was still straight edge. So a lot of the, stand your ground.
Is that your singer?
Yep. Yeah, during those records,
he got
and then
way
as
cooler
soon as
when
we
he started
influenced
smoking
him,
pot.
once we influenced him and kind of can't beat him, join him, and then he kind of like relinquished, that hold on the band, I think, and also
what is that line in one of those two songs we just played? Like, I'm way too fucked up for this or something.
Yeah,
like
yeah, it's all Major Rager is all like that. Like, dude, are you serious?
Someone threw a brick through my TV.
Yeah. Dude, the last record that came out. I'm gonna hook this up.
Pour it up. I decided to forego the ice.
Santori time, baby.
How you're gonna do it is how I'm gonna do it. Oh, that's plenty, dude. I'm a bitch. I'm a basic bitch when it comes to the whiskey.
I wish I was. But no, that we definitely Phoenix Throne was half serious, half kind of making fun of ourselves. Cheers, man.
Cheers, brother.
Hell yeah, this is great.
This
Thanks
smells
again.
amazing. I don't know a lot
so
about
good.
whiskey, but this smells so much better than any whiskey I've ever smelled.
This will last all night. It's a good.
This is a true sipper. So I don't bust this out, is what you're telling me. So let's explain this real quick for the viewers. This is one of the most gracious gifts anybody's brought. I always love it when people bring me shit. Usually my favorite stuff is like merch.
Yeah.
Because I can wear it.
Right.
Obviously, it's something that lasts a long time, and I get to promo, and it's part of the culture. And guys have brought me records and shit that I'm going to try to figure out where I can put. Like, Glenn brought me a vinyl record. Johnny brought me a God, I'm such an idiot. He brought me a mini vinyl. What are they called? The 7-inch?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Jesus Christ, why couldn't I think of that?
Yeah.
Because I got an 8-inch.
Above average.
But I want to figure out a place to put that kind of shit up, right? And I got some old shitty cymbals. You'll appreciate this. Some old ZBTs. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna chemical wash them, and then every drummer that comes in, I'm gonna have them sign that. And the more and more famous people I get on that as the podcast grows, eventually I'm going to auction that off for charity.
Oh, cool.
But all of us are going to be a part of it.
Yeah.
Like, all us asshole local musicians are going to be on the same symbol as someone that actually matters in the music industry.
That's awesome. That's perfect.
Like, one name will make it worth,
right.
And then somebody's going to buy it. Like, I bought it for so-and-so signature. I don't know who the fuck these other assholes are, but somewhere out there, you're going to be sharing in that piece of art.
That's beautiful, dude. And that's
cool.
Great. That's the whole scene thing,
But this is a beautiful gift.
That's my favorite. Yeah,
Suntory.
Yeah, Suntory time, baby.
It's Japanese whiskey.
Japanese whiskey, yeah.
Not sake, because sake is made from rice. Whiskey can be made from a lot of things. Let me see if it says what it's made from on here. It does not. It doesn't say a goddamn thing. It just says Suntory whiskey. Is it Hibiki? Hibiki?
Yep.
Hibiki Japanese Harmony is what it's called.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. The bottle's gorgeous.
Oh, it's good stuff.
It smells amazing.
It's good stuff.
I don't know anything about whiskey, but I'm quickly understanding.
It's good. It's one of those ones you throw a little cash down on and you kind of pinky it.
Normally when it comes to whiskey and I smell it, I'm like, ugh.
This is smooth though, man.
I smell this and I'm like,
yeah.
It smells like beer and wine. It's like, wait a minute, there's other shit going on here than just a horrendous amount of alcohol stuffed into a charred barrel.
Yeah, man. No, it's good shit.
Because like I don't really know shit about like whiskey. When I say that, guys, I mean like the art of whiskey. But I understand deeply how all alcohol is made because I brew beer. And I studied it all passionately for a long time.
Yeah, I didn't realize all that. What you were explaining to me. That's
the
wild.
Different types.
Yeah.
So Scotch is really truly only made in Scotland. You can make a Scotch, but it has to have a lowercase s. If you're making uppercase S Scotch, that means it came from Scotland with water filtered through the Highlands and peat moss that only grows in that area. And then, do you know the difference between single malt and a blend?
I don't.
So check this out.
No.
So a blend is 2 barrels of whiskey or more that didn't come out perfect, that they mixed together to balance out the fuck ups in one or the other. So one came out too sweet, one came out too bitter. Mix them together, come up with them, and that's pretty good. But that's a blend. That's why single malts are so expensive, because that's one batch done perfect from start to finish.
I'll be damned.
And that's a single malt whiskey, single malt scotch. That's what that is. And then we were just talking how bourbons from Kentucky. Right. Windsor is a Canadian whiskey made for the Windsor family, made specifically for the royal family. Right. So all of these things are regional. Yeah. But there's a deep amount of respect and tradition and culture that go into them.
Yeah.
They get into some of this if you guys ever watch that Bootlegger show.
Oh, sure, yeah.
On, what was it, Discovery Channel or something?
Something like that.
That was a sweet show.
Yeah, no, this stuff is great. It's like warm. Like it gives you like a nice kind of warm buzz. Like not a...
Oh, that's really smooth.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's... And the more you get the palate for it, it kind of... You know, and it doesn't make you an angry drunk. It's just like a nice warm, like, I feel good. I can...
That's really good, dude.
Yeah, it's great. It's great, man.
Almost every time I drink whiskey, I go, oh.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It's for sipping, man. It's classy shit. So yeah, no.
Thank you so much, dude.
Yeah, anytime you got people
an honor,
on,
brother.
Like if they want the Hibiki, just,
it won't be any time.
Just throwing out to me.
This will be for special guests, the VIPs. This won't be for my irregulars.
Yeah,
that's what I call my buddies who show up last minute to bail me out. The guys who regularly come on because some asshole canceled on me.
Sure.
And they live in the neighborhood. I'm like, dude, I need you to bail me out.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even book them. And they know this. We talked about this. This isn't some trade secret, like, for the listeners as well. Like,
okay.
Flat out, it was like, dude, here's the deal. Like, I want to have you on, and I want to have you on a lot. So since you live in the area, blah, 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 how about this? We never actually book you out on the calendar, and I got a rotation of guys that I'll put on speed dial and be like, dude, so-and-so canceled. Can you come hook me up tomorrow night?
Oh, nice.
That's how those guys show up.
That's probably
so no offense, guys. You don't get the whiskey because those are my really close friends, and they're a bunch of degenerates.
Oh, shit.
Looks like John
Waltman, my boy.
Watching from New Zealand. Holy shit.
So,
dude, subscribe to the podcast, John. Too far away. I'm getting old. Waltman.
So yeah, I went.
I got dirty glasses, and I'm getting old with a bad prescription. So I seriously,
yeah,
dude, look at these glasses. Look at how hacked up they are. See how scratched and hacked they are.
Yikes!
Look how wide they are.
Oh man!
When I put them on, this one, the left one, doesn't even sit on my ear. It like floats up above. So if I turn my head really quickly to the right, my glasses just go flying off my head.
Shit. Okay.
So I can't see shit. But John, thank you for tuning in, brother.
Yeah.
I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, John's my boy. I played
Dude, subscribe on audio so I can brag about having another new guest in another country.
There you go, man.
Did you hear when we did our dry run, did you hear the promo? I should do a shout out to those fucks.
Yeah.
I should have done this at the beginning. Dude, we have so many new fans. Let me do this real quick. I want to just say this, because John reminded me saying that he's from New Zealand.
Yeah.
I want to give a shout out to all of these people right here. Dude, seriously. On the audio side, I have tracking that tells me where you guys are downloading the episodes from. And we have literally blown up in Virginia. I don't know why, but
crazy.
I'm huge in Virginia. I'm like way more popular in Virginia than anywhere else in the country. I don't know anyone from Virginia either. So I believe, and it wasn't from the beginning. It just like popped out of nowhere.
All of a sudden.
So I think it's organic. Obviously, Minnesota, South Dakota. I think I know a lot of those people, though, personally. Thank you guys.
Yeah.
But you're part of our community. Illinois is a little interesting because that was before even you guys came on. You came on specifically, so there's no ties there. New Mexico, New York. I got a buddy in New York, though. That might be him.
Okay.
Because it doesn't tell me how many different people there are. I just see the amount of downloads from each area. Ohio, Wisconsin, California. Shout out to Patrick, by the way, if that's you. Oklahoma, and then dude, we've been popping internationally. We got fans in Ontario, Canada,
nice.
India, Philippines, and Germany. And so, John, dude, go fucking subscribe, bro.
Add it to the list,
dude.
New Zealand,
dude. Because
New Zealand,
from everything I've heard from everyone I know, they're like, dude, add New Zealand to that list of places you have to go.
Oh yeah,
before you die. It's like Alaska, Ireland, New Zealand, and there's a few places on there, but those are the 3 unanimous ones I hear from everyone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. So John actually started Four Letter Lie.
No shit.
Yeah. We went to high school together. Four Letter Lie was another Maple Grove band with Nehemiah, Dead to Fall, all that stuff. And kind of a crazy story with the Four Letter Lie thing, actually. So they were up and coming. You know, they had started touring, and they were trying to get signed to Victory, and we happened to be in Chicago at the same time, both on tour. Our tour paths crossed, and we ended up forwarding a bunch of their information to Victory, essentially a recommendation, kind of like guys are blowing up. They're way bigger, you know, in Minneapolis, St. Paul than we were when we were doing stuff there. And you got to check them out. And it was kind of a like, we'll see. And so we ended up playing in Chicago. We ended up playing Chicago the same night, and all the Victory staff was there at our show. So we're like, guys, come over to our show. And you can play on our gear. You can play 2 songs at the beginning of our set on our gear. All the Victory staff is going to be there. So we kind of did a double, you know, forwarded the recommendation and gave essentially like tricked Victory into doing a showcase with Four Letter Lie. And they ended up signing them right after that.
Nice.
Yeah. So, you know, not to say that was entirely why they got signed, you know, but
specifically it was all thanks to Tim.
Yeah. Right. So yeah, they ended up signing to Victory, did their thing for a little bit.
4 lives are owed to Tim.
Right.
Is it 4 people in Four Letter Lie?
5 of them.
Oh, you fucks.
Yeah.
How do you have 5 people in a band called Four Letter Lie? That's a huge mistake.
Yeah.
Error number 1. I'm just screwing around, you guys.
No,
that's a sweet band name, actually. Band names are hard to do. Dead to Fall, sweet band name.
Yeah.
Nehemiah, sweet band name. I'm not kissing your ass right now. I'm being serious because I go through this with everyone, including buddies of mine who've been on. Hold on, my mic's getting weird. Including buddies of mine who've been on who have shitty band names. So I'll straight up I'll come right at them and go, hey man, so where'd you come up with that terrible ass band name idea? Right. Like, you know, you broke every rule. You can't spell it. You can't search it. You can't remember it.
You can't be able to read it.
What the fuck's wrong? That's my biggest criticism with literally every death metal band. And so to stay on track, I'll give Dead to Fall huge props. You guys kind of were the first band to do that version of your band name that eventually After the Burial kind of stole too.
Sure, yeah.
Where it's a little bit of cursive writing and then block lettering.
Yeah.
Super easy to remember, very elegant. If people wanted to draw it in a crude way, they could. Yep. If they wanted to get artistic with it and draw it on their notebooks, they still could.
Yeah.
Just a brilliant, because that's what you have to think about if you're naming your band, right?
Exactly.
Can people remember it?
Yep.
Can people spell it? Can people search it? And can people draw it on their notebooks? Can kids draw it on their notebooks?
Right.
I got to give you props, man. All those are great band names, dude.
Yeah.
And those are so hard to come up with.
They are, especially nowadays.
I mean,
what the hell is left, you know?
Everything's still left. Seriously, because here's what I figured out. More references come out faster than band names come out.
Sure.
Slang terms,
right?
You know, I mean, think about it. Like, there's a band called LMFAO.
Laugh my fucking ass off.
Yeah.
Funny. Okay.
You know
or
what I mean?
See you next Tuesday.
See what I'm saying?
Guys.
Yeah. Like WASP. We are sexual perverts from the 80s. Like,
was that what that stood for?
Yeah. You didn't know that?
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
The original band WASP from the 80s. It's an acronym.
They weren't taking themselves seriously.
It wasn't just the word WASP. It was
hilarious.
W.A.S.P. all in capitals.
Yeah.
And it literally stood for We Are Sexual Perverts. You didn't know that?
I didn't know that. That's funny. The original not so serious band.
Right? Motley Crue's up there with that too, because Jeremy Blake, and I give him shit about this too, like he's one of my good friends and he always has been. Even when we're fighting and we're not talking, he's still one of my best friends.
Yeah.
Like, he's coming on the New Year's special and I'll talk shit about him to him. Same thing with him. Like, we bust balls. And Fuck, I lost my train of thought. I don't even remember what I was going for. What I was bringing. What were we just talking about? The wasp thing. We are sexual perverts. Oh,
names and shortening or into.
Yeah. So Jeremy took great inspiration from Motley Crue, who Tommy Lee watched fucking what's his name Mick walk in the door, and like he's like, that's the guy. And so Jeremy tried to emulate that his whole career, and I was like, you realize that's probably a huge reason why you didn't make it. And he's like, Mick, probably.
Yeah, right.
He's like, but it just felt so right. And I was like, you also got really lucky because every time you did that, you ended up with somebody who was actually really good. And just like Tommy Lee, like, so even in my little joke right now, I'm not being serious. But
sure.
So now you're doing something super different.
Yeah.
Like a complete shifting of gears. And this I found to be extremely compelling because you're one of the only musicians I know that is like me, that got really into the heavy, but also really into the pussy music.
Yeah,
like
man.
So much to the point where it's like, dude, certain people in the industry would literally be scratching their heads, baffled and confused as to why you're, quote unquote, I don't agree with this statement, but some people would say, wasting your talent in this band.
Sure.
Now, I don't agree with that at all. It's like, no. I could go on for hours about this.
Yeah.
But I don't want the only reason I'm even talking and not just letting you say, I don't want anybody to even think I'm trying to imply that you're wasting your talent in this band.
Of course.
I do not agree with that sentiment at all. However, I've seen guys like you, like me, who were into really heavy, brutal music, go into something like what you're doing now. And we'll play his last. I got one more video queued up I wanted to play.
Sure.
Or one of 4. You guys have 4 on your YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And I'll let you pick which one you want to put up. But
okay.
I don't subscribe to this, but I've heard this said about people like us for a long time. So we're gonna do a weird little thing. We usually start off the podcast talking about the origin. I want to get there now and start from the beginning, because seeing somebody who does something so heavy at such a high level, and then seeing somebody who does something so chill now, but you're also with Dead Hands Rising is also having a reunion.
Yeah.
So you didn't just set down the metal sticks.
Yeah. And I just distributed a new EP yesterday.
Exactly.
Which is probably going to come out, I think, next week on the 5th. So
what did you start off with? Did you start off with pussy music, or did you start off with manly music? And I like pussy music. I'm saying pussy music to make fun of myself and him. I'm not making fun of you guys or him. I'm making fun of myself mostly because like me and Pat used to joke about how he has a soft spot and a guilty pleasure for Enya. Pat Ruland.
Wow, that's
Pat Ruland.
That's very pussy.
I really like Enya. I like world music.
Yeah.
Like Civilization 3 used to have this really cool world music that kind of sounded like the intro of Lion King. I love that kind of music. Like, it's all major notes. It's extremely inspiring. Like, you trip mushrooms to that shit, dude, and you feel like you're connecting with God.
Oh, yeah. It's a little bit, it's probably a much more pleasant experience.
It's beautiful. It's fucking gorgeous, dude. It's the shit you see.
Fetus or something, you know.
For real. For real, dude.
Yeah. It triggers a different area.
So where did you start is my question. So we don't have to get into all the cliche fucking interview shit. Like, we'll touch base on it. We can kind of do like a rapid fire. Like, so let me ask you this real quick. Were you raised from a musical family, or were you the first one?
I was. In fact, I'm the 3rd generation musician in the Javas.
No shit. Okay, so your grandparents?
It's a family curse.
So your grandparents.
Yep.
Okay, what did they do? So were they both musicians or just one?
Just my grandpa and
your grandfather
and my uncle as well.
Okay, so it's something the dudes are really into.
Absolutely. Yeah, we got the Javas. All the male Javas are cursed with the music bug, man.
So why do we joke that it's a curse for listeners?
Because it's an impossible way of life, but we still do it.
Even when it's successful. Even when you can pay your bills. Like, to be a musician acknowledges the fact that you're fucked up.
Yeah,
like
it's a very difficult thing to do.
No matter how gentle, like, you seem like a super gentle dude. I'm a super abrasive dude. Sure. Like, you seem like calm and gathered, and you have this like really positive, chill energy. And people sometimes are afraid to invite me to their parties, right? Unjustly,
you better
but
reconsider
still so, because I can be chill and civil and be at those parties. But we have two completely different personalities.
Right.
But I remember having a conversation with Dan Knight, who reminds me of your energy.
Okay.
You know who Dan Knight is?
No, I don't.
He's the lead singer for B. Do you remember B?
I don't.
It was Dan, it was Sean, and I think his name is Mike Rocker, but I always want to call him John Rocker.
Okay.
So it was two black dudes and a white dude for the longest time, and then eventually they got this black dude. I can't remember that kid's name. They're gonna kill me because they all know me personally. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. But he was a piece. So basically, it was an anomaly because it was three black dudes in Minneapolis creating like some of the sweetest rock music in the scene, right? And Dan kind of sounded a little bit like dude from Living Colour and Seven Dust, a little bit. LeJean Witherspoon, I think his name is.
Okay.
And then Dan left. That band broke up. Dan moved out to L.A. and started playing bass for Billy Ray Cyrus. Wow. And they created another band called Brother Clyde together. And Dan was playing rhythm guitar in that band.
Wow.
And he still comes out here. B still plays at Joe Spanbauer's birthday party almost every other year.
Oh, wow.
They're still part of our scene. Like, there's some of the sweetest, nicest, most down-to-earth human beings.
Mm-hmm.
And Dan has always been sort of a mentor to me because I met him when I was like 17. I had X's on my hands. I was already playing out shows and shit still in high school. And he was just so nice and so kind to me. And I was such a dick that no one else liked me. But like, for some reason, I didn't seem like a dick to him. So he was also nice to me back.
Okay.
And he mentored me for a long time. And I remember we were on the phone. He was already out in LA. He had just gotten out there. And I remember him saying some shit about why he left, but then I also very, very specifically remember him like, well, here's the thing, like, dude, all of us musicians are super fucked up. Like, that's the only way you can even be a musician. Yeah. Is like, you're already fucked up.
On some level, there's gotta be something
especially
in there.
If you're good. Right. Like, find me one musician or artist, a painter or an actor or a writer who isn't completely fucking tormented. Yeah. The question is how well do you hold it together in public?
I agree. Yeah, there's got to be some level of suffering or striving for more or something. Otherwise, why the hell would you lock yourself in a room and put in your 10,000 hours or whatever it is to kind of to get your effortless mastery.
Yeah, because you're unhappy somewhere else,
right?
To force you to seek that much fulfillment out of something that specific, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's why we joke that it's a curse, and you say all the male Javas are cursed with that burden.
Yeah. And my dad kind of he actually kind of explained it to me pretty well. He actually asked his dad, my grandpa, like, why can't I just let this thing go? Like, why can't, and he basically just told him, he's like, well, look, when you were a little kid, you were just around it all the time. It's really kind of, I think to my grandpa, it was that simple in his explanation to my dad. You really didn't, you were born into this, you were always around it. So you just, in your development years,
What do you think?
Similar, because I went through the same exact process. My dad was always playing out, and I remember being a little kid, like sitting on the stairs in the basement watching him rehearse with his bands and all that stuff. So maybe it's in the blood, maybe there's some genetic thing, but I do ultimately just think it's the experiences, that you have at a young age.
You know what it is for me?
Mm-hmm.
It's like football.
Okay.
This sounds hilarious, but somebody asked me one time why I'm such a big football fan.
Okay.
And I had to think about this for a long time before I could answer this.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't figure it out until I realized why I love music so much. It's because no matter how bad life gets, no matter what I'm going through, no matter if I'm in a breakup, this was before I was married, obviously, whether I'm poor, whether I'm balling out of control, music is always there. It will never leave me.
True.
Like other people, other things, jobs, money, houses, everything else we consider to be anybody's scale if it's important. Right? Music is one of the only things that will never leave me. Even if I go deaf, I can still feel music. I can still feel the vibrations. Yeah. And if it's loud enough, you can there's audio sensors within your brain that can still bypass somebody who's almost 100% deaf. Like this is documented. You know, fucking people write music while they're deaf because it's in their soul at that point.
Right.
That's why I love it. And that's why I can't leave it, is because it's like, it's here.
Yeah.
Why would you leave something that can't leave you?
And like
unless
you say,
it's like a poison.
It's almost a thing you just really can't leave. And you're kind of doing yourself a disservice by thinking you can. It kind of goes with, I have this thing about bands that make a statement that they're done. Like, it always kind of pisses me off. Like, it even kind of pissed me off when, like, Dead to Fall had to do it when we, like, broke up in 2008. It's like, you put all this effort into telling people, we're done. You know damn well 5 years from now you're going to get the itch again.
Right.
It happens every fucking time.
Right. Why announce you're done?
Why put the energy? Just put it down.
Just stop doing stuff.
Just don't think about it for a while. And then you don't.
And you know what's best is if you just stop touring. If you just stop putting out music, people start going, what happened to Dead to Fall? Yeah. Do you know people asking what happened to X band is the best form of promo out there? Right. People start searching.
Yeah.
And when they can't find a post and find resolution to go, oh, they broke up in 2011. Right. Or whatever, or 2019.
Also, I don't think people really, I don't think people even really recognize when you say you're done either. Everybody's attention span is so short now. It's like, oh, yeah, cool, like you broke up, and then the next day they don't give a shit anymore. It doesn't
either that, or they're devastated and they go, okay, this sucks, you guys are done, and literally in this world they unfollow you, which is the worst thing that could ever happen, literally, because once they unfollow you, boom, you're no longer in their algorithm. So even if you come back in 6 months with a change of heart, they've moved on. Because now when I know a show's canceled, like there's hope. You can get a petition and get Netflix or somebody to pick it up. Right. But once you know it's dead, I just move on looking for new content. Right. So once I know a band is done, I'm like, well, fuck, I got 2 great albums. Okay, cool. That sucks, though. But now I'm on to finding the next band.
Exactly.
So if they come back 5 years later, if I've completely moved on, sorry, dude. Like, I'm not even in that mood anymore.
Well, and even the algorithms kind of almost do it for you now.
Yep.
So you put energy into ending something. You get in what you you get out what you put in, and it's just like, why just put it down? You're just tired. You don't want to think about it for a while, and it's almost, what's this, like, the best thing Dre ever did was not put that fucking record out for how long, it's just like, I don't know. It's kind of a weird pet peeve of mine with bands, and they do that. It's just kind of, I equivalent it to those people that are just like, I'm leaving Facebook and this is why, and they make their big statement, and it's just like,
get off Facebook.
Just delete the fucking app and don't think about it for a while.
I will tell people, like, hey, yo, I'm fucking tripping out. Like, y'all got me stressed out with all your political bullshit. I'm signing off for a couple weeks. I'll see you in a couple weeks. Like, I do that.
Perfect.
Because I have had people, and I've done it too, where I don't see somebody posting for a while. Yeah. And I'll fucking text and be like, hey, man, I haven't seen you post in like 2-3 weeks. Are you doing all right?
Yeah.
Because motherfuckers will do that shit.
Yeah.
And I've had people reach out to me like that too. So I'll give the general quick disclaimer, but like that's about it. The one I do though, and I love it, is I tell people I'm blocking them. And I do it now. Now I do it for like completely arbitrary comical reasons. So some woman, some celebrity posted, Merry Christmas to everyone who blah 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 blah, except to people who think Die Hard is a Christmas movie. And it was on Twitter, and I just replied, I was like, blocked, and then I legitimately blocked her.
And it was like, Die Hard.
And it was just like, I don't even care that much about it, but it was just like, I think it's so hilarious how people do that. Like, they'll tell you that you're blocked. They could just block you. So now I'm doing it satirically to random celebrities who also don't care if this random asshole blocks them. I'm so insignificant to them. But all of that context is what makes it hilarious to me, because it's like, who are you? Who's this random dude with 180 followers on Twitter to block somebody with 1 million people? Like, I'm doing it purely for my own comedic entertainment. The other one I'm doing is I'm launching a campaign where I'm going to start trolling other Jareds on Facebook.
I saw you
that that don't spell their name the same way as me, because I'm vehement that my way is the only right way.
This is how you spell it.
And then I'm just going to start trolling them in their private messages that they spell their name wrong. And the whole thing is going to be starting and ending with me convincing them they spell their name wrong. And I'm going to eventually post it when I get somebody on the hook that, like, all right, dude, you got me. I'm changing it.
Like the dude on the corner with the signs.
It's going to take 10 years, but I will accomplish this mission. I will find one dude. My favorite one is the Jarred. Like, dude, that's literally the word jarred. That's literally the word jarred.
Okay, jarrod.
That's jarred.
Yeah.
Like you're a can of pickles.
Right.
Like you've been jarred. Right. You know what I mean? Like, that's an actual word. That's like having the name gnarly. Like, like that's don't say Jared. Say jarred.
That'll
say
be fun to watch, man. You're gonna be the king of all Jareds.
This started when Boba Flex toured through town. And they had a guy in their band named Jared, and he spelled one of, I think it was Jarid or something stupid like that. The other one's Jerod. I'm like, that's Gerard.
Yeah.
That's not Jared. I don't know what version of English you speak, but that's Gerard. It's always been a running gag between me and any Jared I meet. He's already in on the gag. Like, no, you spell it wrong. And it's a hilarious icebreaker whenever I meet another Jared. So these are all just insanely elaborate inside jokes for myself that I'm just now letting you guys in on. So if you see me fucking around on social media, you at least understand what's going on now.
You got to build that character so people know who you are, man.
Well, and social media is so volatile and toxic now that I got to figure out how to amuse myself.
Of course. Yeah.
All right. We can get off this. This is stupid. So let me ask you this. Okay, so you did get raised in a musical family.
I did. Yes.
I always find that very interesting. And then, were you into sports at all? Did you play sports?
Until I started playing the drums.
What prompted that transition?
So it was, basketball, little league, golf, like golf, kind of a, Well, first of all, I grew up in a really, really small town in Wisconsin. Mm-hmm. My graduating class was like roughly 40 kids. So I think the drums were something that I could do by myself that didn't require small town social life.
Gotcha.
There wasn't a lot of distraction in a small town. So
right.
Clearly, I wasn't going to grow up and be a basketball player. Clearly, I wasn't going to grow up and be, do that kind of stuff. So I'm also an only child. So I'm used to kind of like being in my own head and not really having to rely on others. So I think the drums were just because it's in the family. It's something that I think I had an early start in doing it. So I'm kind of I like the 10,000 hour thing. You put in more time in something, you get closer to effortless mastery. So I was able to do it at a really young age, and I didn't mind that I wasn't being social, because really there wasn't a social life in a retirement community of 1,200 people in Wisconsin.
Let me pause you there. I want to do something. I want to get into that 10,000 hours thing.
Yeah.
I don't think most people understand what that means.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah. As far as I loosely understand it, there's a philosophy, we'll call it, that once you hit 10,000 hours of doing a thing, you've kind of hit, and I kind of blend this with another philosophy, which is a great book called Effortless Mastery. I implore any musician to check out that book. I think once, this idea of 10,000 hours, once you've done something for 10,000 hours, you've kind of internalized the process and it's muscle memory at that point. And I think I just started playing drums early enough in school and at home that I was able to hit that 10,000 hour mark before a lot of the big responsibilities of life kicked in, right?
How do you feel about the idea that it's not just 10,000 hours, but it's 10,000 hours of practice towards improvement?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I think that's the big key there.
Of course.
Right?
Because you can beat around the bush for 10,000 hours.
And you can build $10,000 worth of $10,000. You can build 10,000 hours worth of bad habits.
Sure. Exactly. Absolutely. And I think in my case, it was again, I was around family musicians, so it was supported. My family supported it. That's a huge thing to grow up doing. And I started
especially on drums.
Especially on drums.
One of the most annoying fucking instruments when you're not good at it. That and saxophone probably, right?
Right. So yeah, I mean, once I was 8, I think it was, my dad was finally like, all right, the kid can touch my drums without breaking them.
Wow.
You'd
been dabbling for a while.
Oh yeah.
So when did you get serious and buy your first kit?
Well, let's see. I started playing at about 8. 5th grade was when I was able to join concert band in school. So, and this kind of ties back into the pussy music, right? I had already been playing on a drum kit at home, playing along to CDs and stuff.
Like rock music?
Yeah, no doubt. Presidents of the United States, the cheesy old shit, Nirvana,
sure,
that kind of stuff.
Right on.
And then all I wanted to do was just fucking play the drums. So I'm going to join concert band. I'm going to learn how to play the snare drum. I'm going to learn how to read music. I'm going to take that approach. And then because my school was so small, they didn't have a jazz band because nobody played the drum kit. So all of a sudden there's this young kid that can play the drum kit. So the school district literally started a jazz program because they finally had somebody to play the drums. Because it's a
small town school district.
Exactly. So they, budget for that. Dude, they were pulling me out.
Which is like, at that point, $500.
Yeah.
$500. Let's buy a drum set.
Nothing. Well, it's actually funny. They had the same old Ludwig drum set that my uncle played on at the same school.
Which was actually probably a nice drum set then.
Probably really nice.
That they paid $75 for out of a Sears magazine in 1962.
Beat the shit by kids, but very nice.
But that's why it was so good, is because it didn't matter. 40 years later, that Ludwig kit is still a $2,000 kit if you were to buy it brand new today, and it sounds better because the wood's dried out.
Right, exactly. So yeah, it was that, and then it was homecoming, the pep band, the high school pep band. They were pulling me out of class in 6th grade to go play with the senior show, swing choir. I was going to state. I was doing state competitions, solo and ensemble stuff.
That's so cool.
Snare drum etiquette and all these, swing choir stuff. That was all until I graduated high school. Was a part of that stuff. So
you kind of had the non-rock music in your blood at the same time you had. So was there a specific, like for me, to put this in context, because I'm terrible at asking questions, right?
Sure. Okay.
So I can either take 10 minutes to ask one question, or I can just give you an example of what the fuck I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, I found this beautiful balance between like heavy and soft in bands like White Snake's Still of the Night.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that kind of shit, right?
Some heavy shit.
Some old Metallica, because we're about the same age. So like anything with strings in it, an orchestral section while like real metal was being played. Yeah. So I immediately appreciated all of that.
Yeah.
Was there a specific band or song or something that showed you these two worlds are one and the same, and you can have everything? You don't have to choose.
Yeah, absolutely. It was Rush.
Awesome.
So, I think it was my parents. I think my mom was very matter of fact, kind of, almost business oriented. My dad was kind of the influence. I wanted to, probably wanted to make him stoked. I probably wanted to be like him. I don't doubt that there was some of those influences. But
your dad was a drummer too?
Yeah.
Only a drummer, I mean? You already said he was a drummer.
Started on guitar, and then he graduated to drums, and then now he just does like sound.
It's funny,
like
graduated to drums. You meant you said got demoted. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. So I think once, let's see, it was about 10 or 11. I think when my mom finally kind of realized, like, oh shit, he's going down the path. He's got the curse. So
It is the most expensive. For anybody that doesn't know, it is the worst musician to be married to, date, or
hopefully my wife's not watching,
or father or mother, because that is the most expensive.
It is, and loud.
Sticks, cymbals.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So yeah, she kind of she was like, all right, look, kid, if you're gonna do this, you gotta listen to the best. And my dad used to buy vinyl records, and then he would needle them once, and then he would record them to a tape.
Smart.
And then he would never play them again, the vinyl. And my mom had a copy of Moving Pictures in the car, and I'll never forget this car ride. He was like, look, if you're going to do this, this is who you have to listen to. And she put on Moving Pictures, which is hilarious. My mom did that and my dad didn't, right?
Right.
Which is, again, he's just focused on his
that
own
also
thing,
kind of makes perfect sense though, because like your dad's the drummer and your mom's able to look at this the skill set of everyone and go, okay, here's the deal. Like,
if you're going to be influenced by this culture, if you're going to try to do this as an adult, you better like
and
go
who
to the
better
top.
than Neil Peart?
Right.
I mean,
so
it's debatable, but like it better have been either that or John Bonham, right?
Yeah. And
who else at that time? Maybe
that was it, dude.
If you were a heavy metal fan, Lars Ulrich. Maybe.
Yeah. See, and this is what's crazy about it too. And this again, I'm going to kind of connect.
People are going
to
eat me alive in the comments for saying Lars Ulrich in the same conversation as. But as a songwriter at the time, like, dude, Lars Ulrich was doing shit on drums that nobody else was doing.
It's true. It's very true.
Until about 1988.
Yeah. See, and I totally, dude, like, it's kind of funny because, like, I'm actually not a metal guy. Like,
me neither anymore.
Metal. I had never heard. God, this is gonna sound so pathetic, but I grew up wanting to be in a fucking prog rock band so bad.
Like, what do you mean by prog rock?
Like, I wanted to be in a band like Rush. I wanted to be in a 3-piece. I wanted to just be the three of us until we die. I don't want to go through this member lineup change thing. I wanted to just be the three of us. We're known from that. And so I would play along those records. I started playing along to Rush records when I was 10 or 11. And then I just entertained the idea of playing drums in school because, well, I got to get the paper and I got to be educated and I got to... But, dude, I ended up moving to Maple Grove a week before my junior year of high school. So I left that small town. My mom had already been running a custom frame shop in Maple Grove. She was commuting back and forth. And I kind of just, I think, 15. These are like all sisters to me. Nobody plays music whatsoever. So I'm going to end up moving to Minnesota. I thought maybe at the time
What you mean by that is you were prettier than the girls in your class.
Maybe.
I know what you're talking about because I was in orchestra too, Bo, and I was the prettiest chick in orchestra. No, that's not true. There was 2 girls that were absolutely drop dead gorgeous, and I had a crush on both of them. It was hilarious, and I never got with either one of them.
Yeah, no, and it I was already going to I thought I was going to go to like music tech or something when that was still around before it became McNally and all that. That was my thought. That's what I and so I ended up moving.
It's like if you're from Minneapolis, just so people who don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
If you're from Minneapolis, you either go here. If you're trying to be a musician, right? You either go to this school, which has gone by 1,000 names in this town. Music Tech, McNally Smith.
Yep.
What was the other one? There was one more.
Well, there's IPR.
That's
too,
what it is now.
Yeah.
That's what it is now. But there was another name somewhere in there. Regardless, it's either that or you're like literally the shit and you go to Berkeley. There's two. There's two. That's it.
Yep.
Like nobody. I know there's a million other ones.
It's true.
But if you're from this town, there's only two. There's only two you consider.
Yep.
And it's everyone tries out for Berkeley except for me because I knew I wasn't good enough to even try out. I wasn't going through that level of humiliation.
Sure.
And
it costs fucking truckloads of money.
Unless you're so good.
True.
And then they just like if you're John Mayer, they're like, please come to Berkeley.
Right.
But there's a lot of guys that don't even want to go to Berkeley. They just go straight to IPR or Music Tech or whatever it was called at the time, like the ATB boys. Everyone in ATB when they started, could have easily gone to Berkeley.
Oh wow! Yeah,
I mean, think about it.
I bet.
Think about it. Between Trent and Justin, and that was ATB when it first started.
Yeah.
Easily could have gone to Berkeley.
I have a funny story about Trent too.
Guarantee you, if they wanted to, they could have gone to Berkeley. Tell your funny story about Trent.
So when to fast forward to when I started playing in Dead Hands right out of high school, Colin, the original singer, left, and we did vocal tryouts. And Trent tried out in vocals for With Dead Hands Rising.
Do you know I almost tried out for you guys?
Did you really? Holy shit, crazy. Yeah.
Coming out of 7 months of nothing.
Yeah.
Somewhere in there, you guys were transitioning a lot of members. Hold on. I want to ask you about this real quick.
Sure.
We have to pause here because I asked Dan Copy about this.
Uh-huh.
Do you remember, because clearly it wasn't you, so it was either the guy you replaced or it was the guy who replaced you.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody who tried out for With Dead Hands Rising in that shitty rehearsal space we talked about.
Yeah.
When 7 months of nothing, we were on a break, so like we were literally like in between rehearsals.
Uh-huh.
So we went downstairs and we were smoking cigarettes and shit and hanging out. And this kid drove up from like either New Jersey or Chicago or somewhere crazy far to audition for that band.
Okay.
Do you remember who that could have been? Because we're trying to piece this together from Dan Copy to my old drummer Nick, who was there at the time.
It was on vocals?
No, drums.
Oh, on drums.
It was a drummer. Because we remember him unloading his drum kit, and he drove all the way here from out of state, and we were so green, fresh out of high school, that we just remember having our minds blown that somebody else's band is so fucking cool that people know about them and will drive halfway across the country to audition for their band. And then he ended up getting the job, by the way.
I think it was probably there was a dude, Kevin Kindleman.
Maybe. I think
is his name. He was a friend of Burke's, if I remember correctly. He played with them for a little bit. He played for them in between me and Dan, if I remember correctly.
That sounds right. I bet that sounds right. Because he didn't last long either.
Right. That was him.
He got the job, and then before we moved out of that space, he got replaced, and I think Dan replaced him. So that would make the most sense then.
I think that's what the gig was, because
you left Dead Hands and then joined Dead to Fall.
Exactly. Yep.
And it's so fucking funny because I didn't even discover Dead to Fall for several years later.
Yeah.
God, it's such a small world.
All right.
Such a weird, big, small world.
Yeah, man.
Okay, so
yeah.
Okay, so you're doing the orchestra shit. You're doing all of that. You're the prettiest girl in the classroom.
Exactly. I got to get the fuck out of here, right? I'm just thinking, like, dude, why don't I just get a head start? And my mom was already working there in Maple Grove, so it only made sense. So I remember my grandparents used to babysit me when she was, she would spend a couple of days where she wouldn't commute home, and I would stay with my grandparents. I remember getting on the phone with her. I'm just like, you gotta get us out of here. Like, just move us. And she put me in school there at Maple Grove, and we had like garage band class, and we had all these crazy music classes, and it was incredible. Nothing like the hometown I grew up in. And that's where I met all the Nehemiah guys. So until...
And you're in middle school or high school by this point?
This was junior year high school.
Okay.
So Nehemiah, I think, had been active for like maybe a year-ish or so. And they were just cool guys playing music, and I had no idea. And all of a sudden, we had this garage band class, and they were all in it. I got put in the same class, and we would partner off, and they would kind of work on their own stuff in the class, and I would kind of like approach them, And I remember the next day after I had met him, I asked Chad Duvall, purple suit. He was in my foundations class, and I remember coming up to him and being like, "Hey, man, like, do you need a drummer for your projects in GarageBand?" And he kind of like looked at me and he goes, "Can you?" And I'm like, "Well, I think so. I think it'd be pretty cool." And then they gave me their like demo CD, their first original Nehemiah demo disc, dude. And I had never heard, honestly, I'd never really heard metal before.
Like that.
Like I had never heard a thrash beat. I'd never heard.
Well, I mean, you'd heard Metallica.
I mean, Metallica at that time wasn't Metallica as metal Metallica, you know, like death metal, you know.
No,
like,
but like you'd heard a thrash beat. I mean, that's Metallica, Slayer. That's fucking.
No, man, never listened to it. I was so immersed in like old 70s prog music.
So the only Metallica you'd heard of was like black metal Metallica.
And shit. Like what was on MTV.
Gotcha.
Right? I was very green, dude. I didn't know that kind of stuff. I'd never heard people like play double kick drum like that before. The closest thing was like Dream Theater, right? I graduated from Rush to Dream Theater because I liked what he was doing on the drums. You know, it was heavier. He was using the kick drums more double pedal than like for fills. He was actually like playing them consistently, which was becoming closer to a metal genre. Right. And then fucking Josh Luderman and Nehemiah and these guys are like, yeah, well, here, let's see if we can play this song. It's one of our original ones. Let's see if we can play it for class. And I remember being so stoked at this music. And then they were like, oh, yeah, so we're playing a show at this place. It must have been the Lab at the time. Was it Station 4 after the Lab? Or was it the Lab and then
I think
Station
it was the
4?
Lab and then 4th Street Station and then Station 4.
Okay. So, yeah, it was like my junior or senior year of high school. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to go see these guys play. Had no idea what I was getting myself into. And in fact, I even brought one of my best friends from my hometown out, and he had to go outside. He was like, I can't. It's too intense for me, man. Sorry. Like, he had no idea. And so that was the first kind of exposure to that stuff. And then those guys started showing me music. Like, oh, you gotta check out this band.
Oh, you haven't heard of these guys?
All the Swedish bands and stuff, all the Gothenburg bands.
And you're how old at this time?
It was like 16, 17 at that point.
So this is all, you're basically being like data dumped in your junior year.
Yeah.
You start drinking or doing drugs at that time?
Didn't touch a damn thing until I started touring.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah. So it was a big. So this is kind of why I get back to the metal versus pussy music. Metal was completely an opportunity for me to get the hell out of town and actually play in a band and actually see the world and be a professional drummer. That was my gate into actually doing the thing that I thought I wanted to do. So, and I think, having those jazz band and those concert band and all those experiences in more of that stuff, that kind of gave me a unique approach to playing metal, especially having not really listened to it before then. So I wasn't, I don't know, how should I say it? I wasn't kind of like, I was approaching metal music without having really heard it at all, And I think that kind of gave me a unique approach to doing it, and it stood out at the time. So again, metal was an opportunity for me. I will play anything I can get my hands on that might pay me or might get me out of town, might help me see the world, expand my career as a drummer in general.
So, God, that's mind-blowing to me.
Yeah.
So for you, it was a very all-encompassing perspective. It wasn't just about the musical challenge.
Yeah.
It wasn't just about the artistic integrity.
Yeah.
It was about the entire idea of being a professional musician.
It was.
And taking yourself to another place, both physically, financially, and musically.
Yeah. I had spent, since I was 8 years old, this is what I was going to do. And especially growing up in a small town where you don't have musicians to play with, who am I to say, nah, that's not really my thing, when an opportunity presents itself, right? So it's just always been like that. And I have the skills to play really, not any type of music, but not just metal, not just rock, not just, I played in an alt reggae band for a couple years. That was a fucking blast, man. That exposed me to so many different people and different cliques and cultures and styles of music, So yeah, the as it stands right now, after doing all the touring with metal bands, that was great. Those were, my college years. That was my experiential growth as what it's actually like to be in the music industry. And then outside of that, dude, you got tracks for me? I'll fucking play on that shit. It's just, it's
I might be calling you.
Hit me up, dude.
Do you know Al Born?
I don't know.
You would love him.
Okay.
I mean, you want to talk about the top.
Yeah.
You want to talk about the top level of drumming?
Yeah. And this is why I'm doing this.
You talk to any drummer. You talk to any drummer who knows Al.
Yeah.
And Al's at the top of that list.
Sounds familiar.
And this includes guys, and I'm not quoting these specific humans, but if you know a John Gensmer or a Daniel Copy or an Aaron Lonick or a Pat Ruland, if those guys know Al, Al is always at the top of everyone else's list.
Okay.
One of the reasons is Al prides himself on playing with what's called a full deck, something I subscribe to.
Okay.
So yeah, like I became a drummer because I got irritated with shitty drums in rock music because I had been in metal bands, and I'm like, how come nobody's doing like a rock band with an awesome drummer nowadays? Like you had Rush and then no one.
Right.
I was like, I want to start a rock band using hardcore grooves and metal drums.
Yeah.
Right? So like almost a metalcore drummer, essentially, if you think about it.
Yeah.
But in a straight up rock band. And I started this band called The Tyrants.
Okay.
And I eventually became a pretty good drummer. But one of the things that made me a good drummer was immediately trying to put as many tools in my toolbox as I could gather.
Yeah.
Like any skill, anything. Oh, what's a shuffle?
Yep.
Ooh, okay. Let me sneak. Oh, blast beats? You've never heard blast beats in rock music? Well, guess what? I'm going to give you 4 quarter notes of blast beats in one intro of one random ass song. This is pure fucking metal. Straight up death metal.
Yeah.
In 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it. That's all you get in the middle of a rock song, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So Al does that. He does so he's the metalist metal dude. He's the grooviest funk dude. You see what I'm saying? He's all of it.
Yeah.
Like he's obsessed.
Kind of approach. Yeah.
And everything he does, he's forcing himself to get as close to mastering as he can ambidextrously.
Oh, wow. Yeah. That's huge, man. Takes a lot of time behind the kit.
I don't know anybody that can do anything ambidextrously on drums. Once I seen one live drummer, I forget, it was not Tantric, but Tantric. Yeah, because Days in the New was the first band, and then Tantric was the rest of them without that singer.
Okay. Yep.
That drummer, I seen him on tour one night. I worked that show, and I watched him shuffle in reverse, hi-hat to snare, and not only reverse the shuffle with each hand, but then reverse the instrument with each hand.
Oh, God. Damn.
So he led with his on the snare.
Okay.
And then put the ghost notes, the heavy ghost notes, on a closed hi-hat.
Cool.
So it was the classic,
right.
And then he put his all of that, right?
Yeah.
But then he reversed the instruments. So he led with the ghost notes on the fucking snare.
Interesting.
and then still snap the snare while putting the other ghost notes. So basically he led with all his notes on the snare.
Yeah.
And his ghost notes were on the hi-hat.
Right.
But he played the snare so softly that you couldn't almost tell the difference between when he was playing it traditionally.
Oh, crazy.
And then he did both of those things ambidextrously. It's the only other drummer I've seen come anywhere close to this. Al Born's that guy. Well, anyways, long story short, I can't fucking get a hold of Al. I don't know what the fuck's going on with him. Like, he said he was down to do the album, and then all of a sudden, I think he went on tour with somebody. So maybe he's just super busy.
That could be.
And he's going to give me a call and be like, hey, I'm back in town. Like, did you ever get those tracks ready? Da, da, da. And he's going to be ready to hit the road. Or I said or did something or didn't produce what he needed fast enough. Because I'm a literal caveman when it comes to production. So he's like, I need these files. And I'm like, okay, Dalton, can you figure that out? And Dalton's like, And I'm like, okay, it's going to be a while, Al. And like 6 months later, we still haven't sent him the files.
Sure.
So I don't know if he moved on, if he dismissed, if he's just busy. I don't know. But it's getting to the point where I'm going, I might need another drummer.
Yeah, man.
I'll play you the track.
Yeah.
You can tell me if you're into it.
Okay.
It's not going to be that challenging.
Yeah, and that's my. I kind of graduated from.
But if you want to be in a band that writes a lot of catchy songs,
yes,
and gets chicks,
anything.
We're married.
Anything. Bring on the chicks.
For real though, do you subscribe to that old '80s analogy? Because I subscribe to this.
Okay.
Like, if you're a dude in a band,
mm-hmm.
you need to make chicks want to fuck you.
Yeah.
Whether you're married or not, my wife understands this.
Sure.
Because if I get chicks to want to fuck me, then that's going to bring girls to the show. If girls come to the show, dudes are going to come to the show to try to get pussy.
Of course.
That's how you get big crowds.
Definitely a formula to it. I mean, have you seen fucking AC/DC rock a concert?
I mean, this is straight out of that movie Rockstar with Mark Wahlberg.
Yeah.
This is a straight up actual business philosophy, like sex sells, the whole deal.
Of course.
Like, dude, there's a reason there's only 100 people at a death metal show.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And I don't know how the hell
I love certain death metal bands. Yeah. I don't like death metal as a whole, but
sure.
I mean, you guys flirted with the death metal genre in all your bands.
Yeah.
So you guys were also kind of sexy, which brings me to my next point.
Yes.
My favorite MySpace quote of all time. You're in Dead Hands Rising at this point.
Yep.
I know you are because I didn't even know.
Oh, God.
I wasn't even in the scene yet.
Oh, God. Here we go. I said some dumb shit on the internet.
No. Do you remember when you could put a quote up for your band? Your band had a quote.
Yeah.
So it was your picture,
like your status,
and then your quote
of what you're doing.
Correct.
Yeah.
But it wasn't a status; it was a quote.
Sure.
It was next to your profile picture. It was your profile picture, your quote, and then all of your posts.
This is the MySpace days you're talking about.
Yep. Okay. MySpace.
Next to your top 8.
And it was a picture of you guys in Dead Hands, and you must have been unloading in somewhere in the Midwest, like Iowa or South.
Okay.
Somewhere that didn't really understand the new version of heavy.
Okay.
Because you guys were coming out of the nu metal genre, so there was no dreads, there was no Jinko jeans,
right?
There was no Mesa Boogie cabs. You guys had ear gauges, clean cut, tight clothes.
Oh yeah, that was the idea. Baby.
And you didn't drink and you didn't party. A lot of you guys were straight edge. And my favorite MySpace quote was, with Dead Hands Rising, quote, "Are you sure these guys are metal? They look kind of gay." End quote.
Oh no, I think I remember.
Are you sure these guys are metal? They look kind of gay. And I immediately knew. I read that because I said I wasn't in the scene. That's a lie. I'm fucking up my timeline. I read that and immediately knew what happened.
Yeah.
I immediately knew what happened. You guys clearly were unloading your gear, dressed like a bunch of fucking hardcore kids.
Yep.
Skinny jeans, clean cut, pretty as fuck, the least masculine looking dudes in the room.
Yep.
You clearly hear a sound guy, somebody who thinks they're the man, say, "Are you sure these guys are metal? They look kind of gay."
Yep.
You don't say anything to anyone except each other, and you proceed to literally be the heaviest band any of these people have ever heard. And they ate their fucking words.
Yeah, it's great.
And you guys left that night and said, "Dude, we need to put that on our MySpace page."
Yeah.
As soon as I read that quote, I immediately watched a movie in my head about the fucking
Yeah.
3 hours that went down that night. How
Yeah.
accurate is that?
Man, I wish I could remember the exact reason, but I do remember that. I do remember that fucking quote now that you say it.
Are you sure
it's
these
one of
guys
the-
are metal?
It's
They
one of
look
those things
kind
I
of
was
gay.
talking about earlier where it's like that
Don't take-
never happened, and then all of a sudden, like, it pops into my mind.
Dude, and I have a
dude.
photographic memory. I read this and
Yeah.
died laughing and immediately hit add friend on MySpace. Like,
That's amazing.
I didn't even listen to your music.
No
like,
way.
I stumbled across it and it was like add friend. And then realized weeks later, that's our neighbor.
Yeah.
Like, we're in the same room.
Crazy.
Like, that's one door down from there.
How crazy is that shit?
That's how fucking crazy it was.
I'll be damned. That's
Even
why,
back
man,
then, the SEOs were working.
dude, seriously, dude, and how, man, that's why I gotta say, I gotta shout out to the Twin Cities scene, man, because
It's so incestual, though.
it's
It gets
so
dark.
incestual. It's very Minnesota nice, but it's just like, dude,
It's no worse than LA, though, man. I got
You know what?
buddies out there, and they're like, yeah, people act. It's just like Minneapolis. They act like
Right.
your best friend to your face, and then they talk shit, and they say some horrendous shit behind your back.
I do. Unfortunately,
That's why I started this podcast, because I say everything on record. So
Right.
there's no more saying
can
it behind your back. Like, I
clear
have
the
you on the
air.
I have you on the podcast. I say it to your face, and then I'm allowed to repeat it for
right,
ever, because it's
Yeah.
not behind your back, bitch. Like,
Right.
it's not only did I say it to your face, it's documented for the world to see.
forever.
So when I say I love you and I'm a huge fan and I think you're an amazing musician, when I say that behind closed doors, somebody can't be like, "Oh, what a kiss ass!"
right,
Like, fuck you.
yeah, man. No, I
Eat shit.
have this. If we can continue on the Twin Cities tangent,
Yeah, go wherever
I
you
have
want,
this
dude.
after touring.
I'm double fisted in it.
I
at
know,
this
right?
point.
This is what it's come down to.
Quite fucking.
Cheers.
literally. I love it.
So Dead to Fall used to do 264 shows a year.
I remember reading this. You, the
You
Goodyear
know?
Pimps, and there was 2 other bands I found. And this is
Yeah.
what I still tell kids to this day. There's a
Yeah.
mathematical equation to this. And
Yeah.
until you do this many shows a year, 264 to 280, there's a number behind this. 264 to 280, you can figure it out. There's a lot of
Right.
weekends in there.
Right.
Weekend warrior, you still have jobs, right?
Yep.
Right?
Well, we didn't. We had to stay on tour.
But a
to
lot of people
survive.
do. But
They
a lot-
do. Yeah.
Even at 280, they're working Monday
yeah.
through Wednesday or Sunday through Wednesday,
Yep.
and then they're touring Thursday through Sunday or through
Right.
whatever.
Right. I think we were
Um,
just young enough that it didn't. Again, that's why I kind of say it was
But
like
no
my
one's-
college years.
Would you
know?
agree? Would you agree? No one's going to take you serious in the real industry.
Yeah.
No one's taking you seriously for real as an
Mhm.
actual true professional where I'm going to invest money in you until you're doing 250 to 280 shows a year.
At the time, that was literally the only thing you could do to get those people's attention.
Outside of Corona, would you agree that it's almost more important to do that now? With all the internet wonders, like, do you know Owl City?
I do. I
Okay,
do.
cool. You made a hit single and then you played one show and embarrassed yourself and no one ever came back.
See, and I have a kind of conflicting relationship with this whole concept
Because
because
this is tied, I'm not cutting him off. This is tied to the idea of the Twin Cities.
exactly 100%.
Because he's from here. Well, Owatonna, but same thing.
right, exactly.
The greater Minneapolis. So
he
go ahead.
is.
Go ahead.
Well, it's kind of two things. The you know the and it kind of goes back to your point about the guarantees and how that's your gas money. When you're doing a United States tour, you're either going clockwise around the country or counterclockwise around the country, right? So
Remind me, I have a new idea.
yeah,
I really do.
Okay.
I have a brand new idea, and it's how I tried to schedule tours,
yeah.
but I don't want to cut you off. Remind me later, though.
Well, the
Probably off the podcast because I don't really want to put it out on public.
Sure, yeah, no, I'm all about
It's
it.
literally just remind me a new idea on
Of how to
a
build a
tour
touring circuit.
booking strategy. Yeah,
Yeah, a tour circuit.
Yep.
You know, the circuit, what keeps the thing flowing, right? And it always kind of, what I learned basically was touring through.
you either do clockwise or counterclockwise is
Right.
where you started.
that was how
yeah.
Dead to Fall was booked. You know,
and that's how most bands do it.
right. When
that
you have
is
a
correct.
booking agent, they're a part of a larger agency.
So you either go east from Minnesota or the Midwest.
Minnesota.
If
Yep.
you're from Chicago, Minneapolis, St. Louis, anywhere, you
Right.
usually go East Coast down
Yep.
Florida down through the South Texas, West Coast, and then you're fucked.
Exactly.
You're fucked because there's only 2 ways to make it back home. You either go all the way through Montana, directly through the mountains in Denver, or you backtrack and go all the way back south through, what is it, Las Vegas, basically?
Yeah, or Reno.
Yeah, essentially Nevada, the greater, and then come back home.
And you're lucky if you're doing that in the summer, because that means you don't have to compete with the snowy mountains in Utah.
Correct.
Right?
So you can still pull it off.
Right.
Now, or you do it the exact opposite way. So you go west and you're fucked at the beginning.
Right.
How do we get to the West Coast?
Right.
You either book a bunch of whack shows through Montana and fucking that whole thing so you can go up top.
And it's expensive because the drives are so fucking long.
And you better have a ballin' ass fucking van, like a V12, to be able to pull that much gear up those inclines through the fucking mountains of Denver, even if it's not the winter.
Right.
Or you go all the way south. So it's a clusterfuck.
Right. So
and then you go do reverse what we just said.
Right. Like you said, like if you're from the Twin Cities, those are your options if you're on an agency, right? At least at the time it was. So the thing that I love so much about the Twin Cities is that it's not really profitable to play concerts in the Twin Cities if you're on like a nationwide tour, right? Because you have to get, like, if let's say you're coming from the East Coast and you're going to Chicago, and then you have to get up to the Twin Cities, and then you have to leave it to get back on the circuit, right? Because that gas money is show to show to show. But if you're going out of the circuit, right?
Right.
So the Twin Cities scene isn't exactly influenced by the massive touring market, right?
Right.
It makes us a little more unique up here. That also means the musicians within it aren't being influenced by this like machine that is just pushing musicians through the venues and things like that. Now it makes it smaller. It doesn't give it as many resources, but it makes it unique in that sense. So I've always just like, after having toured around and seeing how this system and that circuit works, you know, that's, I think, why Dead to Fall never really did that well in the Twin Cities, because just the band never really came up there that much before we took it over, you know? So I don't know. I guess that's
you were so ahead of the curve though. Like, you guys did so much. You know, and it's so funny. You've been in so many bands. We keep coming back to this Dead to Fall band, and it's not only because
the linchpin in my whole career.
Not only is it a linchpin, but I'm also a huge fan of that band specifically, and
so
that's where I originally discovered any music you were a part of. So I just don't want the listeners, if they're frustrated about how we've skipped over these other bands that they want to hear about. Here's the thing. Please put it in the comments. If you want to hear specific more history or details about specific bands, put them in the comments, because Tim, please come back on.
Dude,
we're not wrapping up anytime soon.
No,
but let's just establish this for the listeners that like we can never get into anything.
Yeah.
Like everything we do in a 3-hour podcast, we've still are scratching the surface on any one topic.
Right.
We can't possibly cover enough. We can't possibly go into depth. We could spend 3 hours on one thing.
Yeah.
So we're trying to just kind of like hit the bases, understand where we're coming from when we get together and talk about things.
Yeah.
And we didn't know each other before tonight.
Yeah.
So I'm really getting to know you, dude. And like,
man, this is great.
It's fucking crazy.
It's awesome.
How much, I gotta say, dude, not only am I a fan of all the music you've done, but the way you think about things and your approach. And like, I think we can do some shit to really help our scene.
I do too.
Specifically working together and helping some of these other bands understand how to take their band from being an elite group of performers to actually turning it into a monetized business without sacrificing their families, which is a choice we were forced to do 20 years ago. Do you remember that?
Absolutely, dude. And that was my whole thing with when I started playing in these bands. Again, like I said, metal was an opportunity to get me out of town, right?
Right.
I did that, I ended up starting the web company, whole nother story, but moved to New York for 5 years, and I kind of put the drums on the shelf for that. All of a sudden, Schleibon from Darkest Hour is calling me, dude, we got this huge tour, we need you to come out. Did that whole thing. And then when my Brooklyn years were done, it's like, okay, I'm done in Brooklyn. I got to go home. What can I go home and do now that I've done the little fish in a big pond thing and I've learned all these things? And honestly, when I came back in 2016, that was my main goal with the Medis and the stuff. I needed to find the quickest way to expose myself to as many Twin Cities musicians, regardless of the clique that they were in or the shows they played, or people like you, people like Greg, people, doesn't matter. So exactly what you're saying, this is 35 years old, married, business, just had a kid in May. It's a whole mind change.
Did you ever meet the guys in Goodyear Pimps? I mentioned them earlier when we were talking about how many shows. So they were from Rockford, Illinois.
Mm-hmm.
The Goodyear Pimps, they had their logo was like the Goodyear blimp. They were signed to Disney,
familiar, especially Illinois, because the Deadfall years, I basically lived in Chicago.
They were either from Rockford or they were from Aurora.
Okay.
Hung out with the drummer one night. Mm-hmm. Actually, I hung out with him several times. Got very close with the drummer. His name was Dave, I believe. Okay. You know how this is. Like, oh, I was super close with him. And I think his name was Dave.
Yeah, I know this
Everyone else goes, what the fuck?
This is why I avoid the who I know thing.
But you know what I'm talking about. I don't want to
sound like that guy.
But you know what I'm talking about. Because you can get very close with people for 6 months and then never see them again.
Right.
Like, man, that dude was like a big brother. For 6 months, he mentored me.
Yeah.
Because they came through town every 60 days. And one night, I asked him a question, and he didn't answer that question.
Okay.
He gave me an answer to a question I didn't ask.
Okay.
And it was one of those, like, movie moments where the question I asked was irrelevant. And it wasn't even related to the question he answered. But the answer he gave me was literally life-changing.
Wow, cool.
I said... I was asking him how they're able to sound check so quickly and so perfectly. Like, what are they doing? Are you giving Joe a list of levels? Or are you giving Joe a list of, like, your EQ that he knows? Like, or is it just experience and repetition?
Yeah.
Or, and he goes, well, I hit my snare drum as hard as I can. During sound check. And I'm like, yeah, okay. But, like, how does the rest of the band do it? And how do you guys pull this off every week so fast, every time I see you? And then all of a sudden he goes, well, I'd rather swing a drumstick than a hammer. And it was like, did you think I shifted gears here? Like, what the fuck? I wasn't asking you, like, because somewhere in there I also asked him, I was like, is it true you guys have real day jobs Monday through Wednesday or Monday through Thursday, and then Thursday night you leave and tour? Like, is that true? And he goes, well, I'd rather swing a drumstick than a hammer.
Oh, no.
I don't know what that meant, but I understood the wisdom behind that comment, which was like, oh, I'm going to be swinging something. I'm going to be a slave to something. So I can either be a slave for $30 an hour in a corporation sitting in a cubicle.
Right.
I can be a slave on a construction site swinging a fucking hammer for $24 an hour.
Yeah.
Or I could be a slave to myself and my own band and swinging this drumstick. And at the time I didn't even play drums, but I understood the metaphor.
Yep.
And I was like, oh, like, work is work.
Yeah.
And I'd much rather swing a drumstick than a hammer, because, like, you hear about musicians, athletes. I knew a dude, I'm not going to name his name.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably not watching the podcast, but I'm still not going to call him out. He was a professional water skier.
Oh, wow.
Specifically a barefoot water skier.
Okay.
And he loved it. It was his dream. And then as soon as he truly became a pro, and he's making, like, good money.
Yeah.
Like, ready to make the X Games money.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
He's like, I hated it because when I woke up and I had to do it, I no longer enjoyed it. And I'm like, okay, here's the problem with that philosophy.
Yep.
You're unhappy, and it doesn't matter what you're doing. The reality is you need to understand, like, you were still less unhappy water skiing than you are working in a cubicle or selling houses or whatever it is you're doing. So if you try to tell me I love doing music until it became a job, then you're unhappy having a job. Therefore, ipso facto, shout out to Jeremy Blake, you're still happier swinging a drumstick than a hammer.
Right.
And why would you do? You see what I'm saying? Like,
absolutely.
I feel like this is so simple, it's hard to understand.
It is, but so this echoes,
like, dude, you're unhappy,
right? And
like it doesn't matter what you're doing. You're a fucked up, depressed person, which is why you should be a musician. Because if you learn how to harness that torture, you could write powerful, great songs.
And that's the whole point, right? Because this echoes what I'm saying with, I'll play anything you put in front of me, unless there's something so obscene about it that I can't be a part of or something, which is very rare. But again, who am I? If this is what I want to do, who am I to be given an opportunity and then say, it's not really my thing? You know, opportunities are fucking opportunities, you know? So this just echoes the whole thing of I
felt that as a jobber,
whatever I can get a hold of, because that means I'm being a professional drummer.
Well, in case
not
anybody,
a metal drummer.
Yeah,
you know what
and
I'm
in
saying?
case anybody doesn't understand what you're saying, like, I felt that. So I got job offers as a job offer where it's like, this is literally not my thing.
Yeah.
But here's the deal: is like, not only is this an opportunity to play in front of a new crowd, to get a new experience, to see a new part of the country, to play with some new musicians, develop some new relationships.
Grow.
Cool. Yeah. All that aside. Yeah. Here's the other deal. Like, I might not be good at this.
Sure.
Well, that means
so it's a doubt.
That means
thing, right?
We get to challenge ourselves.
Right.
Which means we're engaged. Which means, because for me, here's where my biggest struggle is. When something becomes easy. As soon as something becomes easy, I lose interest. Right? So, like, let's take a cheesy metaphor. Like Madden football. Mm-hmm. You start a franchise mode, you're on pro. You're like, man, fucking this shit's hard. And then all of a sudden you're winning Super Bowls every year.
Yeah.
So you turn it up a level and you're like, oh, fuck, man, this is over. Like, I don't know if I'm ever. And then all of a sudden, you're finally fucking starting to win a Super Bowl. Right. I start off on all Madden.
Okay.
Like, in football only. On all the other sports games, I start off like way down at like rookie. Okay. But football's my shit, right? I know as much, if not more, about football than I do about music. Like, it's this much. I'm a 50-50 guy.
Yeah.
People that know me, it's so funny. Like, if you're really, really close to me, and I go, "What's the most important thing to my life?" In my life, everyone's answer is going to be either football or music. Both of them are wrong, and I'm going to keep the answer secret because that really shows them who truly know me. Because there's only been a couple people who've answered it correctly.
Okay,
but that's how much I care about those other two things. That people think it's one of those two. It's either football or music, right?
Okay, yeah.
It cracks me the fuck up, dude, because like. Oh, fuck, I just lost my train of thought. What was I just saying?
Well, whether it's a job or not, basically, I think was kind of the overall.
Yeah, that's where we were going with the overarching theme. It's
you know, whether you'd swing the hammer or a drumstick.
Yeah, I don't fuck it. Clearly, if I lost my train of thought, it can't be that important, right?
Santori time.
Yeah, that's the key. That's how you know it's
working,
good whiskey.
Baby.
That's
working.
Because seriously, we're 2 beers deep.
Sneaky warm.
We're 2 beers deep, which ain't shit. Anybody that's drank with me and partied with me knows 2 beers ain't shit. I laugh at 2 beers. And these are deep beers. Yeah. These ain't no fucking 3.8 Coors Lights. These are real man beers. These are fucking 6.3 alcohol. Like, 2 beers, that ain't shit. I laugh at 2 beers. Call me Thor. That's how fucking...
We're in the deep end here.
Dude, I've partied with some, like, big dudes. I partied with some big dudes. Yeah. Some gigantic humans.
Yeah.
Dude, and we're like out at a concert party and shit, and I'm pounding heavy beers. What is going on here? We just got a weird.
Some error receiving enough video.
Oh, it's fine.
It's like a bit rate thing or something.
Stupid thing, yeah, because we're on a variable bit rate. It's fine.
So you got to get this. You got to see if U.S. Internet's up here. You got to get that fiber.
See, it says our internet's it's poor, but over here I can see what the actual bit rate is. It's fine.
Oh,
it's just fucking being stupid, dude.
That's cool, man. You got this shit down. I gotta say, like,
thank you, man.
I've done a little bit of streaming personally, and through work we've dealt with stuff. But like, dude, you're a one-man operation in here. This is working.
I'm getting about everything I possibly can out of my rig. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. Now you just start upgrading the gear.
That's the point. And I want to get together with a group of people because we need to like get together with this idea that the rising tide raises all ships, and a band is no longer going to be successful in the next generation if you're only making music and putting it out. Period.
Right.
Like you not only do you need to tour and become a great performer, but you need to doing. Again, going back to the Dead to Fall thing, you guys were doing way before anybody else was. You were doing extra tour content.
Yeah.
Like you were actually doing a weekly, seemingly.
Yeah. Staying in the fade, dude.
It was
That's
monthly.
What it was
I think it was actually monthly, but it seemed like
as often as we could. You know?
It seemed like it was weekly when I found them.
Yeah.
Like, but you did a series of tour updates and videos.
Yeah.
And I mentioned this at the beginning of the podcast. Every episode was a slightly different intro. So it was truly like actually filmed in like high quality and you really cared.
Mm-hmm.
And my favorite part was your singer was always trying to smoke pot in some different fashion, a blunt, a joint, a bong, a bowl. And his lighter never worked.
Yep.
That was that was my favorite part. See, now look, it says excellent connection, stream status, also no data.
Yeah.
While over here, everything looks fine.
Thanks, Comcast.
And now it's freaking out.
Right.
I'm so over it, dude.
Yeah. You gotta figure out.
We're fine. Fiber. We're fucking fine. I don't even give a shit anymore.
Yeah.
It'll patch together once we're done streaming,
right?
Once it pieces itself together. But
well, yeah, no, like
you guys were so ahead of the curve on creating that extra content, and this is my point. And I've been trying to explain this slowly, podcast by podcast, guest for guest. Dude, you guys are looking at one leg of the elephant and wondering why you haven't popped. Like back in the day, that one leg was the entire elephant.
Yeah, it made
sense. But now you're looking
at
at not even 25%. You're looking at 5% of the elephant.
The whole new beast now. New beast.
If you want to be a successful band, you got to put out music.
Yeah.
You got to create some sort of video content. So lyric videos, real videos like what we've played.
Right.
And I got one more queued up for your newest project.
Cool.
Once this stream shit fucking quits freaking out.
Yeah.
And then you got to have, I think one of the biggest keys to monetization. Let me throw this at you. I mentioned this to a bunch of other people. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just take your new band, Elihu.
Elihu, yeah.
Elihu
and Hefe.
Elihu?
I don't know what they were thinking.
Elihu and Hefe?
Yeah. One
Elihu and Hefe.
I more kind of look at it as like a session gig personally.
But let's just take it for hypothetical example because it's current and it's what you're doing now.
Yep.
So Elihu and Hefe, that's a band you're in now.
Yep.
If this band wants to be successful, you got to put out music. Check. You've done that. You got to put out some sort of digital video content documenting that, whether it's a full-scale concept video like Dead to Fall did, like the two we played, or it's a behind-the-scenes video like what you have.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. That's online video content. Good. Check.
Yep.
Okay. Here's the third one. I think you got to have a fucking podcast. I think once a month, once a week, the entire band has to sit down and just have that behind the scene. And now here's the point.
Mm-hmm.
The podcast and other things like what Dead to Fall was doing with your weekly or monthly show, whatever it was.
Yeah.
That's the extra content that you put behind a paywall in something like a Patreon for $3 a month. So when you get 10,000 followers, that band is now making $30,000 a month.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, dude. And I actually helped Darkest Hour, kind of consulted them in doing that. specifically that. Even at the time when, like crowdfunding started to take off, instead of getting a label budget, you're crowdfunding the album. I helped them run that whole campaign. And this kind of segues even into the web company that I started, because the entire soul of this web marketing SEO company is completely driven by my experiences in the music industry, and almost primarily how technology has forced that industry to change, right? Almost out of fear. Dead to Fall broke up, I strongly believe, because A, we were burnt out, but B, the internet really just ran over the industry. And I was so terrified by that. That's the first thing that threatened my existence as a professional drummer.
Which is crazy, because you guys were so quick to be ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
It's almost like you guys didn't realize how progressive you were.
Yeah. And I think that's where the genius, if I may be so bold, kind of was. We weren't looking at it as a systematic approach. We were just doing it organically, which is how it should still be done. It should be organic. But you have to have a healthy respect for the medium in which you distribute and or display that content, right? Meaning SEO, meaning digital reputation management. Okay? This is the arena in which my company lives in, called digital reputation management.
Interesting.
Okay.
Dude, go on.
You want to go down this hole?
No, this is really interesting.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. If the viewers or listeners, if I'm losing you right now, I apologize, but I also don't give a fuck.
Sure. Yeah.
Like, I want to know about this.
Right.
And other content creators want to know about this.
Perfect. So, go to 2000.
In fact, keep going.
Yeah.
They can see you. They can hear you.
Okay.
I'm going to take a piss, but I'm right behind this curtain, so I can still hear you.
Okay.
So just keep rapping.
Perfect.
If you want to look at the camera, look directly at that camera.
Sure. Yeah, so...
Or pretend I'm still sitting here and look at this blank chair.
Okay.
It's up to you, bro. It's up, whatever you want, dude.
Sure, yeah. And then when you play,
also,
we'll switch and I'll use
not only that, but now would be the chance where all these viewers who have been watching this whole time, because there's been several.
Yeah, this is cool.
We've gained and lost concurrent viewers, but people have been watching this whole time.
Good, man. I'm excited.
People have been watching this whole time. They've been with us.
Yeah. I'm excited to promote it after too, as a piece of content, because you keep all this stuff up live too.
Yeah, dude, I gotta say, like, this is one of the most fun podcasts I've had.
All right.
Especially if you consider the fact that we didn't know each other from Sam.
Right. Completely organic.
It's a great podcast.
Yeah, man. Many more. I'll be one of your locals. The only thing is you still have to let me drink the Hibiki.
Of course. It's yours, technically. Like, how can I possibly say no to that?
It's the Twin Cities scene Hibiki now.
So I'm just gonna say, if you guys want, throw your questions in the chat right now.
A little segue,
and then I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick here.
Yeah, let's do it. And then maybe when you get back, play that video, and then I'll
continue telling the story. That was the other point.
Yeah,
and then when we get back, I'll play that other video. This is what they're seeing actually right now.
Perfect.
So I got to get into our studio so you can see the actual live chat. Give me 1 second here.
Treat me like one of your French girls.
Dude, that has got to be
cool. Look at that.
One of the greatest lines in history.
Yeah.
Have you seen that dude doing the impressions where he switches up the scene with the voices?
No.
Okay, towards the end of the podcast, I'll see if I can remember that and pull it up. But it's dude from The Walking Dead doing scenes with different actors.
Yeah.
And he does the scene from Titanic as John Malkovich.
Oh my god! No way. Is it fucking Norman Reedus?
No, it's like Ross Marquand.
Oh, okay.
Marquand.
Okay.
I want you to paint me like one of your French girls wearing this.
Yeah, dude.
Wearing only this. like John Malkovich.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
I forget that dude. It's actually I didn't forget his name. His name is Ross Marquand.
Yeah.
He's in Walking Dead, and he's the new actor who does Red Skull in the Marvel shit.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're talking about your company search engine optimization, which is the premise, but you said something else, which is online credibility.
So
management? Is that what you said?
Digital reputation
management.
Digital
reputation management.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to take a pee.
Yep.
The camera's going to go to you.
I'll extrapolate.
Explain what digital reputation management is, how it ties into SEO,
and how it ties into the music industry.
And how, if we start working together,
I will offer
the rising tide raises all ships.
We'll manage all of your digital reputations.
And I can hear you because I'm right over there. But keep going.
Yeah, so Dead to Fall, I think we were most of the bands at that time were fairly oblivious to how much the internet was already running over the music industry and how bad it was going to get. It was a big deal when I saw my records in Best Buy end caps, right? Those Dead to Fall records. It was so cool. But all of a sudden those end caps started to shrink. Physical distribution started to shrink. And between the Phoenix Throne and Are You Serious, those two Dead to Fall records, 2006 and 2008, there was a direct correlation between the distribution numbers reported by the Record Industry Association of America, right? The RIAA. There was a direct correlation between those numbers dropping and the budgets we were being given from our record labels to produce the next records. Now, I'm not going to say Dead to Fall should have been making more money. We were Dead to Fall, and that's a whole party. But the numbers didn't lie. The end caps and the shrinking of product in Best Buys didn't lie. Sam Goody's shutting down didn't lie. And on the inside, what were the bands doing to cope with this fact, right? So, the product, the industry is shrinking, it's changing. The RIAA was more so using mass litigation tactics to scare.
For people that don't know, what is RIAA?
Record Industry Association of America. They were using scare tactics. Remember when LimeWire and all these things, they were using scare tactics to get. They were going to sue this college kid for $50,000 because they downloaded some music.
Oh, and they did, and they threw him up in the media and used him as fucking examples.
Yeah, mass litigation tactics, right? Scare tactics, but that wasn't going to change, right? So the industry was changing. The labels were going to fight it. Lars Ulrich got up there and fucked Napster, and it was just like, okay, good.
And you know what's wild?
But
exactly.
But you're not going to change it.
But that's what the wild part was, is he was technically right.
Right.
But he sounded like an asshole making his point.
At the time, nobody would have known either,
at the time, music was exploding at a rate faster than ever.
Right.
And as a user, as a listener, I was saying, Lars, you're wrong. Because here's the thing. I've now paid for Seven Dust albums and Seven Dust merchandise and Seven Dust tickets because I discovered them, quote unquote, illegally on LimeWire in 1990 whatever, or 2000 whatever.
Right.
So they've actually made money because I was able to discover them because they weren't getting radio play.
Sure. Right.
There's the hole in your argument. But at the same time, he was 100% right.
He was absolutely
He was also
right,
100% wrong.
but there's nothing he was going to be able to do about it.
That's the irony.
That's the fucked up thing
He
about
was
it.
so right and so wrong, and he was not stopping the monster.
And at the time, I'm seeing, I wasn't even
the
really...
result was he just looked like a complete asshole.
Now he does. At the time...
Well, do you think so? Because now I feel like more people actually respect him for what he said back then.
Right, but...
Because he basically, like, now you see Pharrell Williams and other people complaining about getting paid for streams.
Homeboy from Led Zeppelin just mounted the same argument.
Right, they're not getting paid for streams.
Which,
again, they're technically right about.
Right.
But what if this, and I've said this again on the podcast, and I'm not trying to hijack your thing. I just want to throw this in there because this ties into what you're saying. What if this... Right? What if we're going back to the 50s, 60s, and 70s mantra, which is in like
pirate radio?
The music is just a promotion for your merch, for your Patreon, for your podcast, and vice versa.
What we're doing right now. This is pirate radio.
Thank you.
This is what we're doing. This is why I love to do this.
This is going to get you another view or another subscriber, right? Or sell you one more T-shirt, or so on and so forth, and vice versa.
Right. So yeah, it was. And again, I was young. I was kind of explaining 2006, 2008, the budgets that Dead to Fall got shrank to produce our records, and it aligned with the data the Record Industry Association of America was displaying publicly. So it was very clear the industry was changing. Now, what started to blow my mind was a little band called Suicide Silence. Okay? Dead to Fall brought a lot of those bands on their very first tours. I'm not, going to kind of toot my own horn here, but...
I remember this, though.
But, again, this is the beauty of having brought out all those young bands because they taught me so much. They taught me so much about how technology has... They were already years ahead of us in their practice, right? So I already started to feel like a dinosaur at like 18, 19 years old, right? Yeah, I'll take another blonde, the yellow guy there. And so I started asking, and they're like, "Oh yeah, have you heard of Friend Blaster? You remember this? Remember this on MySpace? These software programs? This was the first time I ever started to hear about these things. And it scared the shit out of me. I'm just like, I'm out here playing 260 shows a year. I'm only 18, 19 years old. Well, at the time, when this started to happen, it's like, okay, I'm 22, 21. How the fuck am I going to deal with this? How am I going to... I gotta start to be an adult. I got to pay for rent. I got to start thinking about money. And these guys are like, oh, yeah, there's a software... You can connect to your MySpace account, and it'll blast your entire friends group with a single message, right? So these guys started playing with bots and software. In 2007, 2008 on MySpace, they started to break what further, right? So I'm thinking, okay, Lars is over here arguing for the music industry, and then internally, the young artists that are coming up, they don't give a fuck.
They're just trying to figure out how to make it. They're trying to figure out how to make it. They don't give a fuck about stealing or
they don't give a shit. They're going to do whatever it takes to get the clicks, to get the attention.
They don't value record sales.
And dude, Schleibaum, Darkest Hour, so he produced that
You just pointed at me, but the listeners that didn't see that enthusiastic point, like the viewers saw it.
It's happening again right now.
The viewers saw it, but the listeners didn't. Those kids realized album sales aren't what matters. The kids at school are talking about people with the most amount of followers on MySpace.
It's their digital reputation.
Gotcha. Okay, so we're coming back full circle now.
I'm connecting these dots here. So, I'm seeing these guys do this, and I'm just like, we just like to party and play shows. Clearly, that's not going to be enough. So I became that boner, right, in the band that wanted to actually start to adapt and evolve a little bit. Didn't work. It's fine. Came home, Dead to Fall broke up. 2008, I had been tour managing Dead to Fall for about a year and a half. at that point. And I had a year and a half's worth of Excel spreadsheets of our entire P&L as a band, right? Profit and loss. Guarantees are coming in, gas money's going out. Merch money's coming in, weed money's going out. Right?
Right.
So I come home, and another good buddy of mine from high school again, Andrew Lindy, he had actually gone to Berklee College of Music while I was out touring in Dead to Fall. Okay. He ended up living a couple blocks away, and we would get together and kind of gripe about where we're at in life. This is just right after college. What the fuck are we going to do now?
Right.
We've picked an impossible way of life. And he had a business plan written in an LLC called Panacea 3, which is a reference to Final Fantasy.
Oh, no shit.
Right. So my web company is named after a Final Fantasy spell.
That's pretty dope, dude.
So the
we
idea,
were talking about gaming before the podcast.
Right.
You're a sneaky gamer. This is the beauty of the podcast, dude. We're on the third hour. Like, we've been into the third hour.
Yeah,
actually,
we're gonna need a couple more episodes.
Yeah, like we haven't even scratched like what really ultimately. And this is the point I was trying to make earlier to viewers and listeners is like, I wanted to get in. I really did want to get into like practice regiment shit with the 10,000 hours thing and like what goes into that and like okay, 10,000 hours, but like how do you do 10,000 hours? I wanted to get into that because certain viewers have criticized me that I'm not getting into that kind of content with my guests, and they're right. But is what I'm trying to explain to those guys is like, dude, there's not enough time, and this conversation goes where it goes.
And I think a lot of times on that note, there really isn't anything to say other than just
like we can talk about shit we do.
Like I'm not this is why I don't do drum lessons. I'm not a curriculum type of person. I play to records that I like, and that's how I get better at the drums.
That's what I've discovered too, is like
you
don't learn a lot from talking to other drummers about their techniques unless you're sitting down in, like, for example,
it has to be specific to that conversation.
There's that Minnesota Drummers Coalition thing.
Yeah.
Apparently that's some deep inside baseball shit. But that's because they show up for one purpose, to talk about and share techniques and ideas and practice regimens.
Yeah.
But to try to figure out a way to get we should.
There's much, and we can get there, but I think there's much more important things to talk about before a person commits themselves to that kind of torture. To be honest with you,
but even at that beginner level, because that's the other thing too. Is it's like you just brought up a great point. Is it's like, okay, practice regimens. Okay, are we gonna talk to super experienced drummers?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the guys that are watching this right now, like, what if this super experienced drummer, quite literally, talks about his drumming practice regimen is something that a fourth grader would practice. Yeah. And then we just spent 20 minutes going through something you got nothing out of.
Kind of wasted
because
my time.
You're quote unquote beyond that.
For lack of a better phrase, it's like I'd much rather talk about bigger picture issues and what it's like, because it might.
And this is what I'm getting at. Because what if you go high level baseball, insider baseball with your practice regimen, and most of the people that are interested in that are going, "The fuck did this dude just say?" And they lose interest.
Right.
So all of that aside, I'm trying to get people to understand the format of this podcast is more about what you want to talk about and getting to know you, and not about what the viewer wants. Because my belief, and this kind of goes back to some of the shit we talked about earlier, even before the podcast, my belief is that if we really just talk about what you want to talk about, especially if we click and have good chemistry and build a friendship, you're going to come on more than once, and eventually we're going to get to that.
And then we'll get to that.
Whatever you want to hear about, we're going to get to it.
Yeah, we're still in the courting process here.
Just probably we'll not in this episode. or the next one or the one. And
No.
everyone's going to, and this is the biggest thing, is everyone's going to be disappointed.
But they'll tune
with
in
each
next
episode
time.
for a different reason.
Right.
Like, oh, I really liked when these guys decided to talk about quantum physics.
Yeah.
But then there's another guy.
You're not
like,
going to make everybody
I'm not
happy.
interested about quantum physics. I want to hear about their fucking
Right.
their tour experiences. And another guy's like, I want to hear about their practice techniques. And another
Right.
guy's like, I only want to hear about songwriting.
Right.
Everyone's unhappy. I can't.
Right.
So I don't even try to make myself happy. We talked about this.
Yeah.
I don't even say when you come on and we're kind of doing our interview / dry run, audio, video, all that.
Yeah.
I flat out tell you guys, listen, what do you not want to talk about? And we're just going to stay away from that.
Right.
And then
Right.
I got a couple questions I want to ask to start conversations,
Right.
which we've done literally, if I can count in my head, if I'm doing my math right, 4 times. I've
Yeah.
asked 4 genuine questions
Which is
to
good.
spawn conversations.
Yeah.
And when we branch off, people get irritated too. Stop interrupting your guests. Here's the thing is, like, I'm making sure that we're grabbing side bits, setting them aside. So when this conversation ends, we can wrap around and continue down this other side chain.
Right.
That's why we never really finish anything, because that's what
there needs to be
normal
more. There
people
needs to be a
do.
reason for me to be like excited to come back and keep talking. You know, we need to kind of cliffhanger.
And I hope
know.
I do a good job of making you guys feel comfortable and welcome.
I've never done this before, and I feel like a professional already.
Dude,
thank
honestly,
you.
I'm not kissing your ass. We've already established I'm a fan. But dude, I'm gonna give you one prop for a guy who's never done this before. Your mic control
Oh, really?
is elite.
It's all that ASMR on Twitch.
It really is elite though, because I see so many guys like they put the mic here and then
Yeah.
they start leaning back.
Yeah.
Right? And I go
Yeah.
like this. I go, hey man, move that mic closer to you. And
Yeah.
instead of doing this and pulling it back to them,
Yeah.
it's way up here and they're fading back. And I go, hey, pull that closer to you. And
Right.
they lean forward.
Right.
And it's like, no, dude, you can move this wherever you want, dude. Get comfortable.
Right.
And I've seen you do that several times tonight.
Yeah. The more I get lubed up, I'm like, okay, I'm like on a podcast.
No, yeah, but you're
great.
dude, it's amazing. It's amazing. So the fact that you haven't done this before is honestly
Great.
like it's
Fuck, I'm gonna have to
pretty
start
impressive.
my own podcast.
Dude, because I know people who are like backup singers on stage.
Yeah.
And they're treating it like it's an SMB7 or a studio radio mic. They're way back here and they're like, and then they start talking.
Right.
And I have to explain to them, like, there's a noise gate.
Right.
We talked about this.
Well, and that's kind of why I asked you in the beginning. Like,
Yeah.
what I'm doing now. So- Hey, I want to get back into that. Why don't you play the video I just put out?
Perfect.
This week.
Which
I'm gonna
one?
Use your bathroom.
Do you remember which
what-
name you want to do?
What you see in me. Let's
Okay.
do that one because we talked about doing pussy music. This is about as pussy as it gets.
I love
And
this kind of
also,
shit, though, dude. There's
I'm
something
on
so
this-
beautiful about, like,
But I'm on this
releasing your
huge
masculinity.
I'm on this huge campaign to save recording studios. Okay. And Pachyderm Recording Studio is one of the coolest places I've ever worked at. And I made sure that this video showcased that studio.
Dude, I love your vibe,
It's
bro.
a whole episode, baby.
Dude, I don't know how you feel, bro, but I feel like we're having a little bit of bromance.
Yeah, this
moment
might be
right
one
here,
of the
dude.
longest podcasts
Like, I just
you've
dig
done.
I just dig the cut of your jib, bro. I really do. Like, I really dig the cut of your jib, bro. Do you want a real bathroom or you just want to piss in a sink? It's right there. You'll see my road case. There's a washer. All right, I know exactly what video he's talking about. So let me do this. Let me pull this up as we're talking. And I'm going to play this here. All right, give me 1 second here. I actually have this in a watch later playlist. I just need to find it. There it is. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, no, I don't. I made that mistake. I saved the wrong video. Okay, it's Elihu. And so there's the ampersand. and jefe, which is not Spanish for Jeff. It means boss in Spanish. Let's see. Forever Be Jaded, cinematography, top tracks. We're struggling. Okay, so we're going to share this, and I want everybody that's watching this or listening back to go back. It's ELIHU, and then it's the and sign. So
and
it's called ampersand. So like shift 7, that whole deal, right? For people that don't know what ampersand means. And jefe, which apparently these guys think is Spanish for Jeff, which is not even remotely close.
This is my assumption.
Spanish.
Again, this is my buddy.
Well, his name is Jeff, so of course that's what they thought.
Right.
Or it's a really deep inside baseball reference to Community.
Okay.
Which the main character, I forget his name in real life, but the main character's name is Jeff, and he walks up and he says something like, my name's Jefe, which is Spanish for Jeff, and then in the subtitles it pops up and it goes, it actually means boss. So like the whole point is to just like expose that his character's an idiot. So either this is a deep Community reference.
It might be, dude. Again, it's two homies from high school.
I should share the TV so people see what I'm talking about. Okay,
Yeah.
So viewers that are watching, I spelled it out. It's ELIHU ampersand, which is the and symbol.
Yep.
Pound shift 7 if you're typing it.
It's like
and JEFE. Elihu and Jefe. And that's either a super deep cut Community reference, or these idiots actually think that means Jeff in Spanish. It's one of the two. I'm just going out on a huge limb and saying that it's one of the two. So we're going to play this video.
Do this latest one. Yeah, I just released that 3
you can see I watched
ago.
all 4 of them. You can see.
Yeah.
Like how
Thank
cheesy
you.
I am.
Appreciate that, man.
And I gave you guys a sub, so that's why
Hell yeah.
I went out of my way.
Yeah,
I want you guys to look
one
this
of
up.
many projects I'm doing right now.
It's really good music, even if this isn't your initial vibe. Like we talked about this earlier. Oh, it's not really my style. Just
right.
Like, hear it out, dude.
If you've been listening, now you understand where I come from. Like I'm not a metal guy.
And why do you have to be?
You don't have to be anything.
Why can't you be in a brutal metal band and do music like this?
Well, and I'm willing to bet the reason people, if people think I'm a great metal drummer, I think it's because I'm actually not a metal guy.
Right?
It's different.
Isn't that what it takes?
And that's, again,
if you want to be a great rock drummer,
right.
like what I talked about earlier, what I perceived to be great rock drums weren't great rock drums. They were metal drums based in hardcore grooves.
Yeah, man. It's how you bring a unique approach to something.
And yes, I just tooted my own horn. I called myself a great rock drummer because I fucking am.
And as you can see, again, like when I brought up the whole like recording studio thing, like I'm making sure Pachyderm Recording Studio is highlighted. I'm showcasing the place. I think it's a beautiful spot. Yeah, I can't say enough about the place.
Oh,
there's a whole intro here before the music actually starts.
Oh, it's all good.
Because I'm showcasing the property, right? This is what you get when you record here, And my wife filmed and edited this whole thing. It's good shit. My buddy Jake.
I reduced the decay time.
Rookie move. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
It was a total like, how can we do like a Michael Jackson Thriller and just like create like an intro to the video? And he didn't even say that in that moment. You just kind of put it under there for movie magic,
He actually said, "Okay, I'm going to count you in on 8."
He was probably talking shit,
I'm going to turn us
like,
down.
Tim, you're hitting too hard.
I'm just going to turn this down. I love how he looks like a cross between Bubbles.
That's Jeff.
That is literally the fucking guy!
I told you.
No, that is him! That's the dude!
Cheers, man.
Holy shit, that's the dude from my metal shop that we started the podcast talking about.
It's the guy.
Jeff! Jeff, you son of a bitch! You son of a bitch!
We closed the gap on that one. Yeah.
We solved the Matrix!
We did it.
It's so inappropriate. I'm screaming like this over this music.
It's all right,
My
man.
energy?
Excited.
That's him.
That's the guy.
That dude fixed this shit at my grandfather's shop.
Yeah. He wrote this song. He wrote this song.
He's great.
Yeah.
You guys are great.
So I have 2 projects with him. It's this stuff and the kimono stuff that we just recorded. The Prague stuff that I just announced like a week ago.
Wow, dude.
Very, very diversified musician, but
That's him.
that's him, yeah. But he didn't, he doesn't tour. He's a songwriter,
Okay, when you guys need somebody to play bass live, because that guy also plays keys,
Yeah.
I'll do it.
All right. I'll hit you up. Yeah, man.
No, like.
All right. Yeah. No, dude. The connection has been made, dude.
I'll sit there and play his bass lines. Like, I'm not gonna try to rewrite them. I'm not gonna do anything. Just like teach. Like, I'll play it.
Dude, that guy's mom, the bass player, Yale, piano player, his mom wrote the theme song to Shaft.
Get the fuck out of here.
Not kidding.
All right, that's how we're starting the next podcast. The next time you come on, we're starting with. Oh, by the way, this guy's mom wrote the intro to Shaft.
Yeah, man.
This is amazing.
It's just a beautiful song, dude. Like, how can you not?
Okay,
Like,
so
unless you're a incel or something, like,
even if you are an incel, this will make you like
Yeah.
sleep at night.
it make you wish you weren't.
Dude, here's the thing, dude. Okay, let me jump off this. So,
Yeah.
okay, I muted it. Good. Okay.
Hopefully, I'm not keeping you too much
No,
here,
no,
man.
no,
Like,
no, 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 no,
I'm fucking good.
No, chill. No, we're good. Listen to me. This shit. I used to be in a band called Dying Euphoria, and
Yeah, yeah.
me and my guitar player, Ryan Zimmerman. Shout out to Rain. I love you, man. He lives in LA now. Trust me, he moved out there for a really good job.
Yeah.
One of two things is either going to happen. He's either going to stumble into one of the next big bands,
Cool.
or his entire life is going to fall apart. Because
Why
that
else
guy,
would you
that,
move to LA?
That guy in LA, but he didn't move there for any of those things. He moved there for a really good job.
Oh, wow.
But his level of music skill
Mm-hmm.
is like, dude, you have two options of living in that town.
Oh, wow.
You either quit your job and end up the greatest musician of all time in the next version of Motley Crue or Metallica or fucking whatever,
Right.
or you end up quitting your job and end up moving back to Minneapolis, a literal drug addict who is a complete failure. Like,
Yeah.
if I was his literal best friend, I would have actually told him not to do it.
Really?
Like, yeah, dude, because that guy in that town,
How old when he went out there?
he's our age.
Okay.
But the point is like that guy in that town, you have two options, not 3, not 7, not 1,000, not a
Sure.
million.
Sure.
You have two.
Yeah.
You're either going to become a successful musician or everything's going to fall apart.
Yeah.
And I pray, because he has the ability to do the first thing. Like, he should be. He's that fucking good.
Yeah, man. It's a crazy place. Oh, damn.
I got it.
We're fucking off the rails here. Off the rails at the Jared Singer
I got
Extravaganza.
it. I got it. I weaseled this other screw a little loose.
Yeah?
She popped out on me.
This is legit, though.
These are the cheapest stands you can possibly buy, by the way.
Yeah?
Yeah. Oh, trust me, you
It's
can
a
buy
drop down.
ones like 10 times this price.
Yeah.
I bought these for $13.
They're kind of a pain in the ass. So I got one of those blue ones, and it doesn't really do what I want it to do.
Dude, for real. Like,
You know?
like you either buy $13 stands like this,
Yeah.
or you buy like $300 stands, because everything in between is fucking bullshit, bro.
Someday.
Do you ever notice that about gear?
Oh, of course. Drum
Drum
gear.
gear. Drum
fuck.
gear.
Hardware. Don't even get me started, dude.
Who's your okay?
Fuck, man.
What kind of drum set do you play? Let's go. Let's go
do
drum
it.
nerd for a
Let's do
second.
it. We'll do the digital reputation management thing later or another day.
Oh my God,
Let's
I
keep
totally forgot. Okay, no, let's finish that.
Are you sure?
Yes, let's finish
Okay,
that because
okay.
we can get into the shallow fun
There's a
shit
lot
at
of good
any time.
topics. Yeah,
Let's finish this because
okay.
people are definitely irritated with me right now for getting this sidetracked.
Sorry,
They're going, fuck, Jared.
every
podcast, they're going, every podcast you get a little bit better and then you regress.
Yeah, but I'm kind of opening you up to another.
I love you, dude.
Another world. I love you too, man. This is fucking great. I feel so at home here.
This is so fun, dude. Like, this is what this podcast is supposed to be.
Yeah.
This is literally what it's supposed to be.
I feel so at home here.
Thank you, man.
It's really cool.
I take that as literally the biggest possible.
And it has some like butterflies going into it. I'm like, fuck, I gotta do this.
Nah,
I
dude.
talk about myself, but like, bro.
Once you get here,
great.
it's a different vibe, right?
It is, and you set the tone really well. It's like my buddy Jake Wagner, who produces all this Elihu and Hefe stuff and a lot of my other stuff. I like working with him because, he's not only is he good at what he does, but he sets the tone and the vibe that just allows you to just be yourself. That's like one of the best things about a lot of the Dead to Fall producers that I work with. They're just like, I'm a scared little kid just trying to make it in the world. And like, if somebody can set a tone in which you're kind of like coddled and can be yourself, that's like, it's like you're really good at what you're doing.
Thank you, dude.
In those terms, man.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
Sincerely, that's a massive compliment, bro.
Yeah.
Because like,
and it's only taken fucking 50 episodes?
For real.
That's incredible.
That's a lot of episodes. It's 150 hours worth of content.
True.
I mean, like, we're not talking about like, oh, I just like did this from day one. No, like,
right.
Go listen to episode number 1. I didn't listen to Zach Boyd once.
Really?
As soon as he said something I found remotely interesting.
Yeah.
So here's.
It's good, dude.
So here's what
you own the podcast, man. You should interrupt.
Here's what newbie interviewers do. They ask you a question, a really shitty question, usually a close-ended question, a yes or no question.
Who's your daddy and what does he do?
Who's your daddy and what does he do?
Yeah.
But no, they'll be like, oh, so what's your favorite movie? And you'd be like, Die Hard. So what? That's like the true bottom level, right?
Yeah.
The next level is where you go, oh, like, hey, I heard you went on vacation this summer to Africa. And they'll be like, yeah, man. And, we were out in Africa and we saw some crazy lions and tigers and blah, 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 blah. And they'll say some crazy shit like, yeah. And then my niece, she got abducted by a bear. And then the interviewer go, oh, cool. So you got a new movie coming out. Like, dude, follow up on the bear thing.
Right.
Okay. So then once you get to that level, you go, every interesting thing they say, I have to follow up on.
Right.
And then you start cutting people off. And that's where I started, was that third level right there. So every single thing Zach said that was interesting, I felt immediate to go, oh, I know what you're talking about.
Right.
Hey, explain that.
Instead of letting it happen. Right.
Yeah. And like, dude, honestly, man,
I can understand that.
I still do that. But 50 episodes later is what I have done a better job.
Well, I even see it right on your fucking jammer. You got talk less. Like I used to write that stuff on my drum heads, like on my snare.
Hit this
like,
softer.
Yeah, like calm down.
Or hit this harder.
I used to literally have to like write calm down.
Right?
Yeah, because it just you're stoked. It's like
I just
to interrupt yourself when you're excited.
But at the same time, though, dude, I just feel so grateful that you say like you feel at home because a lot of the guests I've had here, especially, it was all in the old studio. They were really close friends. They've been to my house 100 times.
I suppose you've been practicing together for years.
Yeah. And even if we haven't, we hung out.
This is cool, man. I think you got something special here, especially for the Twin Cities theme is a big deal, and I think you're kind of running with the baton right now, especially during a pandemic. You're giving people a voice when we can't be kicking it at shows.
These are absurd level compliments.
No, like legitimately, dude. Like so when you hit me up, I'm just going to toot your horn a little more here. When you hit me up, I I had a bunch of this content in the works, and then I was like, oh shit, I gotta bookend. Like, I've been blasting out these videos every other day for the past 2 weeks because I wanted it to culminate in tonight.
Thank you, man. Dude, I'm so honored, bro.
Yeah, like I wanted it to be, a thing where I'm like, okay, today I'm sharing this with this project. I'm going to let it breathe for 24 hours. I'm going to share this with this project and let it breathe, because those are all different networks. And then I'm going to talk about it after it's already been out. So when people they know what it is, they have questions, they can come on with me and ask me questions. Now, granted, my homie from New Zealand, but we'll grow it. We'll get there.
Well, here's the thing: is there's been a ton of people watching this.
Yeah.
But honestly, is what I think happened tonight is people were so engaged with just the genuine conversation, they didn't even want to jump in with questions. Because usually I've actually talked about this where like I debated getting rid of it as an option. Because I bring
getting rid of what, the chat?
Just because it started to change the podcast in a way where I felt like I was losing control. And it wasn't about you and me.
I was watching that last one with Greg, and it definitely became kind of a free for all.
Yeah, and that's not what.
And
it's
I even
about.
stepped in, was like, chatting stuff.
And don't get me wrong, that shit is.
I think there's a time and a place for that, but yeah,
I think the best time to engage with the live chat, which is why I keep saying, correct me, throw this shit in there, is two things. Number one, for the next time you come on, right, we have starting points that listeners want to hear about, so we can go on. And number two, especially if it's a one-on-one podcast, if I got to take a leak or you got to take a leak, there's shit there where we can engage with the viewers.
Right.
When it's a group podcast, the last thing I want to do is get into chat. Unless it's a special, like the Halloween special or the upcoming New Year special, which is going to be a fucking shit show.
Hey, I'm curious about that.
It is going to be so much fucking fun. It's going to be a goddamn riot. And I want everybody
get involved in a little bit in that. Maybe.
Dude, honestly, if you want to, just stop by. If you're close enough, if you're in the neighborhood, just stop by.
Yeah, I might. I don't think... we might have some.
This isn't an invitation to everyone who knows me to stop by.
Come over. The address is. No, I'm just kidding.
Although there's a very good chance this turns into a Joe Rogan style end of the world election podcast, and there's 7 or 8 dudes in this podcast, and we're in a fucking riot. It could happen that way.
Man, that's fucking cool.
So let's get back real quick.
Let's get on it.
Let's try to get something done here. Because
we've
had all the fun. We've gotten to know each other. We've touched base on our origins of music.
Mm-hmm.
Well, honestly, I've gotten to know you more than you've gotten to know me tonight. But you can just easily go back and watch other podcasts and catch up with all the things I've said tonight and referenced. So there's no need for me to do that. There's no need for us to do that side of things.
Okay. Yeah.
Plus, we can always hang out more in the future.
Yeah.
Including later tonight.
Yeah.
We've talked about our origins of music and what inspires us, and the fact that either one of us don't really identify as metal guys, which honestly, I got to just say, brother, that's kind of the biggest thing I bond with you on. The business shit, the intellectual shit.
Yeah.
Cool. But the fact that you're a metal dude who doesn't identify as a metal dude, that hits me in my heart.
Yeah.
Because neither am I.
I love it.
It's in my blood.
I play it well.
I can't get away from it.
I'm influenced by it. But it was a vehicle to fucking launch what I consider my music career.
That's so cool, man.
And this is why I'm also not... I'm wearing... So that T-shirt, Highfield, right? In this music video, right?
Just so people see what you're looking at. Hold on.
Right.
Hold on. Well, I think I can do this. Hold on. There it is. Boom.
Yeah. So that T-shirt, that was a festival in Germany that I played with Darkest Hour. Okay. So I love blending those boundaries so much. It's one of the coolest things for me because, again, we'll say it's pussy music, but I'm wearing
There's
a fucking
nothing wrong
heavy
with the
metal
pussy
concert
music.
festival
Like, I
in the
say-
music video for this. Like,
I say pussy music jokingly to insult myself.
sure.
I
Right.
don't actually mean that
No,
as
but
a shitty thing. Like that's the colloquial term we use on the extravaganza for
exactly.
like dudes who are supposed to be swinging axes,
Right.
doing cocaine,
Right.
and playing death metal riffs.
Right.
Also are like, hey man, by the way, I'm really into Enya.
Right. Well, and I would challenge any of these.
Or in my
motherfuckers,
case,
you know?
I was a huge Boyz II Men fan.
Okay.
One of my favorite
calm
artists.
down,
One of
calm
my
down.
favorite artists is Elton John. I can go deeper,
That's
bro.
cool. That's cool.
I really like Beyonce.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Really like Beyonce.
Yeah. Okay. It's all good, dude.
Guess
it's
who
all music.
Okay. You don't have time. There's no possible way you had enough time to actually go watch a bunch of episodes of the podcast.
I've watched at least 5 of them.
Other than Metallica, who the poster is right there. Well, actually, that's like one of those fancy, super expensive silk screens.
Yeah, that's
Guess who my favorite band is? Other than Metallica. Current. I'll give you that's the clue. They're current. They're currently putting out relevant music. It's not that.
okay.
However, he is
Pretty
in.
badass. I was like, why is this in a fucking case?
However, he's in the Hall of Fame.
Man, I don't know.
It's Coheed and Cambria.
Really?
Yep.
Okay.
Dude, I'll fight someone.
So you get the Rush thing then.
Dude, bro.
Of course.
That's why I didn't even interrupt or interject. Because I was like, oh, I get how this dude ticks now.
Oh, yeah.
Like, this is all starting to click.
Yeah.
Yeah, because then you start dabbling with the Tool and the Pink Floyds.
Ooh, that's a perfect.
So it's so funny.
Yeah, you get
it's so funny.
For sure.
I said Coheed, and you said, oh, you get the Rush thing. So let me throw one more at you.
Yeah.
Protest the Hero.
Oh, yeah.
They're the modern day Rush.
Yeah, we did a bunch of festivals with them.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
you played with Protest.
Dead to Fall played.
Oh, shit.
Dead to Fall played with those guys a couple of shows. It was
Get the fuck out. That dude. Okay, so
Yeah.
here's my top 3. Okay, so you're actually going to understand this.
Okay.
You're going to get this. You're the first motherfucker. And you might actually like my music.
Yeah.
The shit I was like, I might call your number to
Just gotta send it.
Okay. You might actually get this and like it.
Let's do it.
Okay, here's my top 3. Current outside of them. Metallica.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
This is going to make sense to you and no one else
Okay.
other than you.
Yeah.
Coheed and Cambria. Protest the Hero. Misery Signals.
Oh, yeah. Of course. Toured with them a lot.
Dude, okay, we got a lot to get into. Jesus,
A
this is
lot.
going to be a long podcast. So, listen.
Dead to Fall co-headlined a tour with Misery Signals.
Oh, Jesus Christ. God damn it.
Yeah,
Okay,
man.
listen to me. Listen to me very carefully. Okay. When I started this project, I literally, in my mind, I went, I want to start a band that is Coheed and Cambria meets Misery Signals.
Wow.
And everyone went, that doesn't make any sense. And I said, until you hear it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Jeremy Montoya from Banehinge, Whither the Tide has joined on vocals, so it's taken a slightly different direction. It's no longer exactly that.
Oh, so you've already kind of started this process.
Yeah, so it's
Wow,
me
cool.
writing all the bass, when I say bass, I mean foundation. So I'm
Mhm.
writing all the rhythm guitars, all the drum grooves. I'll play you what I wrote in one take on acoustic,
Sure.
and then you can hear what my buddy did to transcribe that into program drums, so it sounds a lot better, but it's
Okay.
not as, you know what I mean, as a drummer. You know what I mean when I'm doing this.
Sure.
The viewers can see
like you're not in the pocket.
Well, he's in the pocket because it's programmed and it's quantized.
Okay.
But you know what I mean,
You're
like
swinging.
that sway, that swing, that groove, that change of, oh no, we're gonna go on the upbeat on this one note.
Yeah,
like
the downbeat's here, but it's actually on the upbeat.
Yeah, all those.
Of course.
It'll make sense when you hear it. You'll go,
Yeah.
no, I know exactly.
Yeah.
And then Dalton, he used to be in a local band called -3, and then he joined Johnny Rook for a while.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I want to create a second band in homage to Johnny Rook and call it Donnybrook.
Yeah. Right.
And it's just going to be a heavy version of Johnny Rook. We're going to be
Yeah.
a Johnny Rook cover band, but heavy.
Yeah.
And it's going to be called Donnybrook.
One of the homies in Dead Hands, Brian Mundy, he's good friends with Zach too. He used to bring me out to Johnny
I've had
Rook
Zach on the
shows.
podcast a couple of times.
That's probably one of the next ones I'm going to watch.
The outro to this show
Yeah.
The outro music to this show is a riff I wrote for this band and this project.
Oh, cool.
Which is directly inspired and stolen from Zach Boyd's style.
Oh, wow. Cool.
Yeah.
And he's probably about it.
I played it for him. He's like, yeah, that shit's dope, bro.
Cool.
And my favorite part is I played it for other people, and I was like, dude, I'm going to play you this riff I wrote for my band.
Mhm.
Dude, it's a straight-up Johnny Rook
Cool.
riff. And I'd play it for them, and they'd go, man, that is a Dalton riff. And I'm like, no, it's not, you dumb fuck. It's a Zach riff.
Yeah.
Like, this is not Dalton. This is Zach. Like,
Dude,
who
he's
do
the
you
man.
think wrote Johnny Rook music? Zach, my
Yeah.
best friend, one of my best friends, Dalton, was in that band for an entire 3 days.
Huh.
Like Johnny Rook is Zach Boyd writing riffs, not
Yeah.
Dalton. What are you talking about?
No, yeah, he was the man, dude. I was always very impressed with Zach.
You'll
he's an
hear it
incredible
though.
performer.
You'll
Yeah.
hear it, and I think you might actually like it.
Cool. So, okay,
We were talking how we're not metal guys. That's where we started from this,
right.
and we completely digressed.
Which is cool, but so yeah, I don't know. What do you want to? Again, I don't want to waste your time here.
You're not wasting my time, buddy. We'll hang out as long as you want to hang out,
I can
man.
be here until I'm falling asleep in your couch.
Well, you let me know when you want to wrap it up, dude.
Well, you know,
I can finish this beer and at least one more.
okay, that'll be the time.
How about we start timing her out on beers instead of minutes?
I like your style?
I got at least another beer in me, buddy.
Yeah,
I'm also itching
yeah.
because I used to do 3 a week. We talked about this earlier about
3
like,
podcasts a week.
yeah, and
Okay.
we used to talk. You mentioned something earlier about how much you pump out content
Yeah,
and like how much you maintain that, right?
yeah,
And,
yeah. That's a whole thing.
When I was doing 3 a week, and then I'd spot one in. So there was a couple times I was doing 4 a week, 5 a week, right? My
Mhm.
numbers were through the fucking roof.
Really?
It was crazy. It was great. We were growing exponentially.
Yeah.
But I started to become burned out to the point where I was like, man, I'd wake up in the morning and be like, I hope this motherfucker cancels.
Yeah.
And as soon as
yeah.
that happened twice, I was like, oh, this ain't like I'm not feeling well. This is like, this isn't fun already.
Sure.
So I dialed it back to twice a week.
Okay.
And now I'm like itching.
Do more.
Yeah, because like every podcast, I'm like, I want to do another one. That was so much fun. Let's do another one.
I bet you're getting better at it. Therefore, there's less friction. Right? Like,
Well, I'm thinking not only is that true, but I'm also thinking if I want to do more, that's a better chance that the viewers want to see more.
right.
And you always want to leave them wanting more.
Of course. And I'm starting to pick up on your style now. Like, it's actually, I'll be honest with you, and I'm
a total
agreeing
nutcase
to this. But I think it's almost,
Be honest with me, I'm a total nut job.
but I almost think it's kind of works, right? Because the time flies and it makes people want more. Again, it's that cliffhanger thing, right?
Well, and I'm not trying to force anything. I'm just trying to like have fun, have a great conversation,
And
and,
so do
get
you
to know
think-
you as a person. So the real point is for them to get to know you.
Right.
And this was a struggle where now I remember where we started. So when I started with Zach Boyd,
yeah.
I was such a fan of him, and I interrupted every word that I found or every sentence he said that was compelling that I could relate to. And I was trying to force this, and I wasn't even trying to force it. That's the wrong word. I was so hyperly enthused.
Yeah.
Whereas now the only difference is I'm a little less compelled to explain how I feel and think about everything.
Sure.
And I'm more willing to give you guys the mic and explore your thoughts and ideas. And that's me maturing as a host.
Well, and you maybe had to get it out of your system too.
100%. Because when I first started, I used to tell my wife, I said, the last time I've like been this excited was getting ready to play a show. Meaning like 6 hours beforehand, my adrenaline's pumping.
Yeah.
Like I've showered, like, and I'm setting it in that, like, you know what I'm talking about, the hurry up and wait moment.
Oh yeah.
Gotta hurry up, gotta load in at 6. Oh, now we're not playing till 11. What do? You chill. How do you get that adrenaline to get on time and get everything perfect and then chill?
Right.
It sucks, right? That's
Right.
what was happening. So like just balancing those emotions. And
So then do you think going from 3 to 2 a week was good in that respect?
I think my intent was good because it makes me excited to do every podcast.
Right.
Whether I'm excited to talk to that person or about a subject or about something that's happening in the world.
Yeah.
Those things become secondary, and I'm just excited to do the podcast.
Yeah, which is good. Which
is good now, which is exactly what wasn't good when I first started, because that adrenaline pumped in, right? So now we can just relax and have fun and talk about, like, I try to start off the conversation with questions and for people and all that. And then for people to get to know you and all that. And then once we kind of hit a certain stride, that's the word to use. Once we hit a stride, it's kind of like I learned to stop trying to do anything.
Sure.
And we're just going to riff.
Right.
And we're going to talk about whatever we want.
Which is good. Good, man. Yeah.
It's the most organic form, but at the same time, it's like I still do a shit job of finishing certain conversations, and people do still get very irritated with it. So let's try, in some way, shape, or form.
Well, let's go back to the
digital reputation.
Let's go back to the DRM thing.
Yeah, let's try this.
I think
let's try.
I feel good about, I came into this thinking.
Oh, and that's what I meant to say is, like, I go out of my way, and I do tell you guys at the beginning, like, whatever you're nervous about, whatever you think's going to happen, throw it out of your head.
Right.
Don't worry about it. I'm not coming after you. I'm not going to put you on the spot. If I see you're uncomfortable, I'll shift topics.
Yeah.
And that's where we started with this.
And I
try to put you guys at ease, like, hey man, like, we're just hanging out, bro.
I mean, I'm lounging now.
Right?
Like, I'm chilling.
It's great.
It's probably that warm Hibiki once again.
That's what sucks about an hour and a half or a 2-hour podcast is, like, that's when you're just loosening up.
And you stated that in the last couple podcasts, and that. I think that's also good that you state that in your podcast, because that anybody that's going to be on your show that hasn't been before, they're probably going to do their research, right? And so if you're talking about that and you're being transparent about how you're learning and just like you just stated, it's going to be like, okay, we're kind of on the same page here. So it's just, again, man, you're fucking doing a great job.
Thank you. And
this is awesome.
And now we can finally wrap this up on an actual intellectual note, which is thank you so much. Those are some of the most genuine compliments I've heard. It's very encouraging. I appreciate that, especially coming from a scenario where I've had good friends I've known for years express the same nervousness. And then they leave the podcast and they're like, no. Now I understand why you disregard criticisms. And you're like, no, we're not asking about this or that, or because they're like, dude, I thought we were going to get to, like, I prepared to come in and talk about this. And we got to one or two things. And then all of a sudden, 3 hours later, we're ready to wrap up.
Right.
And not only does it matter when I hear my friends say that, but to hear a stranger say that and to be like, oh man, now I feel comfortable and like it's just such a huge compliment, man.
Makes
because
me want to come back and talk about more shit.
And thank you, because some viewers may be frustrated, but and that's where we started with this, is they need to understand it's about making you comfortable and about making you want to talk and about making you feel comfortable. It's not about getting the inside scoop like a Barbara Walters or a 60 Minutes and getting something that's going to change their lives in one podcast.
Well, we started the conversation with, why do 3 hours instead of shouting into your ear during a band when we started talking?
Exactly.
Very important.
And this makes people more interested in you as a person, which makes them more interested in your art, which makes them significantly more probable to actually get into what we're about to talk about, which is starting to search for you. So searching your name, search engine optimization, and understanding that digital world, because this is where we live in. The world is no longer, I heard you talk on morning radio, and I went to Target Center at 7 a.m. to buy concert tickets. That's not the world we live in anymore. That's where we grew up. But that ain't the world we live in anymore.
It's not.
And I feel like you and I are two, especially after tonight, and getting to know you through this conversation, you and I are two of the only people I know talking about the fact that we're living in our version of the Industrial Revolution, and we have musicians arguing about the value of horses versus cars.
Right.
And it's like, no, dude, cars are the future, whether you want to admit it or not.
Right. Right.
Get with it. Let's adapt so we can fucking have the rising tide raise all ships instead of getting caught in a hurricane and trying to salvage wreckage off the shore.
And that hurricane was what I fucking experienced when Dead to Fall broke up. Was the internet running over the establishment in what they thought they could fight, right? And once I started to see that band, Suicide Silence, again, once I started to see them using this software, dude, that just changed everything. I'm just like, dude, this is going to disrupt not just the music industry, but industry as we know it. And I have a thing. I gotta. Okay. I haven't thought about this in a while. This is see. This is fucking great, man. I
love it, dude.
I keep like bringing up these old things. So the internet virtualizes things. Okay. What was the first thing the internet virtualized?
The radio.
Porn.
Oh shit! You're right.
The product. What? Let me clarify.
No.
What's the
right,
first
though.
thing? What's the first product the internet virtualized and essentially made free?
Pornographic pictures.
Killed its value.
Pornographic pictures. The porno magazine industry.
Right. You're no longer buying tapes or DVDs.
Well, before that, the first, to answer your question, was magazines.
Exactly.
Videos didn't hit the internet right away. It was pictures.
Right. And it's
Playboy and Penthouse went bankrupt before any video publisher of porn.
Right. I'm a huge proponent of internet is a tool in how does it's like a virus that evolves or something.
Sure.
Right. And it gets more and more advanced and
like a web.
Yeah.
Like a world wide web.
There we go. And it so it stole porn first, right? And then it gets a little faster, and then what does it steal?
It's like a web. It's like a web on the world.
It's like a series of tubes.
Like a worldwide web.
like a series of tubes in which you send information through.
It's all connected, man.
And you can get it on one compact disc.
It's all connected, man.
You know, and I didn't really think of anything of it. And then, okay, so what's the next thing it virtualized?
Videos. Porn. Well,
music.
Actually, technically radio and music. And then video and porn.
Porn,
so it went
music.
It went pictures. It went pornographic pictures, radio and music, and then porn videos.
Right. So you see where I'm going with this. As it gets
then movie
faster,
videos.
It takes it devours more and more product that we used to rely on as normal money-making schemes.
Right.
Okay. My industry got run over by the internet in 2008. Okay.
Thanks, Obama.
Well, whatever it may be.
I'm just kidding. I voted for Obama.
And so that scared the hell out of me because, again, like I gave you a slight of my origin story. Never in my wildest dreams did I think that technology would come along and challenge the idea of what my career would be built upon. So I ran home, Dead to Fall broke up with my tail between my legs, and I hooked up with my friend Andrew.
At this point, you're only thinking about swinging a drumstick.
No.
You're not thinking about swinging a finger towards a keyboard.
No, in fact.
You're thinking about swinging the drumstick.
Kind of the opposite, dude. Honestly, because what good is my talent if the industry in which it thrives in is going to be challenged by a technology the industry doesn't understand?
That's what I meant. Like you we're saying the same thing from looking. Yeah. Sorry.
So I go home.
Bad hosting.
And I my buddy Andrew, he got home from Berklee College of Music. I got home from touring, and he had written a business plan for a record label called Panacea 3. That's the Final Fantasy spell. So a panacea is a cure-all solution, right? That's the term for it. In Final Fantasy, it's like a third-tier cure. You understand Final Fantasy spells.
Inside gamer nerd here.
Yeah, and
we'll get into that on the next podcast.
The next one. I got it. No, we started a video game development company. It's a whole nother. We'll get into all that. It's already out there. And so the business plan was written in 2007, Panacea 3 LLC. And I was so blown away with what Andrew had written. And his idea was the opposite of what Lars was doing, which was, let's embrace the internet. Let's give the content away for free in order to gain the trust of the consumer. And then they will give us money based on whether or not they think the content is good, right?
Yes.
So
yes.
So my business, Panacea 3, was the business plan was originally written as a neo record label. Okay. We tried that for a few years. We had an LLC and we started a band called Modern Sex Trash.
I love that.
Yeah, check that
sounds
shit
like
out.
A punk band.
It's like a 9 Inch Nails ripoff, okay?
With that name, you better be a punk band.
Yeah. No, it was a very sellout.
Do you see me dipping back into this?
Dude, he's hooked on the Hibiki.
Dude, for real. I'm
It's
not even a
so
whiskey guy,
good.
you guys. For
It's
real.
so
I'm not
good.
even a whiskey guy, and I keep dipping back into this.
Right.
Like, it might as well have, like... Hold on, let me turn this to the camera. It might as well have hints of, like, caramel in it. That's how good this is. Like, I don't dig straight whiskey ever. In fact, I might have to buy a second bottle of this just for my wife, because my wife, she loves good whiskey.
Does she?
Loves
Let me
good
know what
whiskey.
she thinks of that, because that's, again, it was an entire day in
Here's how
Brooklyn.
much I think of this.
Yeah.
Let me put it this way. Here's how much I think of this whiskey. I might bring this up to the bedroom and put it on her dresser.
Yeah.
And then buy another bottle for down here. Or vice versa, I should say, is how it would really go.
You're in for some warm...
No, because this shit is so good that, like, I feel like
Be careful.
only whiskey... Again, this goes back to the irregulars. Like, you have to be a real whiskey appreciator,
right,
in order for me to give you this when you come on the podcast. Like I'm not serving this up like the Evan Williams or even the Maker's Mark or some of my favorite tequilas.
My guess is a lot of guests won't even really know what that is.
I don't think anybody's going to appreciate it.
Yeah, that was a whole journey for me. It was my bachelor party. Like, I brought, before we started streaming.
Yeah,
I was on the hunt
Explain.
for a bottle that my groomsmen could drink.
God damn, that's
throughout
good.
the wedding. And my bachelor party was hunting down the perfect bottle in Brooklyn. So we did a whole whiskey tasting day.
That's so cool.
That's how it ended.
You found this brand.
That was it.
This is such a huge... Dude, you pay me so many compliments. Like this, you bring this bottle and donate it to the podcast for future guests and myself.
That's a $90 bottle of whiskey.
You've paid me so many compliments.
I wasn't gonna throw the cash around, but
dude, this is a huge honor.
It's a legit thing, and I wanted to, I was thinking about it before I came on. I was like, how can people continue to remember me each episode?
This is huge.
And if people drink it while they're sitting here chatting, it makes you feel fucking great.
It really is. I just can't say enough about it.
I think it'll enhance the podcast, and you can, every time you're drinking it, you can remember me.
I will. Like, sincerely.
It's a plant.
Your methodic, selfish motives have worked out in your benefit.
But it's a great bottle, yeah.
Thank you so much, dude.
Absolutely.
You paid so many compliments. I'm not even a whiskey guy, and I keep finding myself compelled to just pour a tiny little bit more so I can take a couple more. For real, dude. Thank you. Oh, you grabbed me another beer too.
Yeah. We're going to finish these.
All right.
So yeah, let me finish. Get through this thing here. So, basically, the business partnership started because he had written this record label plan, but he didn't know what it cost to put a band on the road. So I come crash landing home from Dead to Fall, and I got 1.5 years of Excel spreadsheets. I know what it costs to put a band on the road.
Right.
So I say, I'll give you this data. I'm also terrified of what the internet did to my band. Therefore, I have a great respect for it, and I want to learn how to master it. I'll give you the data. Give me shares of the company. Kind of how it worked out. And we started working together on Panacea 3 LLC. We tried to be a record label for a couple years. I soon realized the internet was not anywhere near done running over this industry. So this is a fool's errand to run a record label right now. So basically, we decided, okay, this goes back to the timeline of what the internet runs over, right? Porn and then the music industry. Okay, well, what was next, right? My thinking was corporate America will be virtualized next. After that, government will be virtualized by the internet. After that, currency itself will be virtualized by the internet. So where do we fit in this timeline? So we hired a consultant here in Minneapolis that he was the president of the Advertising Federation of Minnesota. And we said, look at our business plan. Help us turn this all into corporate speak. Okay. So
I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
For listeners that are confused, what is corporate speak?
So corporate speak is a quicker way to explain
it's numbers.
Is a record label makes music videos for bands. A corporate marketing department makes a commercial. Okay? They do media development. A band like Dead to Fall makes consistent behind the scenes staying in the fade videos, right? That's what we called it, staying in the fade. In the corporate world, that's a content population calendar. Okay?
Which all equates to numbers.
Well,
right? Because what I understood growing up in the public or in the corporate world is that this corporate speak, this business speak, this whatever we want, it always boils down to here's how you make money. Here's a graph. Here's where the dollars are.
Right.
You're gonna invest X, and with projected numbers, you will make back X.
Right. And yes, in the corporate
all
world,
this fancy shit we talk about, none of it matters until you show somebody their bottom line.
Right.
Here's how you make money.
Right.
It always boils down. All the data in the world boils down to here's your return on your ROI.
The shareholders' gains, of course.
ROI.
Exactly.
Return on investment.
Dude, and that was the only and every fucking question we got.
That's all they care about.
From corporate companies when we would come in there and we would show them how we develop band websites.
Now, why does it matter that I'm interrupting you to specify this? Because I'm trying to explain to the listeners and to viewers who are confused, this is not a flaw.
No.
This is how it is.
It is. And
so when you want people to say, this is why I'm gonna give a little bit of insight.
Yeah.
Okay. There's one question that pops up in every single interview. If I'm a label and you're an artist and I say, why should I sign you?
Yeah.
The number one response, listen up. If I swear to God, all three of you watching this, if I see one fucking viewer drop off right now, You're an arrogant prick. Because listen up.
Yeah.
Why should I sign you? The number one response is the
We got
music.
more chats up there?
I got a couple. We'll jump into them in a second here.
Cool.
Here's the thing. Why should I send you? The number one response is this. The music. That's the number one wrong answer.
It is. Unfortunately, it is.
Here's the number one right answer. I want to run a profitable business.
Yeah.
Don't say it like that. Don't say it the way I just said it.
Right.
But that's your answer. I want to run a profitable business because a record label is an investor.
It is. It's a glorified bank loan.
Thank God that was empty.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's explore this idea further.
Yeah.
For the listeners.
Now they have assets to make your loan
Your band,
for fruition.
Your band.
It's a loan.
Your band and your music are an app.
Mm-hmm.
When you create a band, you just created an app. Every song you write is a feature within that app.
Yep.
When you're asking a record label to sign you, you're asking venture capitalists, aka VCs,
right,
to invest money into your platform. Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, they have a metric. How fast can you get to 100 million users?
Right.
This is how the music industry looks at your band.
Right.
How fast can you get to 1 million downloads?
And this is even post what I'm talking about here. This is like, it's.
Oh yeah, no, I just summarized the current.
Right.
You're explaining how we got here.
How we got here, right? And it became very clear to me that the music industry wasn't going to adapt to this until they were literally forced to. So my thinking was, okay, and Andrew, whenever he listens, he's probably just like, it was my idea. But, it was definitely my idea, you fucker.
I can't believe, not to sidetrack you, I just can't believe that the dude I met in my metal shop and we couldn't figure out who it was.
Carlson.
It's the singer of your other band.
Yeah, he's in this video.
What the fuck?
The world is small, man.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
But we struggled to figure out who it was.
Who knows you?
Dude, and here's the thing is I watched 4 videos of that dude and I was like, God, he looks familiar.
Yeah. That's the deal. So, again, Panacea 3, we hired a consultant to change the language of the business plan from a record label to a corporate agency.
Corporate speak.
Right? So then we started to approach companies like United Health Group, large Fortune 5, Fortune 10 companies, because we saw what had made Lars Ulrich so angry was going to start making United Health Group so angry. Okay? So we would sit there in these meetings with these people, and at the time, they were very interested in new ideas. Okay? So something as simple as a band website, instead of you remember the menu bar on a website, it would be like about and bio and catalog and pictures, videos, and you're such a cute band doing these things.
I love the eye fluttering. The eye fluttering is what got me, dude.
And we were just like, you know what? Fuck that. Our band website's menu is going to be a link to our Twitter account, a link to our Facebook account, a link to our Instagram account, whatever social network is available. Because people want to connect with you personally now. They don't want to be told to go to your .com.
There's your chats, by the way.
Oh, cool.
And Pretty Hate Machine? Something about my boy Dalton. That's my guitar player, by the way. Yeah, I'm gonna play you this demo.
I'm coming for that whiskey.
Listen.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play you this demo, and you're gonna go, oh, that dude can play.
If you're in a band with this dude, you can have the whiskey.
And my boy Foley, long time no see Foley, says, LOL, a little arrogant. Dude, everything I say is a little arrogant. You got to be more specific,
what did you
bro.
Expect?
Like, you got to be more specific.
What do you expect here on the Jared Singer Extravaganza?
A little arrogant? A little arrogant?
We're not even comfortable yet.
Be more specific, Anthony Foley. Jesus.
So yeah,
I say so many arrogant things. I don't even know what you're talking about right now, bruh. Tim,
you probably get a lot of trolls, huh?
Tim, no, those are my boys. Tim, listen.
Cheers, man.
This is off the rails. I love you. Keep going,
man. Okay, so yeah, we rebranded it. We kind of gave up on the whole record label thing, and it fucking worked, dude. The corporate companies were so starved for fresh ideas. We used to go in these meetings. We used to have to educate them. We used to say, within a year, you're going to see print advertising with Facebook and Twitter logos on them.
Right.
And they used to be like, that thing my kid wastes his time on all day? And they used to get offended. They used to get so pissed.
How do you respond to that? Because for me, I laugh at them in
their
I
used to
faces.
Sweat. I used to literally sweat in these meetings.
As a great salesman.
Yeah.
Okay, this is where I cut my teeth, is a salesman.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now in that spot, literally, people don't understand this.
Yeah.
You think you sweat bullets when you're on stage. You think you know pressure when you're on a live podcast.
Clue.
In a sales meeting,
when you're
in a
meeting when you're in a meeting with a Fortune 5 healthcare company and you're telling them, we literally pulled up the Modern Sex Trash website. The band Modern Sex Trash in a meeting with United Health Group.
Right.
Are you
and they laugh. And they laugh.
Kidding?
And they go, what do you mean Twitter?
They actually did the opposite. They were like, tell us more.
Yeah, okay. So but if they object, I laugh in their faces and I go, you guys, hold on. Hold on. And then is what I quickly do is I ask everybody in the room what their favorite band is. And the answer to that question tells me how old they are. And then all I do is take a quick average aggregate and find out the metaphor I need to explain to them they're being their parents right now. And they're saying rock and roll is the devil.
Right.
And they don't understand rock and roll or hip hop, depending on the age of the group we're talking to.
Sure.
Right. Like I said, in aggregate, this is the future.
Yeah. No,
and
they're having to hand over the keys.
And as soon as you let them know, no. Here's the thing. You're being your dad right now. Remember when your dad didn't think this was going to be the thing?
Yeah.
Remember when your dad mocked you for this?
Yeah.
And you just find that common ground. This is why I'm so confident in the sales room.
Yeah.
Because I don't care how old you are. I don't care if you've been in a war. Guess what? I understand you. I get you, which means I can sell you on an idea.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing that intimidates people in that room. You were young. You had no fucking idea what was going on outside of playing music and the digital media.
Right.
So when they put you on the spot, go on. You're sweating bullets.
Yeah, I was scared as hell, dude. And
you have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, and meanwhile, legitimately they're like, oh shit, this is free consultation. They're literally, they're paying, a company like United Health Group is paying tens of millions of dollars a year to a company like Pfizer, or there was a large consulting firm out of Boston. They used to come into the meetings with us, and they would sit there and they would be like, what are these little kids saying? And so we would have to educate them on how, this is what we went through in the music industry. This thing is also now coming for you. You're not safe from this. And I think that they were privy to it, so they were very like, oh, free information. We're not paying you. We can undercut you. And this is kind of also where the beauty of Panacea 3 was, is that we were, a fraction of their budgets was still a lot of money to us, right? So we were
What do you mean by that?
So like the clients,
a fraction of their budget was a lot of money to you. What is that? Explain.
Right. So Panacea 3 was literally Andrew and I sitting in his apartment. And we're going into meetings with large corporate companies who pay out tens of millions of dollars to consulting firms to tell them what to do.
So what is a
I will
small
take
amount of money to them?
0.0005% of that budget.
Right, but what does that equate to when we're talking like so because just to put it in concept,
Right.
you're going okay. I don't want you to feel in this spot.
No, sure.
I got a bunch of buddies in the photography industry.
Yeah.
Okay. And is what they say is I couldn't find enough business when I was charging $50 an hour.
For what?
Photography. And then and then it took me a lot of guts to ask for $500 an hour. And actually my business went down.
Right.
But then all of a sudden I had the balls to ask for $5,000 an hour and I got hired by the NFL.
Right.
And now I'm making $300,000 a year.
Boom. Let's go, baby.
Okay. This is what I learned this when I went from like selling knives where a big sale was like $1,300. Oh, I got him to spend a lot of money.
Sure.
And then all of a sudden I started selling siding and remodeling and roofing and all windows and all that. And I realized like the biggest hurdle in this industry is asking for big money.
Yeah.
Like you think $30,000 is a lot.
Yeah.
But when you're selling a brand new roof and new windows to a homeowner who makes $500,000 a year, they're looking at like, yeah, okay, cool. Let's do it. So don't be nervous to ask for the money. Right. So to bring it back into concept with context with what you said is a small amount of their money is a big amount for yours. So how much money are you asking for in this very beginning newbie stage? We're not talking about money you're asking for now. You graduated, you're a professional company. Yeah. Like you're not asking for anything at this point. Like now you have your rates, but back then you're nervous. Yeah. You're saying, hey, are we worth $5 an hour?
Yeah, you're
50,
testing the water.
500,
right?
5,000.
It's like you said before about like all of a sudden you're asking for $200 and they're
exactly
kind of
so let's bring this back to just a simple single question.
Yeah,
is you said a lot of their or a little bit of their money is a lot to you,
right?
So the first time you're doing this, what is the actual dollar amount we're talking about? Not now. But back then,
I can't give you an exact amount, but when we started doing this, it was $16,000 to $18,000 per.
Dude, that ain't shit.
Like contract.
That ain't shit.
Exactly, and that was for the full suite of services. So Panacea 3 has 17 services.
But the way you're looking at it is that's an entire month's salary for all four of us.
Dude, that pays my bills for like 6 months.
Dude, for real.
You know what I'm saying?
Like.
Keep
going.
Is where no, you're good, man. This is good. This is where it it's a small boutique firm, and we keep it that way because you can continue to undercut. A little goes a long way when you're not. Yeah. So it started there, right? The company started, coming to these large corporate companies before they realized the power of social media and SEO, and we were ushering in these concepts to these people.
So you were, if I understand you correctly, you came in not necessarily undervaluing what you brought to the table, but you were still afraid to ask for that amount because
there wasn't a dollar amount.
It seemed like a large amount to you.
It did. And there wasn't a dollar amount.
But when you're talking to a corporation and you're going, hey, you know what?
Right.
We're talking like 20 grand. They're going, okay, tell us more.
Right. Because they're going to get it for cheap.
See how you opened your eyes there? That's what I just did.
Yeah.
So they open their eyes and they go, wait a minute.
Yeah.
So 16 to 20 grand, and you're telling me?
Meanwhile, they're paying Pfizer $40 million a year.
And these are guys who went to school for advertising and understand the power of getting in the minds of children.
Yeah.
They're not investing. So when I sold advertising, there was something called 8 points, meaning Best Buy, before they sell you a TV, they've exposed themselves to you like a pedophile 8 different times.
Yeah.
I'm actually not exaggerating that. That's actually the perfect analogy. It's not used in every sales room, but it's used in the top tier.
Yeah.
Like Best Buy has exposed themselves to you like a pedophile.
Yeah.
8 times before you finally take the candy.
Really?
That's a fucked up analogy, but here's why. Here's why they say it. Because you're not willing. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Best Buy has exposed themselves to you, whether you're willing to see it or not. 8 times. They call it 8 touches.
Okay. This is like a
Yep.
thing.
It's a real thing.
Really?
8 times before they sell you a TV or a stereo or a video or whatever.
Yeah, it's the barrier to entry before they sell you.
Correct. The barrier to entry. Your
Gotcha.
hymen. Yep.
Yeah.
That's enough, dude. Because I've been in part of some like straight up like what's that movie? Fucking Coffees for Closers.
Yeah, yeah.
Sales rooms like this.
Wow.
I've been in those rooms.
Okay.
It's like, dude. Let me put it this way. I sold my soul like temporarily.
Yeah.
I still own it now, but like.
Yeah, it's okay.
Like, dude, there's some dark shit going on in those sales rooms, the way they describe and the way they market.
Right.
Bottom line is, like, they've exposed themselves to you 8 different times.
I'm sure. Yo,
Newspaper.
I'm going to use the bathroom real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
We're at that point where the seal is broken.
Perfect. Go ahead. I'll explain this point. Trust me, you'll be able to hear me if you hit that same bathroom. So they've newspaper. That's one. Television. That's one. A magazine. That's another one. Internet. Facebook. Like, they've somehow a radio ad. Like YouTube. Best Buy is advertised to you 8 different times, and then you finally buy that TV. So it's not about just getting to you once. It's about having the ability to integrate into your subconscious. And that's kind of what we're talking about. Like, we're talking about, like, repetitive exposure, blanket coverage. And when these people understand, these CEOs you're talking to, if they understand their job, they went to school for this, these motherfuckers get that, oh, wait a minute, you're talking about figuring out a way to penetrate the media that our children listen to, which means we have more exposure at a younger age. So we're not talking about 8 exposures. We're talking about 800 exposures. Because we're talking about getting into that subconscious of those kids, right? We're talking about that deep level marketing. So when you present to them 20 grand, it sounds like a lot of money to you. But they're going, hold on, wait a minute. I went to school for this. I know what affected me as a kid because I was taught in school. But you're teaching me a way for only $20,000. No. They're looking at you like a bargain. So talk about when you realize that your $20,000 ask was your version of a photographer's $50 an ask. When you jumped to when you realized, you guys, we're the $50 photographer. There's a $500 level, and then there's a $5,000 level.
Yeah, and that was one of the biggest.
When you're charging 20 grand, that's you charging 50 on that photographer analogy.
You know, that's the definition of imposter syndrome, right? Like,
when did you know you had the value? When did you know you could say no?
I don't even still think I've found it.
Oh, come on. Don't give me that shit.
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I still even.
Everyone who knows me just went, oh shit, real Jared just popped out.
Yeah,
host Jared just jumped out of his body and real Jared jumped in. Don't
give
me
like
that
like
shit.
a drunken mind. No, dude,
it's just that.
I'm serious.
It's
like,
that guy. Don't give me that shit.
I can't. This is a musician trying to be an agency guy. I still don't have this shit mastered. Like, you could talk to my business partner, Andrew, and he'll just be like, oh, yeah, it's fucking boom. But I'm not that guy. I'm a technical guy. I like to get involved in the technical aspects. I like to get involved in the SEO. I don't like to do the sales. I don't like to do the convincing. I like to... That's why him and I think, work so well together, because, and he's, if he's going to watch this, he's going to, shed a tear.
Well, here's the thing is, everyone who matters is going to watch this, but in the big world, no one's watching this.
Right. No, in it, that's just
Except
even just
apparently my buddy Dalton and Foley and your buddy from New Zealand, Walt.
Yeah, and then we'll share.
Shout out to Walt, New Zealand.
Woo, my boy. No,
honestly, that's the coolest
dude,
thing that's ever happened is somebody from another country.
Yeah, you get that data, like a new territory.
But he just said he was from New Zealand. Like, that's just awesome. Like, hey, man, I'm from New Zealand. Watching your podcast. That's the coolest shit. Because what time is it right now?
Fuck. He probably just was getting to work at that time or something. Right? He's just like, I actually hired him at the company.
Yeah.
We
talked about this earlier, so we're not digressing.
And he ran Four Letter Lie like an agency. He was very smart. If you go back and look at the last couple Four Letter Lie records,
Tim, do you realize this is why everyone hates me? It's because everything I run is like a business. Like, we want to have fun. We need to have fun.
The amount of people...
Dude, we also need to make money and worry about, like, making sure people give a fuck.
Right. And the amount of people I've irritated turning
now it's a
creative conversation into a business conversation.
Now it's a job.
I can completely understand where you're coming from.
Now it's a job. I have to keep saying that because that's all I hear. Now it's a job. Yeah, well...
Yeah.
Would you
rather swing the hammer?
Thank you. Have you been paying attention to any of the podcasts? Like, we all work. We're all slaves.
Right.
Invest in yourself, you guys.
Yeah.
Start a Twitch channel.
And I take it back to my mom showing me moving pictures.
Hold on, though. Yeah. Before moving pictures, what did you say before that? What do you watch? Twitch and YouTube. You said this before the podcast.
Well, Twitch mainly because it
Why?
Just because I think it's so, how...
What do you watch on Twitch?
So I have...
Who cares what? I'm not trying to disrespect you.
Video games, mainly.
I'm not trying to disrespect you. I'm not trying to get you in a got you moment.
No, you're good. You're good.
But I'm trying to get to a point. What do you watch on Twitch?
So there's...
By the way, the answer is irrelevant. But just to answer the question.
So I watch other people playing video games that I also play because it also educates me on how better I could be at the game. And when I can't play it and I want to, I can watch somebody play it.
What else do you watch on Twitch?
I watch how the business and the culture of that medium is growing, and I'm doing research.
Okay. Now, here's the thing. I'm not disrespecting you or diminishing anything you just said.
Sure.
But I'm also going to add to this.
Okay.
And but was a shitty word to use. I should have said and, because but is a diminishing word.
Okay.
Right? Like when you made a point, but like
yeah,
and
I get it.
You see what I'm not. I apologize. No, but for the listener, like especially because we do have international.
I could give a better answer,
and
right?
Exactly.
Yeah, and I did.
And we do have international listeners. So
True.
Like,
dude, and that's fucking great of you to know that stuff.
But is not the correct word to use. The correct word to use was going to be and that was me fucking up. So,
okay.
I'm not diminishing anything you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to add to it.
Okay.
I said, but I'm going to add to it. Now I'm saying, and I'm going to add to it.
Yeah.
On Twitch, you can find anything you fucking want. Woodworking, chess, how to build clocks, how to study quantum physics. Well, anything you want is on Twitch.
They literally have just chatting as a category,
right?
Twitch
and YouTube are the future.
If
you're buying stock,
and I would
invest
love to
it in those
on you and see, because I've seen some shit go down on Twitch that would fuck your business into oblivion.
Yeah, we're not going on Twitch right now. And we don't for a reason.
And so, like...
That's a business decision on my part.
And you're very smart in how you keep it on YouTube. And, you know, I'm just going to kind of leave it at that, I guess.
No, please elaborate on your thoughts, because I have my motives, but I want to hear about
I don't know.
Your perception is from the
outside. You're the professional. This is kind of when I start getting...
I wouldn't
You're the professional in the streaming thing here. Like, I've seen people get... The DMCA thing on Twitch right now is bonkers.
Yep.
Right. Dude from Dragon Force himself got fucking canned.
From his own music, if I remember right.
Fucking...
Yeah, from what I heard, just in case people are confused what he just said, the news is that the guitar player, if I remember correctly,
yes,
from Dragon Force, was playing his own music on Twitch and got permanently banned.
That's exactly what happened.
Explain that.
Yeah.
And once you do, go fuck yourself. And that's why I'm not on Twitch.
That's
why YouTube, everything we just said earlier. Hey, I got a gripe, but guess what? YouTube's had my back every time.
The other thing I think it's probably important for people to know is that Amazon bought Twitch for almost $3 billion. What, almost a decade ago? So...
Hold on, what did Foley ask here? What's the show about to remind new people? I have no idea what he's talking about.
The Jared Singer show?
It can't be this show.
A more specific show.
Yeah, Anthony, again, be more specific.
Because there's a lot of shows we could talk about.
Dude, we're drunk, bro.
Dude,
we've been drinking this whiskey and beers, bro.
There's a lot of shows we've been talking about.
Foley's an OG. Foley's one of my oldest friends. He's one of the best guitar players I've ever met in my life. I'm going to give him a little shit right now because clearly he's watching.
Yeah.
He gets a little sloppy. And he gets a little arrogant, and he tries to go a little out too. You know when as a drummer,
yep.
You know when you're playing with a guitar player and everything's riffing, and then that motherfucker takes too wicked of a left turn.
Yeah,
yeah, that's Foley every time. Yeah, you son of a bitch.
That's cool, man.
I love you, Foley.
Well, if he was here for the first 2 hours, dude, we're on 4 hours.
Do you want to keep going or do you want to shut it down?
Dude, I'm not stopping anytime. I'm comfortable.
Tim, we're going as long as you want.
If you're comfortable,
buddy.
This is your home, dude.
I'm getting to know you, bro.
Yeah, let's do it.
Here's the thing is
we're finally getting questions.
Here's the thing is I got a heavily armed roommate upstairs.
Okay.
So no matter how hard my wife passes out on the 3rd floor, like I literally have an armed guard that lives with me. He has more guns than I do. Do you realize how preposterous that is?
Like I'm back home with my grandpa and his gun case.
Like, dude, we live in the hood. I have deep relationships with every G around me. Every single fucking gangster in this neighborhood loves me and respects me. And either I owe them a favor or they owe me a favor. Like, this shit is a real fucking community.
Sweet, man.
And I got...
Wait, so like these guys are chatting? They're like homies here in the neighborhood?
No, not all of them, but some of them.
Okay.
Some of these motherfuckers, every once in a while, Dalton's definitely in the hood.
Like you said, you got...
Dalton's 5 minutes away from the house right now.
You just got like dudes on layaway that can show up.
Let me put it this way. If somebody showed up and tried to rob us on camera... Like if somebody someday, because people have asked me this, they go, dude, don't you ever worry about doing this? Like from your house, you talk about it's from your house.
Crazy! I never thought about that.
Bro, trust me. I don't care.
Think you got stuff in here worth money?
I don't think
maybe they'd come for this bottle of Hibiki.
I don't care if there's 2 concurrent viewers, bro. Like, if they came and tried to do that shit live. Like, dude, they're not. Here's the thing: is
like if we got swatted or something.
No, not swatted. Like if the cops come, we're fucked. But that ain't happening. Yeah. But I'm saying if a bunch of motherfuckers tried to roll up and steal the guitars behind you or the cabs behind me, right?
Yeah.
Like, is what I'm saying is it doesn't matter if there's 2 concurrent viewers. There's a grip of motherfuckers that know what's up. And, like, if you roll into my house, you ain't coming out alive.
That's good.
Because this neighborhood's got my back.
That's cool. How long have you been living up here?
3.5 years. I love living in the hood. Yeah. I don't even want to move back to a white neighborhood, dude, because the hood's so much better, dude. Like, once you're in, like, this is so much safer. I laugh at people in the fucking suburbs who are panicking because I'm like, yeah, we're good.
Yo, and I can fucking A, man.
I don't think people really realize that.
No, I think you're right. Yeah.
After George Floyd, it was a little hectic, but it took about 10 days, and we settled in, and then the suburbs were the ones panicking.
Yeah.
And, like, we were like, yeah, we're good.
Well, okay, let me give you what happened.
So where
my boy,
without giving your exact location, where is it that you are currently residing, so people understand what you're about to say in context? Of
course, and that's all in there. And when we started communicating, I was like, "Oh shit, I used to live in that neighborhood." You remember saying that?
Yeah.
That's not. I mistook that for like South Minneapolis.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, yeah, no, we had a condo. We bought a condo in 2016 in Calhoun Square. Okay, so when we moved back from Brooklyn, and just so, like, I brought up the Brooklyn thing a bunch of times. So the Panacea 3 thing, I'm going to just, like, close that circle. The Panacea 3, the web marketing company, we actually moved that out to Brooklyn for 5 years. And we worked with a record label to do digital reputation management. Once that kind of took off, we kind of like reestablished the fact that now the company needs to be virtual. So we got rid of the office and we went virtual. Kel and I moved back to Minneapolis 2016 after that. So we bought a condo in Calhoun Square, and shit was badass. And then we decided, oh shit, we should probably have a kid now. We brought that kid home May 23rd. Right? Middle of a pandemic. Brought him home from the hospital. You know, and I don't even fully remember it, but, you know, they were smashing up Calhoun Square outside my fucking window when I had a newborn who I had just brought home for the first fucking time. Dude, I was so fucking scared. You know, it was crazy. It was fucking crazy.
Dude, okay.
And so, yeah.
I don't want to interrupt you, but I gotta just say,
probably should.
Like that. No, dude. Seriously though, like,
you know,
I feel that, bro. Because, like, here's the thing, man. Kate and I have been married for 2 years now. We've been planning a family ever since we got married and bought the house and so on and so forth. We're trying to do everything the right way.
Yeah.
And we're planning a family, and it hasn't happened yet, which so many couples can relate to.
Yeah. Yeah,
but
no,
dude,
last thing on my mind was a family.
But dude,
here we are.
Dude, I'm telling you, I have the most realistic dreams I've ever had in my entire fucking life. Are me holding my baby son.
Yeah,
and I am crying the deepest tears of joy and simultaneous heartbreak. Because I already know anything that happens to this little dude is going to ruin me. Yeah. When he breaks his arm and he's crying because he's 11.
The responsibility is overwhelming.
Like, I already, it's like some quantum physics shit where I'm like seeing into a parallel life that I've already lived. Yeah. I have these dreams where I already am a father.
Yeah.
And I'm reliving watching my son being born. So when you just said that, don't feel weird. Don't feel like you're saying something awkward.
Yeah, it's
like,
new,
bro,
man.
I don't even have kids and I relate to that. And the only reason I know I can relate to that without being an asshole is because I got a little brother who's 18 years younger than me. I had to do that math real quick because it changes, over time. He wasn't always X amount of years. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't, math's not linear like that. Yeah, he's 18 years younger than me.
Wow.
Cool. So he's 18 about to turn he's 19 about to fuck, god damn it.
Sure.
Little fucking shit's
matter.
about to turn 20.
He's like your kid.
19. God damn it, I don't know how old he
He's
is
like
anymore.
Your little
God,
kid,
this
man.
is fucked up. But he was 16 when I was born.
Sure.
And I spent so much time with him as a little dude that I understood. And I watched him born. Like, I didn't watch him come out of my mom's genie or anything,
Sure.
But, like, I was standing there holding my mom's arm while he popped out that way.
Right.
So I saw him I saw him as fast as my dad did.
Right.
My dad had one arm, I had the other arm.
Wow, that's awesome.
And little fucker popped out that way. And
yeah, you care about people, and
dude, here's the thing: is I was on acid, so it was shitty acid. So I wasn't really tripping at all, but I did take a bunch of acid, and then all of a sudden my mom called me and she's like, "I'm giving birth," and I was like, "I'm tripping," but nothing. I wasn't really tripping. I just seen a little bit of trails, and colors were a little bit more vibrant.
Really,
it wasn't shit.
Huh.
That'll make a great bit someday when I exaggerated into something wild.
See, if you were on Twitch, they would clip that.
I truly not only empathize, but I can sympathize with what you're talking about that.
Yeah, and
being terrified taking that kid home.
Well, and I brought it up because you brought up the neighborhood up here, and I bought a home in Calhoun
South
Square, which would be considered safe at the time.
At the time.
Right, so it doesn't really
top 10
matter where you fucking buy your home, dude. Shit's gonna go down, right?
To a degree.
So, yeah.
I think most viewers and listeners would agree with that. No matter where you live, shit's eventually gonna go down to a degree.
Especially right now, if you're in Minneapolis, it's
you're in
like
the city.
Yeah, everything is on high alert right now.
It seems like the only part of Minneapolis that really got out of this whole thing without any real major drama was Northeast. Central Avenue got hit a little bit, but like. No matter how much people tried to peg the craziest part was other than South. And if anybody's confused about what we're talking about George Floyd.
Yeah, exactly.
The riots that took place after that. Here's the ironic part. Other than where it happened in South Minneapolis, the place that got hit the hardest was my neighborhood, which is literally the opposite side of the city.
Hit hardest how?
So by actual rogue, what I would loosely define as rogue amateur domestic terrorists.
Like what was actually happening?
Okay,
right?
I'll
like
explain. I'll explain in detail.
No, I mean.
So
like what we all knew was happening, which was
I got a letter.
White nationalist people fucking with
what
should be happening.
There was a bunch of that. And
so they were coming up here too?
But there was a bunch of fake versions of that too. So I got a letter.
Right.
I got a letter in my mailbox that said race traitor because we were a white couple in a black neighborhood. Several neighbors showed me letters that they got in their mailboxes that said, "Take your Black Lives Matter signs down. We're sick of this shit, or we're gonna burn you silently while you sleep."
Wait,
like,
in this neighborhood, you're getting mail like that?
Yes, and it was literally the same thing as those pictures that were posted on Facebook.
Okay,
like I seen verifiable evidence from people that was like, no, that was the photo I took. And sent it to a friend who sent it to a friend who eventually made it on Facebook, who eventually made it to bringmethenews.com.
Okay.
That shit was happening right here in the heart.
So like
we were on gun patrol, so I went and registered with the city police.
Mm-hmm.
I went and registered with the Crime Watch, and me and a group of dudes basically essentially formed a small militia and patrolled this block you're on now, that block over there, and the following block over there, at least until the alleys. So we got real sketched out on Fremont, and we got real sketched up on one block over. But basically, the 2 alleys in this main street, we had 100% lockdown, straight up militia style. We were out there till 4 a.m. at least every morning. And multiple cars that we identified got pulled over, and they had incendiaries. So straight up Molotov cocktails,
so
timed devices.
You're pulling over cars that have...
We didn't pull them over. We identified them, reported them as part of our patrol.
Okay. And authorities are confirming that.
Correct. Eventually, we pulled them people over. So we reported license plates numbers, car descriptions, driver descriptions.
And how were you able to find these people?
Well, they drove by in loops. Like
were they like the unmarked cars?
No, so they were just like people driving through, and like we were already paranoid because my neighbor had. So we were out here with a group of people in the middle of the afternoon, and a group of people. So I wasn't always a good dude, right? So like I know what I know, and I seen some people casing this house next door. And I was like, you guys, listen to me. Look, watch. See this? All this that's happening because it's the middle of the summer. You have to imagine. Riots are going on. We're mid-shutdown. There's stimulus checks going abound. So in this neighborhood, it's a fucking straight-up block party every day.
Yeah.
Actual chaos from sunup to sundown. It's like a carnival. Okay? Everyone is coming and going, including at my house. Because during the evening, real riots are going down and shit is hitting the fan. So I need that hangout during the day to appreciate our world in America and the luxuries we have and barbecuing and drinking beer. But dude, once midnight hits, it's a war.
Sure.
So we're traumatized over the evening. So everyone in the neighborhood's freaking out during the day. We're hanging out. And here's the thing is I'm losing control. I'm losing the ability to monitor everything and keep track. I'm getting spun out. I put out a Facebook post. I say, I need straight up help. I need people here during the day to help me mark cars, identify, and distinguish. And then I need people here at night armed, ready for me to fucking do some shit. Everyone shows up. I get motherfuckers during the day helping me keep logs.
People respond to this stuff and they come.
Yeah, on my personal social media.
Wow.
So motherfuckers show up. Shout out to Chris Marty. Shout out to Paul Clevin. Shout out to a bunch of cats who showed up during the day. And I'm like, hey, you see this, and this? Like, and we marked this. And sure as shit, 2:15 a.m. motherfuckers show up to that exact same house with the exact same car with the exact same people, and I don't know if they're going to burn the house down to cause a distraction. I don't know if they're trying to rape and murder the woman who lives inside. I don't know if they're trying to burglarize a new homeowner. None of that matters.
Okay.
But it happens. Reality. Not only that, but while we're seeing all this shit happen, and this goes on for 10 days. We see a red car. We see a white car. We see specific cars with specific plates that we don't recognize from this neighborhood, bro.
Okay.
And so we formed a unofficial militia, but we were registered with the city police and we're registered with the Crime Watch.
Okay.
So every morning I have to wake up and I have to
what
file
you're
a
doing.
report.
Yeah.
So I'm gathering legitimate. This is like some Civil War shit, like some revolutionary. I'm gathering intel and data from the hood, bro.
I get it.
And I'm reporting to the police every morning.
Yeah.
This car, this person, this description, this license plate.
Right.
And over the next 3 weeks, dozens and dozens of these cars that we identified are arrested with incendiaries, Molotov cocktails, timed explosives.
These are people doing up here.
They want to cause chaos and terror. Rogue domestic terrorists.
Right.
Rogue assholes who want to just create a little fuckery. Like the darkness of humanity.
Dude? Like I dabble in this
division.
Space
That's what they
a
want,
little
dude.
bit, but like What do they get out of it?
They wanted to create a race war. They want the
reason?
Boogaloo, dude. They want the second Civil War. They want the Charlie Manson race war. They want the chaos. They want the darkness. They want the zombie apocalypse. They want to see it all burn down.
Yeah, why?
We're talking about
How does a person do that? Do they not have like their 10,000 hours?
They're
unloved in or something?
They're unloved, dude. Tim, that's what it is, bro. I'm telling you right now, man. They don't have anyone who loves them, dude.
Yeah,
that's why we need to change this whole vibe. That's why we need
to do here.
Thank you. And that's why we need to reach out, bro. Because at the end of the day, motherfuckers feel like they don't get love.
Right.
Like motherfuckers in our own industry commit suicide, bro.
All the time.
Motherfucker, how many people do we know?
And this year's been very hard.
How many people do we know that have played for 10,000 people and committed suicide because they feel lonely?
Right.
That's why. That's why that shit happens.
Well, in the like
and
I
you
think
said
about
incels
the,
earlier. There you go. They can't get laid.
It's an okay category to put a person in because that's how they feel now, right? That's bullshit.
It's fucked up, bro.
Shouldn't be categories for these people just need help or they need to be a part of something that they're not a part of. It's just.
Well, that was a super downer note I just went on. So let's uplift it.
Man.
Let's uplift it. Let's finish this on this. Let's start wrapping this up. Let's uplift it on finishing your story of your company and how we are going to turn this into a vision of not just you making money, because is what I don't want the listeners or the viewers to hear is some guy who came up with an idea and he's making more money than everyone using his idea or product is what I want people to hear.
I'm not trying to talk about numbers on a podcast while I'm
feel
drinking either. So,
but people also
nobody should take the.
But people also need to understand that you're valuable and profitable. So let's not be scared of that.
Yeah, there's a lot of...
Here's what I'm getting at.
Financial shit that I just can't talk about.
But we're not trying to make you sound like that guy. Is what we're trying to hammer home is this idea of something that, by the way, is literally the name of my album, The Rising Tide.
Nice.
Because I believe so much, especially that I named this album The Rising Tide. Because the rising tide raises all ships. And something that before the podcast and during this podcast, I've really started to understand your energy and your vibe, which is it's not all about you. And yeah, you want to pay your bills and you want to raise your family, but you're also not trying to get more than you deserve. So basically let's tie. I don't want to say wrap it up because then people start tuning out. Oh, they're going to shut down. No.
We're up to what, 54? So playbacks are total unique viewers?
I have no idea, but yeah, there's 54 people that have tuned in to watch this, which is huge. This is huge.
Cool. So
for my size podcast.
Yeah.
So
let's get to you got a record here.
So how can people understand what you're talking about now with these major corporations? How can they understand where if Anthony Foley is watching with his YouTube channel or Ritual Madness is watching with his YouTube channel?
Oh shit, Greg.
Or Jared Singer.
I want to go on Greg's show too, man.
Or Jared Singer Extravaganza, who you're on.
Which is badass.
How do we understand what you're saying and then take that information and make our businesses grow?
Yeah.
Why is there a relevance between, it doesn't matter whether you're Anthony Foley or Jared Singer or Ritual Madness or GE or Sony or Walmart? Why is there zero difference between what you were doing in 2008 to 2012 versus 2020, regardless of what industry you're in? Why is there a comparison there, and why is it relevant? I already know the answer, but
do you?
I do.
What is it? I'm curious.
No.
You.
No.
No, yeah, I have a good response, but I'm curious.
Well, because we're all competing in the same world. That's my answer. Is because we're
and
all.
You're fucking absolutely right.
Okay,
and
go
my
ahead.
answer is because if you're not doing it, somebody else is going to do it for you.
Especially online.
So think of how scary that is for public corporate company when you tell them that. If you're not controlling your reputation on the internet, your competitor is doing it for you.
Right.
You understand how terrifying that is for a fucking public Fortune 5 company?
And not only that, but the scariest part about that statement is, if you know anything about sales, is you don't talk shit about your competitors. You only build yourself up.
Right.
So if you're not controlling your own narrative and allowing your competitor to do it, is what that means is your competitor is becoming the monolith and you're just sitting there doing nothing.
Yeah, dude. In the data that is publicly available now, if you're not doing competitor analysis reports, if you're not analyzing your competitors' gains on social media, you're not even fucking playing ball.
That's what I'm trying to say.
You know, and this is hopefully this circles back to what scared the hell out of me when Dead to Fall broke up, because it was nobody in the music industry was thinking this way, and I immediately got it. And then I subsequently watched
everyone else,
the entire world, still to this day, fall victim to being caught with their fucking pants caught down.
Yep. And going back to where we started this shit was like, you didn't even know what you were doing, but in Dead to Fall, you guys were sitting there creating fucking episodic, serialized. So for film people, episodic, serialized content, meaning each episode led into one another. It was an overall story.
We created a reality television show for our band. Right?
Dude.
And that's all Chad. That's all Chad, the bass
We
player.
didn't even play any of that because I couldn't find it.
Yeah, that's all Chad.
I don't even know
man.
where it exists anymore.
That's all my dude Chad. I
think it was on MySpace or Facebook, and it's gone now. I can't YouTube it. I can't find it.
So you got to go to his YouTube channel, YouTube Chad Fierstead.
Let's try it.
He's got all that content on there.
All right, here's what I want to do.
He's had some of it removed, but yeah, that like Chad needs a shout out here if I'm gonna hook more people up, because I would have never, like, he taught me how to edit video in the tour van while he was making these Staying in the Fade videos, right? That was one of the cogs in the wheel that helped me understand.
Oh, shit. I already have a fucking window up here.
You know, that was how it helped me understand the important... Look.
What are we looking up?
So, Chad Fierstead, Fjerstad.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I've had too much whiskey for that fucking last name.
There we go. They already know him. So the Staying in the Fades are going to be on his channel.
All right. So let's do this. This
is the dude, when he just left town. He was in town for 2 months. This is the next guy. You got to have this dude on your podcast.
Okay. Chad, if you're listening,
he'll do it.
Chad, someone take Chad. Someone share this with Chad.
Chad Fierstead.
Timestamp it with Chad.
Look at his bio.
Here's the thing is, I'm not a big fan of Chads in general.
He's not like any Chad you know, I promise you.
So you also understand and agree most Chads are total douchebags.
He's not like any Chad
here's the thing, I'll throw it out there. Most Jareds are also douchebags. Like, I'm probably the only cool Jared you know.
I know it.
Like, the last one that made it famous molested children.
I know a Jared. He's not a douchebag. He's actually my web developer. He's one of
I'm kind of a little bit of a douchebag.
He's one of,
but I'm super.
But you
fucking
will have
funny.
to challenge him.
I'm
the name Jared.
Here's the thing, though. I'm extremely.
He spells
thoughtful.
it just like you do. So you're gonna have to. It's gonna be like a Highlander thing.
There is only one, and I will literally fight him.
He might develop your website someday. So maybe you can make a compromise.
So no, we make a video, not a compromise. We make. He picks the competition, and whoever wins. He better pick something. Jared.
Let me see if I can find a good sting.
Yeah, because we got the page up.
know.
Jared, listen to me. If you're watching this podcast, I issue you the challenge. You pick your medium. Chess, basketball, preferably something physical, because I will murder you. And whoever wins this contest spells their name correctly.
Okay, so...
And I will not accept the challenge unless it's something I think I can win. So not chess.
You
pick.
T-bone.
You pick. If you want to play chess, pick chess. I'm probably not going to accept it because I'm not good at chess.
Let's try... oh, man.
But I'll intellectually debate you until the ends of the earth.
Oh, shit.
This is my new. Oh,
There
by the way,
dude.
By the way, fans of the podcast, you guys, we need a nickname for you guys. Like we've been doing this thing for 50 episodes now, 49 episodes.
Yeah.
What do we call people?
Okay. This is a digital reputation management thing.
What do we call the fans who listen to the Extravaganza? I think we should call them gonzos because gonzos are people who are crazy. If you're gonzo, you're crazy. And if you listen to this podcast and you're a fan of it, you lost your goddamn mind and you're fucking crazy. So I think Ganza fans should be gonzos. What do you think, Tim? What do you think?
I need like more options.
Okay, well,
before I make a
some.
decision.
Let's think of some.
So Gonzo, that's good.
You got the fans.
Idea. You got an idea, and it's your jam. So.
That's a jumping off point. There's no bad ideas in brainstorming.
Well, I'm cycling through all the like Dr. Disrespect, right? He's got the Champions Club.
I see. Those are dope, dude.
That's what I'm saying.
That kind of shit is
you
sick.
got to do a little research and development, right?
Here's my thing: is I don't want to denigrate my fan base,
right? But
I want to uplift my fan base.
You got to see what's out there too before you just like jump on something,
right? Because I don't want to bite.
Like who else? Like he's the main one I think of when it comes to stream. You know who he is?
Who?
Dr. Disrespect?
No.
So he's like he was on Twitch and they fucking canceled his ass real quick. Cancel him. Boom. Done. Gone. And then he's on YouTube. He already had a following on YouTube. You check him out.
What does he do? Did he just do like what I do?
He literally just plays Call of Duty, but he's in full character. Like he has like a wig.
Oh, he's one of those guys.
And glasses.
Does he scream at the top of his
God,
lungs?
yeah. But he's got a team.
Does he intentionally clip out his mic too?
Maybe.
So it sounds like he's in a battlefield scenario.
Maybe. But his production level is
so probably not.
Is like bonkers, dude. Like it's like, you know, again, this is the digital reputation management thing. This is like he's seasonally changing.
God, I want to talk to you
so
much more about this.
Yeah.
We're never going to get to this.
The longest one you've done.
I think it might be
57. That number keeps growing. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, no, we're building. We're actually getting more viewers the longer we go. That's the craziest thing.
Everybody's going to bed and they're looking for something to do.
They're actually not going to bed. They're like, I don't have to work tomorrow, and these motherfuckers are still going.
Yeah.
People don't have jobs anymore. Let's stop pretending.
I know. It's a shame because most of those jobs ain't coming back either.
You know what? I'm not even gonna. You're not.
I'm fine.
You don't do illegal drugs. I do. But not on the podcast. I would never do illegal drugs on the podcast.
Look at it this way.
This is CBD. It's completely legal. I would never do illegal drugs on my own podcast.
And if you're still awake, go to bed. Go to bed.
I would never.
Just go to bed, would you? This is no longer appropriate for children.
I would never, ever, ever do illegal drugs publicly on the internet.
Someday,
this is CBD.
You're not old enough for this. You're not old enough for this.
This is CBD I bought at the store. It's completely legal. I would
we should play with
I would never do illegal drugs directly on the podcast. This is CBD from the corner store. Eat shit, U.S. federal government.
And die.
So let's try it. Let's try to hone this in. Okay, so
Play this one. So just so people actually get an idea of what the videos were. So we called it Staying in the Fade.
You pick it, make it go full screen, and then I'll share it.
And this was look at the fucking resolution on this video, first
Dude,
of all.
Hold on.
Holy
rewind that to the beginning.
shit. Yeah, we're gonna set this up.
Just
real
rewind that to the beginning. Okay, hit play and then immediately hit pause. I just want to try to capture play. Okay, you're
Do you
doing
need,
it,
like,
you're
a
doing
frame?
it too fast. Okay, keep
We
going.
don't want
keep
that.
going. No, keep going. You're too good at this. Keep going.
You want the bong hit.
No, I want those two faces. That's you. Jesus Christ.
That was in Mike
These are the
Schleibaum's
intros we
basement.
were talking about earlier.
Yeah,
that guy, I love that guy. I don't know who
that's
that
my
guy
boy
is.
Chad. That's Logan from Nehemiah. Chad was Nehemiah. Dude, there.
And
here
here's the classic, the lighter doesn't work. Dude, I'm dead. I'm fucking dead, bro.
Done.
That's the epitome of what I was talking about.
That's the video.
Every
That's
one of these videos is a new intro, and that guy can never get his lighter to work to smoke whatever version of weed he's trying to smoke. All right, keep it going.
Okay.
All right, did play.
So I should give some premise. We had already kind of figured out how to make a reality television out of the band. Okay. And it started to get pretty serious. And so we were recording the last record that we were ever going to put out. And Mike Schleibaum, my boy, we had no idea how we were going to record this material. We knew we were going to call it Are You Serious? Again, with the not taking ourselves seriously thing. It was a pun on
I love this idea.
Are You Experienced?
I love this idea.
Okay. So Are You Serious? The last Dead to Fall record, which, to be completely fucking honest with you, is a fucking badass record. The entire theme of it was not taking ourselves seriously, right?
And just in case anybody's confused how far down the rabbit hole we are, the point of this is that we're saying you don't have to make a choice anymore.
Right.
Where you used to. 20 years ago, you had kids, you had a real job, you had health insurance, you had a mortgage. You had to make a choice. Oh, do I make music or because the only way we could make music was what? Playing shows.
Right.
Not anymore. And that's where we're going with this.
Yeah.
Is these guys were so far ahead of the curve on understanding the idea of what we now refer to as digital content.
Yeah.
And what you label your businesses as
digital reputation management.
There we go. So we're talking about creating something, because I heard Bert Kreischer say something similar. Somebody asked him, what does it take to be a comic?
Okay.
Right now.
Yeah.
Bert Kreischer said, well,
a huge set of balls.
Are you ready to be a graphic designer, an online promoter? And he just went down this huge gauntlet of things you have to do other than just being funny on stage.
Okay. Yeah.
That's the fucking world now. So,
You get it.
I'm so passionate.
You get it, dude.
But also so fucking frustrated because when I try to make people understand, dude, there's less risk than ever. So much less risk. We just have to start thinking outside the box, even a fucking little bit.
Yeah.
Because our little tiny, stupid, irrelevant, idiotic fucking caveman box is exactly that. It's a fucking cave. There's a whole mountain and a valley and a peak and another mountain and another valley and prairies and an ocean. There's so much beyond the way we used to try to approach the music business. All that matters is my guitar playing, man.
Yeah.
Guess what, bitch?
Yeah.
If the only thing you fucking care about is the greatness of your individual guitar playing, then we'll go back to the beginning of this conversation, and you better care about who knows you, because it doesn't matter anything else. You can be the greatest guitar player on the planet, but I'm going to quote my friend, my very new friend, Tim Java, and I'm going to say flat out, it doesn't matter how good you are. It doesn't even matter who you know. It matters who knows you.
Right.
Because you could be the greatest son of a bitch on the planet, and if somebody isn't willing to recommend you for a job, you ain't shit. If somebody ain't willing to share your fucking YouTube video, you ain't shit. Well, if somebody doesn't hit subscribe, you're not resonating. And I'm being a little arrogant because I'm being a little
drunk.
You
should. It's your
and
show.
No. It's not because it's my show. No, I'm not trying to be that kind of arrogant. I'm saying I'm being arrogant in the way I'm presenting this information. Is what I'm simply saying is like, I'm presenting this information in an arrogant way because people need to start being willing to be humble and humiliated by their own failures, understanding that yes, you need to create a product that you believe in. You need to create a product that you want to listen to. I've preached this for 50 episodes now.
Yeah.
However, at the same time, you need to do it in a way and in a medium and in a medium.
Yeah.
That other people of all ages can digest.
You do. And it's also an awkward time period right now, so I understand people are struggling to adapt to things. It's Ray Kurzweil. When I adopted these internet things and I started looking for a way to, Panacea 3, again, like Andrew and I talk about it as if we're internet mercenaries, right? You're having a problem with the internet, what do you need done? Kind of like a mercenary's gig, right? It's a fun way to explain it, but, I don't know. I think bands just
What do you mean by that? It's a mercenary's gig.
Because of the things that I was explaining before, where it's just like, how do you convince somebody that their digital reputation is important?
Oh, I see what you're saying. So you have to, like, literally, you're trying to get paid to kill somebody's idea. You're trying to get somebody to pay you.
Not so much kill them. So,
but you're trying to solicit money from somebody to tell them they're wrong.
Well,
you're trying to.
That sounds a little harsh,
I'm saying that wrong. I'm saying that wrong. So that's my problem. You're trying to pay somebody to eliminate a threat.
Well, you're actually just investing in. You're investing. I
still said that wrong. God damn it! Why can't I get this idea out?
No, it's fine. Like nobody.
I can't say this right. I have this idea.
It's almost cultish in how you have to explain it to people. The other way to explain.
But I have this way of trying to say this that I can't get out of my mouth, and clearly I know how to use words.
Yeah.
Why? You're asking people to pay you for something.
Okay. I have a good analogy that I've started using in the last couple of years. You don't physically walk outside of your home and start yelling racial slurs in the street, right?
Of course.
Why would you go online and do that?
Well,
I
don't go across the street and do it because I don't.
Not you personally, but
no, but
like the general idea.
But figuratively, the figurative eye doesn't do that across the street,
right?
Because I'm not into that.
The other figurative
eye is fear of retribution,
right? But in terms of what I'm talking about, like you have a reputation to withhold in reality.
That's what I'm saying,
and in the digital space,
right?
So let's look at reality
online,
first of all. If you're a good citizen, you don't walk outside of your house and yell a bunch of racial slurs, right? So why would you go online and be a digital citizen and yell a bunch of racial slurs, right? And this is the
'Cause you have-
cognizant
cognitive dissonance. It's because
Right.
you have the perception
right,
of anonymity and
Right.
fearlessness of retribution.
right,
Right? If I walked across the street and said that shit in the hood,
right,
I would be murdered on sight.
right. And
Online, nobody knows it's really me,
Right.
so I can say whatever I want.
And so in making this company, I've battled two sides, which is am I enabling the future of that, or am I helping small businesses compete with large corporations, right?
Sure, keep going.
If I Google this product, what shows up first?
Right.
Amazon or the local mom and pop?
Mhm.
That's kind of the idea of what I think the internet should be. And when the internet ran over my music job in 2008, that was terrifying. So now what I'm seeing is happening to the world. I've been preparing for this for 10 or 12 years.
So let's put this
And-
into context for people, including cavemen like me,
Yeah,
who don't understand what you're
because
talking
I'm kind of
about.
in a loop with it, and I need some kind of
Okay, so if
exit
you
strategy with it.
type in my name,
yes.
Jared Singer,
Hmm?
the first thing that comes up is a fat fuck
It's a competition.
who reads really bad poetry.
Yeah,
However, it's not his channel. He doesn't have a channel. He doesn't have a website. He doesn't have anything.
yeah.
There's a site called Button Poetry that uploads videos of poets,
Yeah.
and they have 1 million in subscribers. So even though when you type in my name, Button Poetry is the #1 search with
Right.
one of his videos.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a way to upload my shit and name my shit and set it all up
Yeah.
that when you type in Jared Singer, instead of him popping up with 275,000 views,
Yeah.
you still get my channel because he's just in the title.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in the channel, in the website, in the description, in
Okay.
everything, so on and so forth up.
Sure. And that's microcosm to your
That's
Your
why I said let's
world.
put it in context, right?
So okay, so I'll
Because
give you
other people watching this can relate.
I'll give you
to
my
that.
context. So like what I
my
would
buddy
do,
Anthony. Here's a better example. My
Sure.
buddy Anthony, his son shares the same name.
Mhm.
His son is just
Yeah.
a dude,
My dad's name was Tim too.
but Anthony here has a YouTube channel called Guitar Rehab.
Oh, you had them on the show a couple weeks ago.
No. That's my other buddy Jason and his son.
Okay, sorry.
But this is hilarious because Anthony has an actual YouTube channel, and then if people search for him on Facebook, they oftentimes find or add his son
oh, sure.
because he and I've been
Yeah.
trying to explain to this to him,
Man.
so
This
maybe
is
you
like
can
a
explain.
whole nother fucking thing.
Right. So, like, there's a way to distinguish this stuff, and this is where your
Yeah.
company comes in line. Because
Yeah,
if
this
I
is
type
where-
in General Electric, I need to come up with GE.com,
And-
not
Yeah.
General Electrical advice on
Yeah.
three-way switches.
Right. And this is what we would do. Okay.
Does that make more sense, though?
Absolutely.
Like, to bring
Absolutely.
it into, like,
Yeah.
my band, his channel, what you're doing, and like go,
Absolutely.
no. Here's any example in context.
Yeah.
This is what you're actually trying to do.
So what I would do with the company is I would do a digital reputation audit. Okay. I would audit. It's getting
If
like
you did my
cultish.
podcast, it would get like an F-.
I disagree.
F-.
I've already basically done, like an audit, and you're not that bad.
F-. Okay, D-.
Come on, man. It's not. I'm not gonna. No.
There's 0.
Let me put it this fucking way. Most corporations are much worse because,
Did you guys hear that?
and I'll tell you why. Because content is king, and it will always be king.
That's because of you guys. That's not because of me. That's because you guys watch this shit.
It's the relationship that you have with those guys. You continue to create the content, and they reciprocate. That is the thing corporations will continue to struggle with, and I'm not quite sure they will ever figure out.
See, and this is what I've been trying to tell my guests is like, you are the content.
Right. And this is why us as
yourself.
Musicians are primed to benefit from this entire concept.
This might be the best podcast I've ever done.
Sweet.
Keep going.
Well,
Keep going.
It only goes from there.
Keep going. Because I've been trying to tell guys, dude, you are the content. Monetize yourself. I've been trying to tell my little brother this. Like, dude, start a YouTube channel and start streaming games. And he's like,
just
I'm not
do
sure.
it.
And he goes, I'm not sure I want to do that with my life. I go, dude, you play 15 hours a week of video games.
Yeah.
Put it on fucking YouTube. You're already doing it.
Right.
If there's a small chance you monetize it, fine. You don't want to do it, then go be a real estate mogul.
I do.
But dude, you're already doing this.
Yeah.
Make money on it.
I know. And I also think that's...
Swing a hammer or swing a drumstick, bitch. You're already doing both.
I know, but it's so much easier said. Like, look at the operation you have here. Not everybody has the psychotic mindset to set this up and actually follow through on it, dude.
Well, thank you for saying that, because this is not a budget thing that made me do this. This is an absolute maniacal...
No, this is legit, dude. This is legit. Like, I could hear myself in the fucking cans.
This is the lowest budget,
which means you have the gear.
But this is the lowest budget.
And then if I'm going to talk about the amount of people that have been like, Tim, it seems like you understand the internet. I want to start a podcast.
Let's do it.
But
do you have the fucking balls to do it?
What I said was the amount of people that have approached me and said, I want to start a podcast, and I turn around and say, okay, dude, well, what's your plan?
Yep. Boom. Boom.
What are you going to do?
Boom. Boom. Boom.
And you're 50 episodes in, and you got momentum here,
But the plan hasn't changed.
And you got the network. You got dudes on layaway.
But Tim, nothing changed.
Right.
The plan was the plan.
Right. So with the digital reputation management thing, you understand you have to keep feeding the beast.
And start with a plan.
And that's the important thing. That's like some next level shit for people.
Well, I feel like that's the foundation though.
Well, writing things down for people, writing ideas down for people kind of freaks people out.
Let's slow this. Oh my God, we're breaking boundaries here. Jesus Christ.
It freaks people out.
Okay, here's the thing. It's actually the simplest and easiest thing to do. Write down, here's what I've had so many people hit me up that I know, people I admire, people that I respect, that have been like, hey man, I kind of want to do a podcast. I seen your thing. I really dig what you got going on. Would you help me set mine up? I'm like, yep, no problem. Step 1, figure out what it looks like.
Write it down.
Sure.
Think about it.
Sure. What does it look like? Like, I knew what this set looked like before I moved a single piece of gear into the new room.
Did you draw like a little floor plan, or it just is in your head?
It was all in my head. And then once, here's what I did, right? In the new room, it was different. In the old room, still same thing though. I closed my eyes and I watched my own podcast. Step 1.
Yeah.
Close your fucking eyes and watch your own podcast. Is it one camera focused simply on you?
Right.
No problem. Is it you sitting directly in front of your computer so it's you chest up? No problem.
Right. Like as if you're playing a video game.
Is it you sitting down at a chair with a plant next to you, like way back there?
Yeah.
No problem. Is it 3 cams like what I have, where you want to do this, where it switches? Go ahead and talk.
So how did you come up with what you have now?
I saw it.
And you copied it from somebody? Or
no, I saw it in my head.
Okay.
And then I figured out how to do it step by step.
Yeah, but you had to have some influences to give you an idea, right?
I saw what I wanted to do and I saw what I didn't want to do. So I looked at every podcast out there and then I did what I advised everyone else to do. I closed my eyes and I watched my own podcast. And the only difference truly between this and Joe Rogan is I'm on this side, you're on that side.
I see. Yeah.
Like I watched every podcast out there, and I seen every format, every seating arrangement, every fucking everything.
You
and
gotta start. Sorry, can I interrupt and give you some advice?
Please.
Maybe it'll be some inspiration. Like, go to Twitch and search for video games that you inspired you growing up or something.
Sure.
And watch people stream them and see how they speedrun them and how they present themselves while they're speedrunning them. You know, like maybe tap into some of that. Like, this is kind of me personally speaking. Maybe tap into some of those, like, as if you were speedrunning an old Nintendo game you used to play or something, but use that as an influence for how you present the podcast or something. You know? Because there's...
My advice to everyone is make content that you would want to watch and then make it at the highest quality you possibly can. So, like, okay, hypothetically, and I'm not calling him out because he's watching. But,
who's that?
But if you are watching, my buddy Anthony, who's got a guitar channel where he's one of the best guitar players I've ever met. And he's obsessed, and I think it's a great idea, obsessed with this idea of not capturing his guitar playing off the board. Okay. However, trying to capture his voice, the backing track, and the guitar as if you're hanging out in the room.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, that's an awesome idea. Every single step he makes to make everything better increase his user experience.
Okay.
But it doesn't make the user experience better, because no matter how much I try to talk to him and reason with him...
Is he in chat or what?
Yes, he is. He doesn't understand that the vast majority of people are listening to his videos on their cell phones.
Oh,
so no matter how good it sounds to him, it sounds like shit to everyone else. Even though he's got literally a $3,000 guitar rig and $1,500 worth of pedals and premium cables. Like, he's doing everything right except making it sound good on cell phones.
Oh, crazy.
And is what he doesn't understand is he's creating content that he likes.
Yeah.
But he's not creating content that other people like listening to. And nothing needs to change in what he's doing, but it needs to change in how the viewer or listener experience it.
Right.
Like a live band or a studio album, at the end of the day, your art is about what you want to do.
Right.
But you're still trying to get other people to want to listen to it or watch it.
Yeah,
and
you would think
then we get into the naming of the video, which is your expertise, the SEO shit.
Yeah.
And you will probably, if you did a deep dive audit on my channel,
well, we can do it right now.
You would probably rip me apart.
Why don't you share your screen? Why don't we just do it?
Well, let's play this video you wanted to play first.
Okay.
You picked play on this, so let's do this.
So this was
it's about the guest, not about me. So let's not fucking let's not quicksand this shit into like, oh my god, help me make more money off of you.
We were recording the album Are You Serious? And we decided to do...
You should re-release this album remastered as Why So Serious.
This specific episode was all about the drums. And Chad also kind of like took it a step further and kind of trolled me a little bit because I was kind of becoming a boner in the band at the time. I was kind of like, guys, we got to take this a little more seriously. And
did you say it with that much of a lisp?
Well, no, I remember there was a specific moment, and I'll take this time to apologize to Logan, but we were touring with fucking Kitty, dude. Like, they did their reunion tour. They brought us out on tour. It was fucking great, dude. We had so many cool touring experiences. And they were kicking it in the van. And I came running in, and I was like, did you guys hear? John wants to John doesn't want to do these shows. And I was like all upset about it, like a little kid.
Oh, you're being a little neurotic.
I was being a little bitch about
You're being a little neurotic.
Yeah, I was being a little bitch.
You're being a little neurotic.
And Logan was just like, this is the last time you should be doing this. And
every musician, I've been drinking.
Me too.
Me use this shit. Every musician who just heard what you said went, oh, I get that. Yeah. Every non-musician just went, wait a minute. Okay, so you came in the room hearing some like vaguely bad news, but to you, in the moment, it was the end of your world. Like so many 23-year-old musicians, dude.
Yeah, dude.
The more you talk and tell your story, bro, I just want to tell you, man.
It's kind of a redemption story.
The more I relate to you, like the more I feel less shitty about how neurotic I was at 20. Because dude, here's the thing, man. At 36, I'm not really very neurotic. Like I'm not saying I got
kind of over the bullshit now.
Like I'm not saying I got it all figured out, dude.
Yeah.
But like. Honestly, man, the only time I kind of lose it is when I lose my temper and I realize like, oh shit, I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to treat my fucking loved ones that way.
Yeah.
And then I go into a deep, dark depression, like a mini depression real quick, like manically.
Right.
Like I immediately abuse myself. That's as neurotic as I get is when I lose my shit. Like I'm telling you, like my wife will be poking me and it'll be simple. And then my roommate comes out, simple. Then my brother calls me, simple. And then the next motherfucker that calls me and pokes at me, I lose my shit. And then all of a sudden I have to like
it's
immediately
cool,
like mid thrust from an old Destiny when they get you in the Crucible.
Yep.
We were talking about gaming before we started, how much we love Destiny.
We're looking at John Hunt right now.
So people that see what I'm talking about, on the viewers, if you're listening, you're fucked. You got to tune into the YouTube episode.
Yeah,
so
we'll get into it.
So when before we started the podcast, we started talking Destiny.
Yep.
Okay, so I used to have this thing. Oh, he got me mid-thrust, right? And it is what that meant is you remember the very first version, you'd be a Titan. And you do the fucking ground
Titan
pound.
Smash, dude.
Yeah, the Titan Smash. Yeah. Right? And you did this big thrust. And if a motherfucker caught you dead eye between the eyes,
you're done.
He'd shoot you mid-thrust.
Yeah.
And I used to scream that in Xbox chat because we had a big clan. Technically, I still have a clan in Destiny 2 if y'all want to join, called Black Hole Regime.
Hey.
Start hitting us up for invites. I don't play anymore except
subscribe to this fucking channel so this man can get a gaming PC, would you?
Let's do that.
Seriously.
Yeah, or just do the Patreon.
Like Patreon.
One of the two.
Get this man a gaming PC. My God.
We'll get there. It'll happen.
He needs to be in PC Master Race for sure. Let's do this.
If you guys want to upgrade me, I'm a console guy. So that's where mid-thrust comes from.
Mid-thrust.
Mid-thrust. Oh, they got me mid-thrust.
Destiny days.
Yeah,
I knew I would hit you with. So I don't know if you noticed, but I'm wearing a Kojima Productions t-shirt tonight.
I don't recognize it. My nerd.
You played Metal Gear Solid?
Nope.
What?
Nope.
Death Stranding?
Nope. You know why?
Oh, no.
Because it was, remember, back in the day, it was Metal Gear versus Call of Duty.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Yeah, way back then. It was, you had to make a choice.
What? Really? Like
way back then.
The sneaking game, Metal Gear versus Solid Snake? Are you sure that's the same game?
100%, bro.
What? Damn, dude, I didn't realize the game was so
dude, because it was about, or no, I'm wrong.
Oh,
wrong.
okay.
I'm thinking Gears of War.
Yeah.
It was COD.
No,
it
I'm
was
thinking
COD
of Solid
Gears of
Snake,
War.
dude. Tactical espionage.
I'm
action,
sorry.
Dude.
Oh, see how fast I lose nerd cred.
No, dude. Video games are old school, man.
It was
I get
Gears
this
of
stuff,
it was Gears of War or Call of Duty.
Yeah.
What was the better game for years?
This is a whole nother category, dude.
And then Gears of War.
No, yeah.
Pummeled. All right, play
video games. That's a whole nother.
We've digressed. Play this video.
I
want people to see this intro.
We also developed a video game. That'll be another episode.
Oh my god, dude!
I could show it to you right now, too.
All right, well, dude, we're all right.
One thing at a time.
I'm sharing this TV. Here we go.
Dude, I still
This is
playing
the
that
intro.
drum kit.
Do you?
I do. Yeah, it's still the drums I use.
You want to?
Welcome to Salad Days.
Alright. Cool. Yeah. It's my Tarzan call, dog.
These guys are gay.
Okay. Okay, hold on. In case anyone is confused. Okay. So Tim's taking a pee break. In case anyone is confused, why we're talking about this is because this goes back to what we were talking about a couple hours ago, which is literally the idea that Dead to Fall was creating bonus content, behind the scenes content, way before this was what you were supposed to do. And it was not only the idea was ahead of the curve, but this shit was actually good.
These guys are gay.
And I don't know what it is, but this guy.
Alright, we have here.
Okay, hold on. I gotta rewind this, right?
These guys are gay.
Okay, so Tim and I were talking about this before, during the whole deal, the podcast. This guy right here, his vibe, the dude holding the entire hard tea 6-pack,
Chad Fierstad, baby.
his entire vibe, I'm just into it. Like, he cracks me up. He makes me smile. He does everything a douchebag would do without seeming like a douchebag.
You want
so
to
see? Hopefully, you see
know
what I'm talking about. I'm gonna
All right,
rewind it
yeah.
again for the 9th time since you've been peeing. We've made it no further than when you left.
It's all right.
I've
do
literally
like a
been
whole,
winding the same 15 seconds and commenting
It
on
means it's good content, man.
this guy cracks me the fuck up.
Sweet tea.
There's something about this guy.
Dude, that drum set was so sick.
These guys are gay.
These guys are gay.
This guy.
Hard tea. Look at
And
This
then the
Phil
other thing is, dude, you're a singer. Like, dude, I just can't dude, I'm sorry, man, but I'm never gonna get over this. Like,
Yeah.
do you realize how rare it is to get into everyone's vibe? Like, oh, dude, I dig your vibe. Oh, your singer, I dig his vibe. Oh shit, the guy in the purple outfit, I dig his vibe.
Right.
Like, oh, the guy in the wife beater with the 70s and the 70s haircut and the fucking, like, do you realize, especially for me, a music snob, a personality snob, an entertainment snob, an originality snob, everything about me should be like, I'm super into it except for this guy.
Right.
But like, everything about this band,
But
dude,
doesn't it
hits every
accentuate
note
the music?
for me.
Right? Like doesn't accentuate like the music that we created? Doesn't
I
it?
just want
The
you to
characters
understand.
involved in writing that music and how we presented it.
I
You
just
know?
want you to understand. My intent was not to indulge myself this month.
Oh, it's fine.
This much. However, the amount of
I'm
deep
flattered.
personal gratitude I've gained out of hanging out with you
Well,
and
dude.
getting to know the stories behind this shit.
Dude.
And like, dude, I'm having so much fun. This is why
Good.
anybody who's interesting and who can talk and has interesting friends.
Yeah,
this
Jared
is why
is very good at this stuff.
this is
guys.
why you should
Come
have
on.
a podcast. This is why you should start a podcast, because it's this fucking fun.
It
Like,
is.
all you have to do is have the ability to have a conversation. It's really not that hard. Just make sure you can talk and your friends can talk, and then have fun people on. Let's finish this video, because
Yeah,
god
dude.
damn it, this is great. I
It's
love
good.
this shit. Okay, here we go.
And then I got more content I can. Stuff that hasn't even been distributed yet.
Dude, we got enough beer, dude. We'll roll as long
Yeah.
as you want.
Are you serious? Drum chat?
We have here the kit
That's you.
Yeah.
I'm using to record Are You Serious?
This was
can
this was in the middle of recording Are You Serious?
Just so people can look at you.
This was in
And
the middle
then-
of recording Are You
And
Serious?
then say something.
You know, and I got made fun of. See the 8-inch tom on the right side of the rack tom there?
Hold on here. I'm gonna change something here, just so the frame works a little better for me. For this is cinematic dramatic effect.
Okay, good. Yeah. If
Now
we're
they
gonna-
got your face. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, the 8-inch tom on the right side. Brian McTurnan gave me a ton of shit for having that tom over there. But you know, he let me do it anyway. And so, you know,
Only the viewers understand why I'm giggling in the background because I keep flipping between this photo and you talking live.
oh yeah. But anyway, you know, yeah, this
Dude, that's not you.
it is.
No, that's not. That's a vampire who's 800 years old.
Yeah.
And this is a 36-year-old human being in front of me.
Yeah, that was 2007, 2008.
And were you on heroin?
No, I was in a metal band. I was 24 years old
And you
trying to make a
bleached-
career out of being in a
And
band.
you bleached your hair so hard that it looks like Gene Simmons.
No, so this
With
this,
anorexia.
so this blonde thing, or this
You have gorgeous hair in real life.
oh, thank you.
That looks like you bleached your hair into the realm of Gene Simmons meets Elves of Death. That's what happened. Just for the viewers,
Well,
if
dude,
you're not
we were,
listening, if you're not viewing, come to the YouTube channel and watch it at whatever timestamp you're at, and that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
that is black, stained, dyed, bleached hair meets Gene Simmons in a
not,
pool
dude.
of death having sex with elves
Mhm.
who wanted to look like what was his name from Lord of the Rings?
Oh,
You know who.
I don't know, but that's literally just how it came out
Orlando
of my
Bloom.
head.
Like you look like Orlando Bloom with a bad wig. Still gorgeous. Still gorgeous.
It was definitely
but
a bad
with
wig.
super shitty hair.
Yeah, it was
All right.
definitely a bad wig. It definitely just
But that's your real hair.
no, yeah, dude. You think I had time to get a haircut or take care of my hygiene at that time?
You were too busy.
I
being
was
an
too worried
elite
about my
level drummer.
8-inch tom being to the right of my 12-inch rack tom.
That's a professional. That's why
Like,
most professional
literally-
musicians stink.
That the clothes I was wearing was like the band I toured with. Let
You
me take
look
that for
honestly,
free.
dude. Honestly, bro. All jokes aside, you look like a young Neil Peart.
Yeah, if I had the mustache.
No, you really do. Hit play.
Yeah, yeah.
Consists of a couple different drum companies, Pegasus Percussion, which I use for my touring kit, and some of the things that Brian had here in the studio from Maryland Percussion.
Good pause.
Which is actually just located.
You have a very European cadence. You must have
Really?
come up. You must rewind it. Rewind it. You must have come off of a tour recently because you have a European cadence. It didn't affect your accent, but it affects your posture and your cadence. Listen to this. It's very European. Ready?
Yeah. It's my Tarzan call, dog.
Not there.
Consists of a couple different.
There you go. Right here.
All right, we have here the kit that I'm using to record Are You Serious? Consists of a couple different drum companies, Pegasus Percussion, which I use for my touring kit.
Do you not hear that?
Things that Brian
Pretty
had
weird.
here in the studio from Maryland
Your
Percussion,
cadence,
which is actually just located down the street.
dude. Press pause. Everything about the percussive delivery of your speech in that is there's no accent, there's no inflections on words.
And we were
But
very
the weight,
much
like like the whole thing's super European. You must have just come off a European tour.
yeah, we were
And you love Europe,
dude.
commie.
I hate it here.
It does kind of suck at times, dude. I'm not gonna lie.
I love this country, but
I'm as American as
dude,
everyone, but
God, especially
God damn it.
It was.
It's tough.
And here's the thing: I'm biased because the type of music that I play, that I've had the most success with, it's sourced in Gothenburg, Sweden, in a European, in a Scandinavian culture. So I really want to be around that at its source. You know, if I'm going to play that type of music, this entire night I've been
If there's anywhere to not be American but still be a musician, it's Minneapolis.
but not even that. Like,
you know what I mean, though?
Yeah.
Like, if you're not gonna be, go ahead.
You know, a small town boy that wants to just be exposed to the best it can be exposed to.
Other than New York
Why
or
the
LA, is there anywhere as diverse as this? Even Chicago, I would say no.
No. And this is where it goes back to the touring circuit. Right? Like, we're not influenced by those things here in Twin Cities.
Yeah, you ain't shit till you make it.
That's
here,
why we
bitch.
have Prince and Bob Dylan.
Mm-hmm.
And we have actual reality bending artists
Right.
in
Thank you. Go on.
Minnesota.
Please go on.
And this is why I'm proud to be here, because
Go on. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Please keep talking
Sure,
about this
yeah.
idea.
Yeah.
That seriously, man, I think you just hit on something heavy, and I'm gonna set
Yeah.
it up for you as I leave the room.
It's the same thing I was.
We
Yeah.
in Minneapolis, there's an idea. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna set this up, and then I'm gonna leave the room. Obviously, you know I can hear you. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
There's something that's known in the real, true music industry. Sell as many records as you want, but you ain't shit until you're big in America.
Yeah.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So just so everyone's on the same page. Now, here's the point. Minneapolis is kind of the same thing. The Twin Cities, at least. Like, and this is something you've been alluding to all night.
Well, it's the soul of the American Minneapolis.
We don't really care who's big in New York or LA. We don't really care what the trends are here.
I mean, compete with Prince and Bob Dylan, or call me.
Trampled by Turtles. American Head Charge.
Yeah.
American Head Charge came out before System of a Down.
Add to the list.
Collective Soul.
There hasn't been enough.
Or sorry, not Collective Soul. Oh my God, I always do that. Soul Asylum. I'm sorry.
Oh, dude.
Soul Asylum.
There hasn't been enough attention.
I always do that.
There hasn't been enough attention on this scene historically.
Atmosphere.
We can go on.
POS.
And on. And on. And
what you said though is extremely important, because you said mind bending. Like guys who go, you know what? I get it. That's popular, but I don't give a fuck about that.
Well,
that happens here in Minneapolis. The problem is motherfuckers don't have faith in this town, and they leave, and they feel like they can't do it.
Right.
And you know what my boy said to me? I'm not going to call him out, but he knows exactly. If he's watching this right now, he knows exactly. I'm talking to him right now. He said there's too many bullshitters in this town. There's too many motherfuckers in this town that walk the walk or talk the talk, but they don't walk the walk. They
He's been
say
exposed
this,
to bigger cities, though, is my guess.
My guess is he hasn't been exposed to
because there's
people in this scene that are actually willing to put their lives on the line.
Yeah.
He's only experienced the people in this scene that are trying to get fucking popular or famous. What we would now call Instagram people.
Right.
You know what I mean? Flashers. Whatever you want to call them.
And, you know, I try to kind of just like avoid all those things. My guess. Because I don't want to talk shit about anybody. I don't want to.
Well, no, and we're not trying to put anybody else out there on the spot. I'm saying, like, understanding, like, again, it goes back to what I said earlier. Like, we don't have to make a choice anymore, you guys. Like, get that mindset out of your head. Like, is what it comes down to is where we start. We bounced around a million places. We never digressed. We're elaborating on a continuous thought and bringing it back right now, I promise. So whether you want to call me and tell me you want to start a podcast and I tell you to tell me what it looks like.
We were going to talk about your drums.
That's not my drum set.
It's not?
Nope, that's my roommate's drum set.
Oh,
that's
for fuck's sake. He had like some symbol on it.
No, that's my boy's. Hold on, pull that sticker back up. Okay, so this is a sticker that I just happened to set on top of that drum head. This is from Samathwa. This is my boy Justin.
Yeah, dude.
Justin Boney. This is my boy's
sticker. Justin is the shit.
I ran out of places to put his stickers. He gave me so many stickers. I put one on every road case I have. I put one everywhere I could. Maybe, you know what? Let's put it on that fridge. That's what we should do. We should put it on that fridge.
I got to say, Justin... That dude was also another dude when I moved. Not even moved back, but that's a super nice dude, and he kind of like saw me.
But he's a stubborn asshole. Let's just be honest.
I guess I don't know him that well.
I called him on the podcast. He's a stubborn old prick, and he knows it.
So Dead to Fall
Justin,
used to...
I love you, but you're a stubborn old prick.
Dead to Fall used to practice down like a couple doors from him in City Sound North. Yeah.
It looks so funny across the camera.
It's like Stretch Armstrong, dude. Yeah, and they were great dudes. And we were writing our first record in Dead to Fall together. Is he in the chat?
No, that's my buddy Foley. That's what I was trying to catch up with. You keep talking. I'm gonna read.
Yeah, no, he's a great dude. They were super nice. They used to come and kick it at the practice space when they were working on songs and stuff.
I'm not giving my guest a pink. He wants me to change the color of your... What do you call it? The windscreen?
Yeah. Go ahead, dude.
No, fuck you, Foley.
Care.
Fuck you, Foley. This ain't your show, you son of a bitch.
You got to bring some more beers over.
Honestly, Foley, I should switch to the pink one and give him the black one, because at this point, this man, dude, honestly, this man on drums makes me and a lot of my friends that I think are good.
You want to hear some new shit?
We should probably set down our sticks.
What are you talking about? No, that's not how it works.
Dude, it's pretty bad.
We're all homies. Like,
yeah,
it doesn't work like that.
But you've jumped to a new level that very few of us are on. It's
okay,
like you,
so
Al
there's
Born,
a book. There's
John
a book.
Gensmer. I'm not going to say Lonix not in your realm. I'm not going to say Rulin's not in your realm. But those guys, as far as I know, haven't intentionally diversified their skill set like Gensmer and Bourne have. That's why I brought up Al Born earlier, because these guys can sit down and play with the best of the best in a country band, in a pop band.
Dude, I would love a gig
band,
like that.
In a polka band.
I want
like we're talking
a gig like that.
Full deck, bro.
Yeah.
Like full deck.
Yeah. I'll take it all. Shuffles, railroad beats, dude.
I've never been
Merle Haggard. That's what my grandpa played.
We're gonna do this We're gonna do this podcast as long as you want to go and as long as viewers are remotely interested. But dude, I'm excited to end this and play for you my shitty demos.
Yeah,
because when you hear the diversity of the dumb ideas I'm running with, and then you hear the full pre-production ideas,
let's work on some new stuff.
You're gonna go, oh wait a minute, no, I see where you're going with this, dude.
Yeah.
And you know what, Al Born, I love you, man. But you quit picking up the phone, bro. Tim Java might be picking up your job, bruh. I'll pay you.
It's not like
I'll
that.
pay you.
It's more so like
He quit picking up the phone. There's no pity.
Well,
he quit picking up the phone.
Someday I'll probably stop picking up the phone.
That'll suck.
Who knows?
Then I'll have to hire and pay someone else.
I don't know. I'll probably die doing this shit. You know,
dude. Let's do this. Let's wrap this up. Foley, you're in the chat. You got any fucking questions, man? Dude's a master at SEO, search engine optimization, He's going to be back on again, so if we don't get to it or wrap it up, we never really finished your story of how you got to this.
Yeah, it'll
To be
come.
fair, there isn't an end because you're still on that journey.
It is. It's interesting, but
Nonetheless, I got drunk,
it's a
and
part
I apologize.
Two. It's a part two.
I'm a shitty host.
You're not.
Yeah, so if you guys got any questions, I'm going to quick fire through some of these and just catch up and we can comment. Foley's been firing up the chat. A couple other cats have been in here. I'll run through these real quick at the end here. Let me catch up on this. Yep. Okay. It's a bunch of nonsense. All right. Cool. So, let's play. Let's play. I'm gonna decide what we do.
Yeah. To play us out.
Yeah. Okay. So this is a bunch of.
Hey,
nonsense.
thanks for having me, dude.
I love you.
Seriously,
Foley.
this was fucking awesome.
Thank you,
I'm literally like 15 minutes away. Hit me up.
dude. This was a fucking.
Send me some
blast,
tracks.
dude.
Like, dude, I want to play
Dude,
music with you.
Let's play you
Let's
out.
do the whole thing.
I want to play you out with another one of your new tunes. I know
to
you got
play
dead.
us out.
I know you got Dead Hands Rising coming up. But
I got all sorts of shit going up.
subscribe, share, please, for the love of God. The subs, you have no idea how much they help. Really, I know it sounds so stupid, you guys, but like clicking that subscribe button, you have no idea how much it helps. It's a ton. It's a dramatic difference. Go to this channel, Elihu.
Yeah.
What
Just go to Jared's. Go to Jared's Singer Extravaganza, man.
They have like 13 subs. Let's get them some
Yeah.
more subs. We're going to
You'll
share
find
the
it.
screen here. I'm going to share the screen here. Go to their ridiculously dumb name band, but their music's amazing. What is it? Paul or John Carlson?
Jeff Carlson.
Jeff Carlson.
Yeah.
Paul, John, Jeff.
Machinists. You're
Jeff.
true
Jeff.
machinists.
You son of a bitch! You're a beautiful singer. A beautiful singer. You never told me that. Actually, I think you did, and I was not paying attention because I'm a selfish prick, and I apologize. But Jeff, you're amazing, dude. And thank you for connecting this little thing that happened here. Feel like I made a new friend, Tim.
Hell yeah,
I
dude.
really did, dude.
Dude, thank you for having me.
And this isn't for the cameras, dude. I really feel like I made a new friend tonight.
Me too, man.
I love you, dude.
I've been waiting for somebody that I can run my mouth with.
This has been great. Let's do this again, dude.
Can have
All right, let's play you out. Please,
to
let's
play
do
us
this again.
out.
Let's play you out with another one of
I got
the soft tunes. Apparently I'm a moron. Yeah, that's how stupid I am. What is it? Oh, you do it. You do it. I think you might be more sober than me, bro. I thought I could drink, and like you're not even slurring words. So have I, you son of a bitch. I've been around the block too. Don't insult me off mic so people can't hear you. If you're gonna insult me on mic.
What do you want to? You want to watch Major Rager live when I tried to pull my?
No. Play one of the
bullshit?
soft ones, man. It's late. Play one of the soft ones.
Here, let's do this jazz fusion one.
Mm.
Not Elihu.
Perfect. Whatever you want, dude. Mac Audio's on. All right, I'm going to turn this up. How dare you put double bass in funk, bruh? I love it. How dare you? I love it. The sync's off. The buffering's not right. Fuck it. They can go see it. All right, dude. Thank you so much, Tim. Jesus Christ, dude. This has been one of my funnest podcasts.
Dude,
Most
thanks
fun.
for having me, man. Thanks for letting me show 'em my stuff, and this is gonna play again. But, that's a great one too. Fucking A, dude. That's actually but thanks for having me, man.
They might be able to hear it on the way out.
Yeah, this is a good metal riffer.
Here's what I'll do. Boom, there we go. There we go. All right. Tim, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Sincerely, dude, I appreciate this so much.
Yeah.
We didn't know each other for shit before we started. I feel
Right.
like I made a genuine new friend.
Yeah.
And honestly, man, I feel like
Cheers.
the Minneapolis music scene, like we're doing, this is going to sound a little egregious, but I feel like at the end of the day is what we just did here is we're doing 1%. Okay, we're building the foundation of 1% of what Rogan did for the LA comedy scene.
Yeah.
Like
I can totally see
that's
that.
what we're doing here.
Yeah.
We're no longer gonna be
That's a
the
good way
place
of
where
putting
people
it,
move
man.
away from.
That's a great
No,
way of putting it.
Fuck that. Especially with 2020 and the pandemic.
Yeah.
Oh hell
It's
no.
been hard. Dude,
You don't have to go to LA anymore, boys.
in
Guess
content
what?
creators like you.
Minneapolis is where it's at for new music. I'm telling you, this has always been one of the best fucking towns for musicians, man. Tell me, you've been all over this country.
It built me,
Tell
dude.
me another town, tell me one other town per 10,000 people that has better musicians than this town. LA, sure, but they have way more people. So not
Yeah.
per 10,000. Nashville? Nope.
Yeah.
New
I don't
York?
know. I can't
Nope.
answer that one, but
Maybe Nashville, actually, now that I think about it, because that entire town is literally
yeah, but
professional
in
musicians.
general,
Okay,
like
Nashville, you might have us.
yeah,
You might have us, Nashville.
yeah, but in general, I see what you're saying. It's a very
We don't need to leave
unique
anymore.
system, you know.
And we don't need to leave anymore. We have the intellectual ability, we have
Right.
the talent, we have the technology, and we have the know-how.
Right,
The only question is, do we have the drive
right,
and the ability to coalesce? If we can do those things,
yeah,
we can bring a unit together and we can have a rising tide raise all ships.
yeah, dude.
And 10 years from now, Minneapolis is going to be just like Austin or LA or Miami or New York or Chicago.
Yeah. Dude, there's
It always has
way-
been. It always has been. We're just in a 20-year rut right now.
right,
And that's our fault, you guys.
well. Here's
That's not
the thing.
the world. We're
It's
not
gonna be-
victims. We fucked this up.
There's gonna be the Roaring '20s again. Is kind of my hope coming out of this COVID thing. And the thing is going to be, there's going to be a mad rush to book shows. Like, what is that going to look like when we're able to book shows again, right? What is that going to look like?
I'll tell you what
and
it's gonna
who
look like.
gets the contracts, who promotes to win the contracts?
I'll tell you what it looks
Who's
like.
got the material ready for people to care about the contracts?
I've been preaching it for 9 months.
It's coming, dude. It's going
here-
to be like the Roaring '20s.
Here's who gets the opportunities. Motherfuckers who are on their game. If you've been sitting here waiting and saying, oh, we'll get back to it after lockdown because I'm afraid to rehearse, you ain't getting no gigs, bruh. Because there's
Yeah.
been bands this entire time rehearsing and religiously laying in the wings like an evil villain of a fucking Marvel movie. Like, y'all are being asleep.
Like the latest Wonder Woman film.
All right, last thing as we wrap this up. That was a terrible movie, by the way.
I enjoyed it.
I enjoyed it too, but it's not a good movie.
I took it for
Just because
because
I enjoyed it doesn't mean it's good. You know what I mean? Like I actually really liked it.
It was good. Fuck all y'all haters.
I liked it a lot, but
It was for a little girl trying to be a woman, man.
But it's
Come
not a
on. If I had a little girl, I would love to take her to that movie.
right, but it's not a good movie. I
Yeah.
liked it.
Yeah,
I
don't know.
enjoyed it. It doesn't mean it's good, but neither here nor there. I lost my point.
Thanks
Doesn't
for
matter.
having me on your show,
Like,
brother.
subscribe, share, do the damn thing. Join the Patreon. Do something. Start a YouTube channel. Hit us up for help. We're building a coalition. That's it. We're not letting the pandemic hold us down. We're done. There's no victims.
Twin
this
Cities,
is one of the
y'all.
most inspiring dudes I've ever met in my life.
Garrett, thank you for having me, brother.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
I love you, man.
This was great, man.
I made a new
I
friend.
just broke your fucking...
Finally!
That's
Woo!
it. It's over.
All right, I did it over. I did it too. There we go, baby.